The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 19. During the examination of Don Alonso of Aguilar and of old Pedro and Juana, the prisoner remained with his arms calmly folded and head erect, without the smallest variation of feature or position denoting either anxiety or agitation. Don Alonso's statement was very simple. He described the exact spot where he had found the body and the position in which it lay, the intense agitation of Stanley, the bloody appearance of his clothes, hands, and face, urging them to secure his person, even before they discovered the broken fragment of his sword lying beside the corpse. His account was corroborated, in the very minutest points, by the men who had accompanied him, even though cross-questioned with unusual particularity by Father Francis. Old Pedro's statement, though less circumstantial, was, to the soldiers and citizens especially, quite as convincing. He gave a wordy narrative of Senor Stanley's unnatural state of excitement from the very first evening he had become his lodger, that he had frequently heard him muttering to himself such words as blood and vengeance. He constantly appeared longing for something, never ate half the meals provided for him, a sure proof in old Pedro's imagination of a disordered mind, and that the night of the murder he had heard him leave the house with every symptom of agitation. Old Juana, with very evident reluctance, confirmed this account. But Father Francis was evidently not satisfied. Amongst these incoherent ravings of the prisoner, did you ever distinguish the word murder? He demanded, a question which would be strange, indeed, in the court of justice of the present day, but of importance in an age when such words as blood and vengeance amongst warriors simply signified a determination to fight out their quarrel in so-called honorable combat. The answer, after some hesitation, was in the negative. Did you ever distinguish any name as the object of Senor Stanley's desired vengeance? Pedro immediately answered no, but there was a simper of hesitation in old Juana that caused the sub-prior to appeal to her. Please, your reverence, I only chanced to hear the poor young man say, "Oh, Marie, Marie," one day when I brought him his dinner, which he put away untouched, though I put my best cooking in it. A slight, scarcely perceptible flush passed over the prisoner's cheek and brow. The king muttered an exclamation. Father Francis's brow contracted, and several of the nobles looked uneasily from one to the other. At what time did the prisoner leave his apartments the night of the murder? Continued the sub-prior. Exactly as the great bell of the cathedral chimed 11, was the ready reply from Pedro and Juana at the same moment. Did you hear nothing but his hasty movements as you describe? Did he not call for attendance or a light? Remember, you are on oath, he continued sternly as he observed the hesitation with which old Pedro muttered, "No," and that Juana was silent. The church punishes false swearers. Did he speak or not? He called for a light. Please, your reverence, but you did not choose to obey at an hour so late, sternly responded Father Francis, and by such neglect may be guilty of accelerating the death of the innocent and concealing the real murderer. You allege that Senor Stanley returned from some military duty at sunset and slept from then till just before 11, so soundly that you could not rouse him even for his evening meal. This was strange for a man with murder in his thoughts. Again, that he called for a light, which you neglected to bring, and Senor Stanley asserts that he missed his sword, but rushed from the house without it. Your culpable neglect then prevents our discovering the truth of this assertion, yet you acknowledge he called loudly for the light. This appears too unlikely to have been the case had the prisoner quitted the house with the intention to do murder. Intention at that moment he might not have had, Reverend Father, interposed the head of the Associated Brethren, who had taken an active part in the examination. Were there no evidence as to premeditated desires of vengeance, premeditated insult, and long entertained enmity, these conclusions might have foundation. As the case stands, they weigh but little. Where evil passions have been excited, opportunity for their indulgence is not likely to pass unused. But evidence of that long entertained enmity and premeditated vengeance we have not yet examined, replied the sub-prior. If it only rest on the suppositions of this old couple, in one of whom it is pretty evidence prejudice is stronger than clearly defined truth, methinks that, despite this circumstantial evidence, there is still hope of the prisoner's innocence. More especially as we have one other important fact to bring forward. You are certain, he continued, addressing old Pedro, that the bell chimed 11 when Senor Stanley quitted your dwelling. The man answered firmly in the affirmative. And you will swear that the Senor slept from sunset till that hour. I dare not swear to it, your reverence, for Juana and I were at a neighbor's for part of that time, but on our return, Juana took up his supper again and found him so exactly in the same position as we had left him that we could not believe he had even moved. Was he alone in the house during this interval? No, the maid, Betta, was at her work in the room below Senor Stanley's. Let her be brought here. The order was so rapidly obeyed that it was very evident she was close at hand, but so terribly alarmed at the presence in which she stood as to compel the sub-prior to adopt the gentlest possible tone to get any answer at all. He merely inquired if, during the absence of her master and mistress, she had heard any movement in the prisoner's room. She said that she thought that she had a quiet, stealthy step, and also a sound as if a door in the back of the house closed. But the sounds were so very indistinct. She had felt them at the time more like a dream than reality, and the commencement of the storm had so terrified her that she did not dare move from her seat. And what hour was this? It might have been about 9, but she could not say exactly, and from the assertion that she did hear a slight sound, though puzzlingly cross-questioned, she never wavered. The king and the sub-prior both looked disappointed. The chief of the Santa Hermandad expressed himself confirmed in his previous supposition. The prisoner retained his calmness, but a gleam of intelligence seemed to flit across his features. You would speak, Senor Stanley, interposed the king as the girl was dismissed. We would gladly hear you. I would simply say, Your Highness, replied Stanley gratefully, that it is not unlikely Betta may have heard such sounds. I am convinced my evening draught was drugged, and this same secret enemy who did this, to give him opportunity undiscovered to purloin my sword, nay, must have entered my chamber during that death-like sleep, and committed the theft which was to burden an innocent man with his deed of guilt. The deep stillness in the house might have permitted her to catch the step, though my sleep was too profound. I could hardly have had the time to waken, rise, commit the deed of death, and return to such a completely deceiving semblance of sleep in the short hour of Pedro and Juana's absence. And if I had, what madness would have led me there again, and so appalled me as to prevent all effort of escape? "Conscience," replied the chief of the Santa Hermandad sternly, "the impelling of the divine spirit, whom you had profaned, and who in justice so distracted you as to lead you blindly to your own destruction. No marvel the darkness oppressed, and the storm appalled you, or that heaven in its wrath should ordain the events you yourself have described. The fall over your own victim and the horror thence proceeding. We have heard that your early years have been honorable, Signor Stanley, and to such, guilt is appalling even in its accomplishment. Methinks, Father Francis, we need now but the evidence of the premeditation." "Your pardon, brother, but such conclusions are somewhat over-hasty. It is scarcely probable, had Signor Stanley returned after the committal of such a deed, that his re-entrance should not have been heard as well as his departure. Whereas the witness expressly declares that, though her attention was awakened by the previous faint sound, and she listened frequently, she never heard another movement till her master and mistress's return. And as they went into the Signor's room directly, and found him without the very least appearance of having moved, justice compels us to incline to the belief in Signor Stanley's suggestion that he could have scarcely had sufficient time to rouse, depart, do murder, and feign sleep during Pedro Benito's brief interval of absence." "We will grant that so it may be, Reverend Father, but what proof have we that the murder had not been just committed when the body and the assassin were discovered?" Father Francis replied by commanding the appearance of Don Ferdinand's steward, and after the customary formula, inquired what hour his late lamented master had quitted his mansion the night of the murder. The man replied without hesitation, "Exactly as the chimes played the 9:15. But was not that unusually early? The hour of meeting at the castle was 10, and the distance from Don Ferdinand's mansion not 20 minutes' ride and scarcely 40 minutes' walk. Are you perfectly certain as to the hour?" "I can take my oath upon it, your reverence, and Lopez will say the same. Our sainted master, Jesu rest his soul, called to him a few minutes before he entered my lady's room, and told him not to get his horse ready, as he should walk to the castle. Lopez asked as to who should attend him, and his reply was he would go alone. He had done so before, and so we were not surprised, but we were grieved at his look, for it seemed of suffering, unlike himself, and were noticing it to each other as he passed us, after quitting my lady, and so quickly and so absorbed that he did not return our salutation, which he never in all his life neglected to do before. My poor, poor master! Little did we think we should never see him again." And the man's unconstrained burst of grief excited anew the indignation of the spectators against the crime, till then almost forgotten, in the intense interest as to the fate of the accused. Lopez was called and corroborated the steward's account exactly. If he left his house at 9:15, at what hour, think you, he would reach the Calle Soledad? From 10 to 15 minutes past the hour, your reverence, unless detained by calling elsewhere on his way. Did he mention any intention of so doing? The answer was in the negative. According to this account, Then the murder must have taken place between 9 and 10, and Senor Stanley was not heard to quit his apartments till 11. This would corroborate his own assertion that the deed was committed ere he reached the spot. But what proof have we that Don Ferdinand was not detained in his way? Replied the chief of the Santa Hermandad. His domestics assert no more than the hour of his quitting the house. The hour of the royal meeting was 10, rejoined the sub-prior. He was noted for regularity and was not likely to have voluntarily lingered so long as not even to reach the Calais till 1 hour afterwards. Not voluntarily, but we have heard that he appeared more suffering than he was ever seen to do. His illness might have increased, and so caused detention, and yet on even partial recovery, we know him well enough to believe he would still have endeavored to join His Highness. He would, but there is evidence that, when brought to the castle, he had been dead at the very least 3 hours. Let Curador Benedicto come forward. A respectable man dressed in black and recognized at once as the leech or doctor of the royal household, obeyed the summons, and on being questioned, stated that he had examined the body the very moment it had been conveyed to the castle, in the hope of discovering some signs of animation, however faint. But life was totally extinct, and according to his judgment had been so at the very least 3 hours. And what hour was this? Just half an hour after midnight. A brief silence followed the leech's dismissal. Ferdinand still seemed perplexed and uneasy, and not one countenance either of the nobles or associated brethren evinced satisfaction. Our task, instead of decreasing in difficulty, becomes more and more complicated, my lords and brethren, observed the sub-prior after waiting for the chief of the Santa Hermandad to speak. Had we any positive proof that Senor Stanley really slept from the hour of sunset till 11 the same evening, and never quitted his quarters until then, we might hope that evidence of Curador Benedicto as to the length of time life had been extinct in his supposed victim might weigh strongly against the circumstantial chain of evidence brought against him. Believing that the prisoner, having slept from the hour of sunset to 11, was a proven and witnessed fact, I undertook the defensive and argued in his favor. The sounds heard by the girl Betta may or may not have proceeded from the stealthy movements of the accused, and yet justice forbids our passing them unnoticed. The time of this movement being heard and that of the murder, according to the leech's evidence, tally so exactly that we cannot doubt but the one had to do with the other. But whether it were indeed the prisoner's step or that of the base purloiner of his sword, your united judgment must decide. Individual supposition in a matter of life or death can be of no avail. My belief, as you may have discovered, inclines to the prisoner's innocence. My brother, the chief Hermano, as strongly believes in his guilt, and it would appear as if the evidence itself supports the one judgment equally with the other. Contradictory and complicated, it has yet been truthfully brought forward and strictly examined. Your united judgment, Signors and Hermanos, must therefore decide the prisoner's fate. But, under your favor, Reverend Father, all the evidence has not been brought forward, rejoined the chief Hermano, and methinks that which is still to come is the most important of the whole. That the business is complicated and judgment most difficult I acknowledge, and therefore gladly avail myself of any remaining point on which the scale may turn. Sworn as I am to administer impartial justice, prejudice against the prisoner I can have none, but the point we have until now overlooked appears sufficient to decide not only individual but general opinion. I mean the premeditated vengeance sworn by the prisoner against the deceased, long indulged and proclaimed enmity and premeditated determination to take his life or lose his own. Don Ferdinand Morales, be his soul assoilized, was so universally beloved, so truly the friend of all ranks and conditions of men, that to believe in the existence of any other enmity towards his person is almost impossible. We have evidence that the prisoner was at feud with him, was harboring some design against him for weeks. It may be he was even refused by Don Ferdinand the meeting he desired, and so sought vengeance by the midnight dagger. Let the evidence of this enmity be examined, and according or not as premeditated malice is elicited, so let your judgment be pronounced. Aye, so let it be, muttered the king, as a loud murmur of assent ran through the hall. We have 2 witnesses for this, and, by heaven, if the one differ from the other in the smallest point, the prisoner may still be reprieved. Whether the royal observation was heard or not, there was no rejoinder, for at the summoning of the chief hermano, Don Luis Garcia stood before the assemblage. His appearance excited surprise in many present, and in none more than the prisoner himself. He raised his head, which had been resting on his hand during the address of the sub-prior, and the reply of the hermano, and looked at the new witness with bewildered astonishment. As Don Luis continued his relation of the stormy interview between the deceased and the accused, and the words of threatening used by the latter, astonishment itself changed into an indignation and loathing impossible to be restrained. "Thou base, dishonored villain!" he exclaimed so suddenly and wrathfully that it startled more by its strange contrast with his former calmness than by its irreverent interruption to the formula of the examination. "Where wert thou during this interview?" Hearing so well and so invisibly concealed, none but the voluntary spy could have heard all this. So skillfully detailed that thou wouldst seem in very truth witness as well as hearer. What accident could have led thee to the most retired part of Don Ferdinand's garden, and, being there, detained thee? Thou treacherous villain, and on thy evidence so honorably, so truthfully obtained, my life or death depends. Well, be it so. But so it shall not be, interposed the king himself, ere either sub-prior or the hermano could reply. Even as the prisoner, we ourselves hold evidence dishonestly obtained of little moment, nay, of no weight whatever. Be pleased, Don Luis Garcia, to explain the causality which led you at such an important moment to Don Ferdinand's grounds, or name some other witness. The voluntary listener is, in our mind, dishonorable as the liar, and demanding no more account. With a mien and voice of the deepest humility, Don Luis replied, grieving that his earnest love of justice should expose him to the royal displeasure, submitting meekly to unjust suspicion as concerned himself, but still upholding the truth and correctness of his statement. The other witness to the same, he added, mysteriously, he had already named to his royal highness. And she waits our pleasure, replied the king. Don Felix de Esteban, be pleased to conduct the last witness to our presence. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 20. A profound silence followed Don Felix's departure. Don Luis had so evidently evaded the king's demand as to how he had witnessed this important interview that even those most prejudiced in his favor on account of his extreme sanctity found themselves doubting his honor, and those who had involuntarily been prejudiced against him by the indefinable something pervading his countenance and voice, doubly rejoiced that their outspoken antipathy had some foundation. In modern courts of justice, to refuse the validity of evidence merely because the manner of obtaining it was supposed dishonorable would be pronounced the acme of folly and romance. In the age in which we write, and in Spain especially, the sense of honor was so exquisitely refined that the king's rebuke and determination not to allow the validity of Don Luis's evidence unless confirmed by an honorable witness excited no surprise whatever. Every noble, nay, every one of the associated brethren there present, would have said the same, and the eager wonder as to the person of the witness on whom so much stress was laid became absolutely intense. The prisoner was very evidently agitated. His cheek flushed and paled in rapid alternation, and a suppressed but painful exclamation escaped from him as Don Felix re-entered, leading with him a female form. But the faint sound was unheard, save by the king and the sub-prior, who had been conversing apart during de Esteban's absence, lost in the irrepressible burst of wonder and sympathy which broke from all within the hall, as in the new witness, despite the change of garb and look, from the dazzling beauty of health and peace to the attenuated form of anxiety and sorrow, they recognized at once the widow of the murdered, Donna Marie. Nor was this universal sympathy lessened when, on partially removing her veil to permit a clear view of the scene around her, her sweet face was disclosed to all, profoundly, almost unnaturally calm indeed. But the cheek and lips were perfectly colorless, the ashy whiteness of the former being rendered more striking from the long black lashes resting upon it, unwetted by a single tear, and from the peculiarly dark eye appearing the larger from the attenuation of the other features. One steady and inquiring glance she was seen to fix upon the prisoner, and then she bent in homage to the sovereign, and emotion, if there was any, passed unseen. "Sit, lady," said the king, with ready courtesy, touched more than he could have imagined possible by the change 14 short days had wrought. "We would fain render this compelled summons brief, and little fatiguing as may be. None can grieve more than ourselves at this harsh intrusion on thy hours of sorrow. But in a great measure the doom of life or death rests with thee, and justice forbids our neglecting evidence so important. Yet sit, lady, we command it." "It needs not, gracious sovereign, my strength will not fail me," replied Marie, her sweet voice falling distinctly on every ear, while Stanley started at its calmness, and she gracefully refused the seat Don Felix proffered. "Give no more thought to me than to any other witness. It is not a subject's place to sit in presence of her sovereign." But Ferdinand's kindest feelings were excited, and instead of permitting the sub-prior to give the necessary details, he himself, with characteristic brevity, but clearly and kindly narrated the progress of the evidence for and against the prisoner, and how great the weight laid on the proofs, if there were any, of acknowledged enmity and premeditated injury on the part of the accused towards the deceased. The questions to which he was compelled to request her reply were simply, was she aware of any cause of hatred existing between the accused and the deceased? Had she ever heard opprobrious and insulting epithets used by the former or the latter? Or any threat implying that the death of Don Ferdinand Morales was desired by the prisoner? Had she ever seen the prisoner draw his sword upon the deceased? And had she any reason to believe that Don Ferdinand had ever refused or intended to refuse to meet the prisoner in honorable combat, and so urged the gratification of vengeance by a deed of murder? Reverend Father, continued the king, be pleased yourself to administer the customary oath. Father Francis instantly rose from his seat, and taking the large and richly embossed silver crucifix from the monk who had administered the oath to all the other witnesses, himself approached Marie. Marie Enrique Morales, he said as he reverentially held the solemn symbol of his religion before her, art thou well advised of the solemnity of the words thou art called upon to speak? If so, swear to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Swear by the holy symbol which I support, by the unpronounceable name of the Father, by the flesh and blood, the resurrection, and the life of our Lord and Savior, Christ Jesus. By the Holy Spirit, by the saving and glorious Trinity, by the goodly army of saints and martyrs. Daughter, swear, and the blessing or the curse be with you, as you swear true or falsely. The fine countenance of the sub-prior glowed with the holy enthusiasm of his appeal. His form, as he stood, one hand clasping the crucifix, the other emphatically raised, seemed dilated to unusual height and majesty, and the deep solemnity of his accents so enhanced the awful responsibility of the oath that it thrilled throughout the multitude as it had never done before. So deep was the stillness which followed that not one of those vast crowds seemed to breathe. To the prisoner it was a moment of intense emotion, for if indeed Marie had once told him truth, that oath to her, even in its solemnity, was as naught, but ere he could even think as to the wording of her answer, that answer came, and so distinct, so unfalteringly spoken, that there was not one person present who even strained his ear to catch the words. Reverend Father, she said, I am grateful for thy counsel, and believe me, am well advised of the truth and solemnity of the words I speak. But I cannot aid his grace and these his subjects in their decision as to the prisoner's sentence. My evidence is valueless. I belong to that race whose word is never taken as witness, for or against, in a court of justice. I cannot take the oath required, for I deny the faith in which it is administered. I am a Jewess. A wild cry in every variety of intonation. Astonishment, horror, wrath, and perhaps terror ran through the hall, from sovereign, noble, monk, and citizen simultaneously. Father Francis staggered back several paces, as if there were contamination in remaining by her side, and then stood as rooted to the ground, his hand convulsively grasping the crucifix, which had nearly fallen from its hold. His lips apart, his nostrils slightly distended, and his eyes almost starting from their sockets, In the horrified and astonished gaze he fixed upon the pale and fragile being who dared speak such impious words. The attendant fathers rose simultaneously and formed a semicircle round their superior, ready at his slightest signal to hurl down on her the anathema of the church. Reverence to this sub-prior alone preventing the curse from instantly bursting forth. The nobles, the associated brethren, Ferdinand himself, started almost unconsciously to their feet, and an eager rush brought many of the citizens still nearer to the scene of action. The prisoner, with an irresistible impulse, darted forwards, and ere anyone had recovered from his trance of bewilderment, had flung himself at Marie's feet. "Marie! Marie!" he exclaimed, in a voice so hoarse and choked its words were heard by her alone. "Oh, why hast thou done this? Why not take the required oath and condemn me at once? Marie, I am unworthy of such self-sacrifice." "Ha! Didst thou slay him, then? Have I judged thee too kindly, Arthur?" she answered, and the hand she laid heavily on his shoulder trembled so violently. It was evident she had thus placed it only to save her from sinking to the ground, for the unnatural strength had gone. "No!" he exclaimed, in a tone and with a look that satisfied her at once, and there was no time for more. The king had perceived that the sub-prior was recovering composure, and with it energy of action. Though himself a zealous Catholic, he felt compelled to save Marie. "Hold, hold," he said hastily, as Father Francis was about to speak. "Reverend Father, we pray thee be not over-hasty in this matter. These are strange and terrible words, but they are meaningless. They must be. Her misery has turned her brain. She is mad. Heed her not. Be silent, all of ye. See how she glares upon the prisoner. Is that the look of sanity? By Saint Francis, we have done wrong to call her hither. Stand back, good fathers. Remove the prisoner and let Donna Marie be conducted from the hall. Our consort should have warned us of this." "Forbear, my liege," replied the sub-prior sternly. The blaspheming words were all too calmly and collectedly spoken for the ravings of madness. "Let not the false unbeliever pass hence till at least she has done reverence to the sacred symbol she has, by daring denial, insulted. As thou wouldst save thine own soul from hellfire, my liege, interfere not in this." As he spoke, several soldiers had endeavored rudely to drag Arthur from Marie. He strove fiercely for freedom, for but 1 hour's power to protect her, but in vain. And the look she fixed upon him as he was torn from her, from its contrast with her previous profound calm, did indeed seem almost of madness. The excitement which enabled her to make this dread avowal, an avowal comprising such variety and terrible danger that the magnitude of the sacrifice comprised in the confession can now scarcely be understood. Danger not merely from the vengeance of the Church for long years of fraud, nor from the secret and awful tribunal of whose existence she was conscious, though not of its close vicinity. Not merely these, but danger from the wrath and terrors of the secret members of her own faith, who might naturally imagine their own safety endangered in the suspicion engendered by her rash confession. Of all this she had believed herself strengthened to brave and bear every possible suffering, rather than breathe those words which must seal Stanley's fate. But now that she had spoken, though she would not have recalled them if she could, such an overpowering, crushing sense of all she had drawn upon herself, such fearful, spectral shapes of indefinable horror came upon her, that as the sub-prior stood again before her with the uplifted cross, bidding her kneel and acknowledge him whose fate it imaged, she burst into a wild hysteric laugh and fell prone upon the floor. Said I not she was mad? And what need was there for this unmanly violence? Angrily exclaimed the monarch, and starting from his seat, he authoritatively waved back the denouncing monks and himself bent over Marie. The Duke of Murcia, Don Felix de Esteban, the Lord of Aguilar, and several other nobles, following the sovereign's example, hastened to her assistance. But to restore animation was not in their power, and on the king's whispered commands, Don Felix gently, even tenderly, raised her and bore her in his arms from the hall. Even in that moment of excitement, Ferdinand could not forbear glancing at the prisoner, whose passionate struggles to escape from the guard when Marie fell had been noticed by all and unhappily combined with his previous irritation, but confirmed the unspoken suspicions of many as to the real cause of his enmity against Don Ferdinand. The expression of his countenance was of such contending, terrible suffering, that the king hastily withdrew his gaze, vainly endeavoring to disbelieve, as he had done, the truth of Garcia's charge. Order was at length universally restored, and after a brief silence, the chief of the Santa Hermandad demanded of the prisoner if he had aught to say in his defense, or reply himself to Don Luis Garcia's charge. The reply was a stern, determined negative, and deputed so to do by the sub-prior, who seemed so absorbed in the horror of Marie's daring avowal as to be incapable of further interference. The Hermano proceeded to sum up the evidence. As the widow of the deceased had so strangely yet effectually deprived them of her evidence, he said he thought some slight regard ought to be paid to Don Luis Garcia's words. But even without doing so, the circumstantial evidence, though contradictory and complicated, was enough, in his opinion, to convict the prisoner. But he referred to his associates and to the peers then present to pronounce sentence. His task was but to sum up the evidence, which he trusted he had done distinctly. His opinion was that of but one individual. There were at least 50 or 60 voices to confirm or to oppose it. Deep and sustained as had been the interest throughout the trial, it was never more intense than during the awful pause which heralded the prisoner's doom. It was spoken at length. The majority alike of the nobles and of the Santa Hermandad believed and pronounced him guilty, and sentence of death was accordingly passed. But the Duke of Murcia then stepped forward and urged the following, not only in the name of his brother peers, but in the name of his native sovereign Isabella, that in consideration of the complicated and contradictory evidence of the prisoner's previous high character, and of his strongly protested innocence, a respite of 1 month should be granted between sentence and execution to permit prayers to be offered up throughout Spain for the discovery of the real murderer, or at least allow time for some proof of innocence to appear, during which time the prisoner should be removed from the hateful dungeon he had till that morning occupied, and confined under strict ward in one of the turrets of the castle, and that if at the end of the granted month affairs remained as they were then, if no proof of innocence appeared, a scaffold was to be erected in the Calle Soledad, on the exact spot where the murder was committed. There, the prisoner, publicly degraded from the honors and privileges of chivalry, his sword broken before him, his spurs ignominiously struck from his heels, would then receive the award of the law, death from hanging, the usual fate of the vilest and commonest malefactors. Ferdinand and the sub-prior regarded him attentively while this sentence was pronounced, but not a muscle in his countenance moved. What it expressed it would have been difficult to define, but it seemed as if his thoughts were on other than himself. The king courteously thanked the assemblage for their aid in a matter so momentous, and at once ratified their suggestion. The associated brethren were satisfied that it was Isabella's will, confident also in their own power to prevent the evasion and bring about the execution of the sentence, if still required, at the termination of the given time. And with a brief but impressive address from the sub-prior to the prisoner, the assemblage dispersed. But the excitement of the city ceased not with the conclusion of the trial. Not alone the populace, but the nobles themselves, even the Holy Fathers and associated brethren were seen, forming in various groups, conversing eagerly and mysteriously. The interest in the prisoner had in some measure given way to a new excitement. Question followed question. Conjecture followed conjecture. Nothing could solve the mystery of Donna Marie's terrible avowal, or decrease the bewilderment and perplexity which from various causes it created in every mind. One alone, amongst the vast crowds which had thronged the trial, shunned his fellows. Not a change in the calm, cold, sneering expression of Don Luis Garcia's countenance had betrayed either surprise at or sympathy with any one of the various emotions stirring that vast multitude of human hearts. He had scarcely even moved his position during the continuance of the trial, casting indeed many a glance on the immediate scene of action from beneath his thick and shadowy eyebrows, which concealed the sinister gaze from observation. He shunned the face of day, but in his own dark haunts and with his hellish colleagues, plans were formed and acted on with a rapidity which, to minds less matured in iniquity, would have seemed incredible. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 21. The interest attending a trial in which royalty had evinced such powerful sympathy naturally extended to every member of Isabella's female train. Her anxiety as to the issue had been very visible, notwithstanding her calm and quiet demeanor. The Infanta Isabella and the Infant Don Juan were with her during the morning as usual, but even their infantile caresses, dearer to her true woman's heart than all her vast possessions, had failed to disperse the anxiety of thought. Few can peruse the interesting life of Isabella of Castile without being struck by the fact that even as her public career was one of unmixed prosperity for her country and herself, her private sorrows and domestic trials vied in their bitterness with those of the poorest and humblest of her subjects. Her firstborn, the Infanta Isabella, who united all the brilliant and endearing qualities of her mother with great beauty both of face and form, became a loving bride only to become a widow, a mother only to gaze upon her babe and die, and her orphan quickly followed. Don Juan, the delight and pride and hope of his parents as of the enthusiasm and almost idolatry of their subjects, died in his 20th year. The hapless Catherine of Aragon, with whose life of sorrows and neglect every reader of English history is acquainted, though they sometimes forget her illustrious parentage. Her sorrows, indeed, Isabella was spared, as she died before Henry VIII ascended the English throne. But it was Juana, the wife of Philip, and mother of Charles V, whose intellect, always feeble, and destroyed by the neglect and unkindness of the husband she idolized, struck the last and fatal blow. And she whom all Europe regarded with unfeigned veneration, she whom her own subjects so idolized, they would gladly have laid down 1,000 lives for hers. She fell a victim to a mother's heart-consuming grief, who then, after perusing her life and that of how many other sovereigns, will refuse them the meed of sympathy, because raised so far above us in outward things, we deem the griefs and feelings of common humanity unknown and uncared for. To our mind, the destiny of the sovereign, the awful responsibility, the utter loneliness of station, the general want of sympathy, the proneness to be condemned for faults or omissions of which they are individually as innocent as their contemners, present a subject for consideration and sympathy, and ought to check the unkind thought and hasty condemnation, excited merely because they are placed in rank and circumstances above us. A King of Kings has placed them there, and a universal Father calls them his children, even as ourselves. Isabella had not seen Marie that morning. Her trusty attendant, Donna Inez de Leon, had alone been with her, and had reported that she was calm and composed, and more like herself than she had ever been since her bereavement. Time passed but slowly, and Catherine Paas, the same high-spirited maiden mentioned in a former chapter, perceiving that the Queen's anxiety evidently increased as the hours waned, quietly left the chamber, unbidden and even unseen. A brief interval saw her return, and with a countenance so expressive of horrified bewilderment as to excite the astonishment of all. "Oh, madam," she exclaimed as she flew to the Queen's seat, regardless of either decorum or rebuke. "Oh, madam, it has killed her. She is dying." "Dying?" repeated Isabella, and the whole strength of her character was put forth to prevent her starting from her seat. "Dying? Who is dying? Speak out in Santa Maria's name." "Donna Marie, the poor, unhappy Marie. She has been borne from the hall. Don Felix had her in his arms. I saw her, I followed them, and she looked dead, quite dead. They would not let me go to her at first, till I called them hard-hearted wretches, and I have tried to rouse her, but I could not. Oh, save her, gracious madam, do not let her die." "And have they none with her?" demanded the Queen. "But whom can they have, save her own terrified women? Inez, Leonor, go to her at once. Your skill and tenderness will soon revive her. This silly child is terrified at shadows. 'Tis but a faint, such as followed the announcement of her husband's death. If anyone dare refuse you entrance, tell them you go in your Queen's name. Foolish trembler," she added in a tone of relief, as her commands were instantly obeyed. "Why this excessive agitation, when thou hast seen a faint like this before?" "Nay, but by your leave, gracious madam, I have not," replied Catherine with emotion. "There is far more of horror in this," She is cold, cold like a stone, and they have planted a guard at the entrance of her apartments, and they tell a tale so wild and strange I cannot give it credence." "Ha! What say they?" demanded the queen hastily, her eyes flashing with light as they always did when she was excited. "What can it be, too wild and strange for thy hair-brained fancy to believe? Marvelous it must be indeed." Isabella spoke jestingly, but her heart was not with her words, and Catherine replied, with tears starting to her eyes, "Oh, do not speak thus, my liege. It is indeed no theme for jest." And she continued so rapidly that to any but the quickened mind of Isabella her words must have seemed unintelligible. "They say she is a heretic, royal madam, nay, worse, a blaspheming unbeliever, that she has refused to take the oath on plea of not believing in the Holy Catholic Church, that she has insulted, has trampled on the sacred cross. Nor is this all. Worse, yet worse, they say she has proclaimed herself a Jewess, an abhorred and unbelieving Jewess." A general start and loud exclamation of horror was the natural rejoinder to this unlooked-for intelligence, but not from Isabella, whose flashing eyes were still fixed on the young girl's face, as to read in her soul the confirmation of these strange words. "What dost thus say?" she said at length, and so slowly, a second might have intervened between each word. "Speak, let me hear again. A Jewess? Santa Maria? But no, it cannot be. They must have told thee false." So the queen spoke, but ere Catherine had concluded a calmer repetition of the tale, Marie's words of the preceding evening rushed back on her mind, confirming it but too surely. Aye, distinct it was, and so engrossingly intense became the thoughts thronging her mind, in bewildering succession, that Isabella sat motionless, her brow leaning on her hand, wholly unconscious of the lapse of time. A confusion in the gallery, and the words, the king," roused her at length, and never was the appearance of Ferdinand more welcome, not only to Isabella but to her attendants, as giving them the longed-for opportunity to retire, and so satisfy curiosity and give vent to the wonderment which, from their compelled silence in Isabella's presence, had actually become intolerable. Ferdinand speedily narrated the affairs of the morning, and concluded by inquiring if anything had occurred in her interview with Marie to excite suspicion of her mad design. The queen replied by relating in her turn all that had passed between them. The idea of madness could no longer exist. There was not the faintest hope that in a moment of frenzy she had spoken falsely. "And yet, was it not madness?" the king urged. "Thus publicly to avow a determined heresy, and expose herself to all the horrors of the Church's vengeance. Years of deception and fraud, she told thee, would be disclosed. Saint Francis, fraud enough. Who would have suspected the wife of Don Ferdinand Morales a Jewess? It was on this account he kept her so retired. How could he reconcile his conscience to a union with one of a race so abhorred, beautiful as she is? And where could he have found her? But this matters not. It is all wild conjecture, save the madness of the avowal. What cause could there have been for such self-sacrifice?" "There was a cause," replied the queen earnestly. "Cause enough to render life to her of little moment. Do not ask me my meaning, dearest Ferdinand. I would not do her such wrong as to breathe the suspicion that, spite of myself, spite of incomprehensible mystery, will come even to thee. Let us regret her secret is discovered. Let her but recover from the agony of these repeated trials, and, with the help of our holy fathers, we may yet turn her from her abhorred faith, and so render her happy in this world, and secure her salvation in the next." "The help of the holy fathers," repeated the king. "Nay, Isabella, their sole help will be to torture and burn. They will accuse her of insulting, by years of deceit, the holy faith of which she has appeared a member. Nay, perchance of using foul magic on Morales, whom the saints preserve, and then thou knowest what will follow." The queen shuddered. "Never with my consent, my husband. From the first moment I beheld this unfortunate, something attracted me towards her. Her misery deepened the feeling, and even now, knowing what she is, affection lingers. The Holy Virgin give me pardon if 'tis sin." "For such sin I will give thee absolution, dearest," replied the king, half jestingly, half earnestly. "Do not look so grave. No one knows or values thy sterling piety half so tenderly and reverentially as I do. But this is no common case. Were Marie one of those base and groveling wretches, those accursed unbelievers who taint our fair realm with their abhorred rites, think of nothing but gold and usury, and how best to cheat their fellows, hating us almost as intensely as we hate them, why should she abide by the fate she has drawn upon herself? But the wife of my noble Morales, one who has associated so long with zealous Catholics that she is already most probably one of us, and only avowed her descent from some mysterious cause. By Saint Francis, she shall be saved." "But how?" inquired Isabella anxiously. "Wouldst thou deny her faith to Father Francis and persuade him she has spoken falsely?" The king shook his head. "That will never do, Isabel. I have had the holy man closeted with me already, insisting on the sanity of her words and urging me to resign the unbeliever at once to the tender mercy of the Church. All must depend on thee." "On me?" repeated Isabella in a tone of surprised yet anxious inquiry. "On thee, love? Thy perfect humility is ignorant of the fact, yet it is nevertheless perfectly true, that thou art reverenced, well nigh canonized, by the Holy Church, and thy words will have weight when mine would be light as air. Refuse the Holy Fathers all access to her. Say she is unfitted to encounter them, that she is ill, nay, mad, if thou wilt. Bring forward the state in which she was born from the hall, her very laugh. By Saint Francis, it rings in my ears still. To confirm it, and they will believe thee. The present excitement will gradually subside, and her very existence be forgotten. Let none but the steadiest, most pious matrons have access to her. Forbid thy young maidens to approach or hold converse with her, and her being under thy protection can do harm to none. Let her be prisoner in her own apartments, and thou wilt, she deserves punishment for the deception practiced towards thee. Treat her as thou deemest best. Only give her not up to the mercy of the Church." "Talk not of it," replied the queen earnestly. "Unbeliever though she be, offspring of a race which every true Catholic must hold in abhorrence, she is yet a woman, Ferdinand, and as such demands and shall receive the protection of her queen. Yet would there were some means of saving her from the eternal perdition to which, as a Jewess, she is destined. Some method, without increase of suffering, to allure her as a penitent and unbelieving child to the bosom of our Holy Mother Church. And to do this, who so fitted as thyself, dearest Isabel? Answered the king with earnest affection. Thou hast able assistance in some of thy older matrons, and may after a while call in the aid of Father Denis, whose kindly nature is better fitted for gentle conversion than either Father Francis or thy still sterner chaplain Torquemada. Thy kindness has gained thee the love of this misguided one, and if anyone have sufficient influence to convert by other than sharp means, it can only be thyself. Isabella was not long undecided. Her heart felt that to turn Marie from blindness and perdition by kindness and affection would be indeed far more acceptable to the Virgin, her own peculiar saint, than the heretic's blood, and she answered with animation, Then so it shall be, Ferdinand. I fear me, alas, that there will be little reason to prevaricate, to deny all spiritual access to her. Thy report, combined with my terrified Catherine's, gives me but little hope for health or reason. But should she indeed recover, trust me, she shall be happy yet. Great was the astonishment of the guards as they beheld their sovereign fearlessly enter the chamber of a proclaimed Jewess, a word in their minds synonymous with the lowest, most degraded rank of being, and yet more to hear and perceive that she herself was administering relief. The attendants of Isabella, whose curiosity was now more than satisfied, for the tale had been repeated with the usual exaggerations, even to a belief that she had used the arts of sorcery on Morales, huddled together in groups, heaping every opprobrious epithet upon her, and accusing her of exposing them all to the horrors of purgatory by contaminating them with her presence. And as the sovereign reappeared in her saloon with the leech Benedicto, whose aid she had summoned, there were many who ventured to conjure her not to expose herself to such pollution as the tending of a Jewess, to leave her to the fate her fraud so merited. Even Catherine, finding to disbelieve the tale any longer was impossible, and awed and terrified at the mysterious words of her companions, which told of danger to her beloved mistress, flung herself on her knees before her, clasping her robe to detain her from again seeking the chamber of Marie. Then was the moment for a painter to have seized on the face and form of Isabella. Her eye flashed till its very color was indistinguishable, her lip curled. Every feature, usually so mild and feminine, was so transformed by indignation into majesty and unutterable scorn as scarcely to have been recognized. Her slight and graceful form dilated till the very boldest cowered before her, even before she spoke, for never had they so encountered her reproof. "Are ye women?" she said at length in the quiet, concentrated tone of strong emotion, "or are we deceived as to the meaning of your words? Pollution! Are we to see a young, unhappy being perish for want of sympathy and succor, because, forsooth, she is a Jewess? Danger to our soul! We should indeed fear it, did we leave her to die without one effort to restore health to the frame, and the peace of Christ to the mind. Has every spark of woman's nature faded from your hearts, that ye can speak thus? If for yourselves ye fear, tend her not, approach her not. We will ourselves give her the aid she needs. And as for thee," she continued, severely, as she forced the now trembling Catherine to stand upright before her, "whose energy to serve Marie we loved and applauded, child as thou art, must thou too speak of pollution? But example may have done this. Follow me, minion, and then talk of pollution if thou canst. And with a swift step Isabella led the way to the chamber of Marie. Behold, she said emphatically as she pointed to the unhappy sufferer, who, though restored to life, was still utterly unconscious where she was or who surrounded her. Her cheek and brow white and damp, her large eye lusterless and wandering, her lip and eyelid quivering convulsively, her whole appearance proving too painfully that reason had indeed for the time fled. The soul had been strong till the dread words were said, but the reaction had been too much for both frame and mind. Catherine, thou hast seen her in her beauty, the cherished, the beloved of all who knew her, seen her when no loveliness could mate with hers. Thou seest now the wreck that misery has made, though she has numbered but few more years than thou hast. Detest, abhor, avoid her faith, for that we command thee. But her sex, her sorrow, have a claim to sympathy and aid which not even her race can remove. Jewess though she be, if thou canst look on her thus, and still speak of pollution and danger, thou art not what we deemed thee. Struck to the heart alike by the marked display of a mistress she idolized, and the sympathy her better nature really felt for Marie, Catherine sunk on her knees by the couch and burst into tears. Isabella watched her till her unusual indignation subsided, and then said more kindly, "It is enough. Go, Catherine. If we judge thee rightly, thou wilt not easily forget this lesson. Again, I bid thee abhor her faith, but seek to win her to the right path by gentleness and love, not prejudice and hate." "Oh, let me tarry here and tend her, my gracious sovereign," implored Catherine, again clasping Isabella's robe and looking beseechingly in her face, but from a very different feeling to the prompter of the same action a few minutes before. "Oh, madam, do not send me from her. I will be so gentle, so active. Watch, tend, serve. Only say your Grace's bidding, and I will do it, if I stood by her alone." "My bidding would be but the promptings of thine own heart, my girl," replied the Queen, fondly, for she saw the desired impression had been made. "If I need thee, which I may do, I will call upon thee, but now thou canst do nothing but think kindly and judge mercifully. Important work indeed, if thou wouldst save an erring and unhappy fellow creature with heart as well as hand. But now go. Nay, not so sorrowfully. Thy momentary fault is forgiven," she added, kindly, as she extended her hand towards the evidently pained and penitent maiden, who raised it gratefully and reverentially to her lips and thoughtfully withdrew. It was not, however, with her attendants only this generous and high-minded princess had to contend. With them her example was enough, but the task was much more difficult when the following day, as King Ferdinand had anticipated, brought the stern sub-prior of St. Francis to demand, in the Church's name, the immediate surrender of Marie. But Isabella's decision, once formed, never wavered. Marie was under her protection, she said, an erring, indeed, but unhappy young creature, by her very confession had thrown herself on the mercy of her sovereign, and she would not deliver up the charge. In vain the prior urged the abomination of a Jewess residing under her very roof. The danger to her soul should she be tempted to associate with her, and that granting protection to an avowed and blaspheming unbeliever must expose her to the suspicions, or at least the censure of the Church. Isabella was inexorable. To his first and second clause she quietly answered as she had done to her own attendants. His third only produced a calm and fearless smile. She knew too well, as did the prior also, though for the time he chose to forget it, that her character for munificent and heartfelt piety was too well established, not only in Spain but throughout Europe, to be shaken even by the protection of a Jewess. Father Francis then solicited to see her, but even this point he could not gain. Isabella had, alas, no need to equivocate as to the reason of his non-admission to Marie. Reason had indeed returned, and with it the full sense of the dangers she had drawn upon herself, but neither frame nor mind was in a state to encounter such an interview as the prior demanded. The severity of Father Francis originated, as we have before remarked, neither in weak intellect nor selfish superstition. Towards himself, indeed, he never relented either in severity or discipline. Towards others, benevolence and humanity very often gained ascendancy, and something very like a tear glistened in his eye as Isabella forcibly portrayed the state in which Marie still remained. And when she concluded by frankly imparting her intention, if health were indeed restored, to leave no means untried, even to pursue some degree of severity, if nothing else would do, to wean her from her mistaken faith. He had not only abandoned his previous intentions, but commended and blessed the nobler purpose of his sovereign. To his request that Marie might be restrained from all intercourse with the younger members of Isabella's female court, in fact, associate with none but strict and uncompromising Catholics, the Queen readily acceded, and moreover granted him full permission to examine the mansion of Don Ferdinand Morales, that any books or articles of dangerous or heretical import might be discovered and destroyed. With these concessions, Father Francis left his sovereign, affected at her goodness and astonished at her influence on himself. He had entered her presence believing nothing could change the severity of his intentions or the harshness of his feelings. He left her with the one entirely renounced and the other utterly subdued. Such was the triumph over prejudice achieved by the lofty-minded and generous woman who swayed the scepter of Castile. And yet, though every history of the time unites in so portraying her, though her individual character was the noblest, the most magnanimous, the most complete union of masculine intellect with perfect womanhood ever traced on the pages of the past, though under her public administration her kingdom stood forth the noblest, the most refined, most generous, aye, and the freest alike in national position, as in individual sentiment, amongst all the nations of Europe. Isabella's was the fated hand to sign 2 edicts, whose consequences extinguished the luster, diminished the virtues, enslaved the sentiments, checked the commerce, and, in a word, deteriorated the whole character of Spain. For 14 days affairs remained the same. At the end of that period, the castle and city of Segovia were thrown anew into a state of the wildest excitement by a most mysterious occurrence. Marie had disappeared. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 22. Time passed slowly on, and no proof appeared to clear Arthur Stanley's fame. All that man's judgment could counsel was adopted. Secret measures were taken throughout Spain for the apprehension of any individual suspected of murder, or even of criminal deeds. Constant prayers were offered up that if Arthur Stanley were not the real murderer, proofs of his innocence might be made so evident that not even his greatest enemy could doubt any longer. But all seemed of no avail. Week after week passed, and with the exception of one most mysterious occurrence, affairs remained the same. So strong was the belief of the nobles in his innocence that the most strenuous exertions were made in his favor. But strong as Ferdinand's own wish was to save him, his love of justice was still stronger. Though the testimony of Don Luis might be set aside, calm deliberation on all evidence against him marked it as sufficiently strong to have sentenced any other so accused at once. The resolute determination to purge their kingdom from the black crimes of former years, which both sovereigns felt and unitedly acted upon, urged them to conquer every private wish and feeling, rather than depart from the line laid down. The usual dispensers of justice, the Santa Hermandad, men chosen by their brother citizens for their lucid judgment, clearness of perception, and utter absence of all overplus of chivalrous feeling in matters of cool, dispassionate reasoning, were unanimous in their belief of the prisoner's guilt, and only acquiesced in the month's reprieve because it was Isabella's wish. Against their verdict, what could be brought forward? In reality, nothing but the prisoner's own strongly attested innocence, an attestation most forcible in the minds of the sovereign and nobles, but of no weight whatever to men accustomed to weigh and examine and cross-examine and decide on proof, or at least from analogy, and never from an attestation which the greatest criminals might as forcibly make. The power and election of these men Ferdinand and Isabella had confirmed. How could they, then, interfere in the present case and shackle the judgment which they had endowed with authority, dispute and deny the sentence they had previously given permission to pronounce? Pardon they might, and restore to life and liberty, but the very act of pronouncing pardon supposed belief in and proclamation of guilt. There was but one thing which could save him and satisfy justice, and that was the sentence of not guilty. For this reason, Ferdinand refused every petition for Stanley's reprieve, hoping indeed, in spite of all reason, that even at the 11th hour evidence of his innocence would and must appear. Stanley himself had no such hope. All his better and higher nature had been called forth by the awful and mysterious death of Morales, dealt too by his own sword, that sword which, in his wild passions, he had actually prayed might shed his blood. The film of passion had dropped alike from mental and bodily vision. He beheld his irritated feelings in the true light, and knew himself in thought a murderer. He would have sacrificed life itself could he but have recalled the words of insult offered to one so noble, not for the danger to himself from their threatening nature, but for the injurious injustice done to the man from whom he had received 100 acts of little unobtrusive kindnesses, and whom he had once revered as the model of everything virtuous and noble. services which Morales had rendered him, felt gratefully perhaps at the time, but forgotten in the absorption of thought or press of occupation during his sojourn in Sicily, now rushed back upon him, marking him ingrate as well as dishonored. All that had happened he regarded as divine judgment on an unspoken, unacted, but not the less encouraged sin. The fact that his sword had done the deed convinced him that his destruction had been connived at, as well as that of Morales. A suspicion as to the designer, if not the actual doer of the deed, had indeed taken possession of him, but it was an idea so wild, so unfounded, that he dared not give it words. From the idea of death, and such a death, his whole soul indeed revolted, but to avert it seemed so utterly impossible that he bent his proud spirit unceasingly to its anticipation, and with the spiritual aid of the good and feeling Father Francis, in some degree succeeded. It was not the horror of his personal fate alone which bade him so shrink from death. Marie was free once more, nay, had from the moment of her dread avowal made he intuitively felt to save him, become if possible dearer, more passionately loved than before. And oh, how terrible is the anticipation of early death to those that love, the only trial which bids even the most truly spiritual, yet while on earth, still human heart forget that if earth is loved and lovely, heaven must be lovelier still. From Don Felix de Esteban, his friendly warder, he heard of Isabella's humane intentions towards her, that her senses had been restored, and she was, to all appearance, the same in health as she had been since her husband's death, only evidently suffering more, which might be easily accounted for from the changed position in which the knowledge of her unbelief had placed her with all the members of Isabella's court. That the only agitation she had evinced was when threatened with a visit from Father Francis, who, finding nothing in the mansion of Don Ferdinand Morales to confirm the truth of her confession, had declared his conviction that there must be some secret chamber destined for her especial use. As if shrinking from the interview he demanded, Marie had said to the Signora to whose care she had been entrusted, "He need not seek me to obtain this information. For my husband's sake alone I concealed the faith in which I glory. Let Father Francis remove a sliding panel beneath the tapestry behind the couch in my sleeping apartment, and he will find not only all he seeks, but the surest proof of my husband's care and tenderness for me, unbeliever though he might deem me." The discovery of this secret closet, Don Felix continued, had caused much marvel throughout the court, where Morales had found her, or how he could have reconciled his conscience not only to make her his wife, but permit her the free exercise of a religion, accursed in the sight both of God and man, under his own roof, were questions impossible to solve, or reconcile with the character of orthodox Catholicism he had so long borne. The examination had been conducted with the Church's usual secrecy, the volumes of heresy and unbelief. It did not signify that the word of God was amongst them, burnt. The silver lamps and other ornaments melted down to enrich, by an image of the Virgin, the Church of St. Francis, the recess itself purified with incense and sprinkled with holy water, the sign of the cross deeply burnt in the walls, and the panel which formed the secret entrance firmly fastened up, that its very existence should be forgotten. The matter, however, Don Felix added, was not publicly spoken of, as both the king and queen, in conjunction with the sub-prior, seemed to wish all that had passed in which Donna Marie was concerned should be gradually forgotten. Don Ferdinand's vast possessions had, in consequence of his widow being an unbeliever, and so having no power to inherit, reverted to the crown. But in case of Marie's conversion, of which Don Felix appeared to entertain little doubt, the greater part would be restored to her. Till then, Marie was kept in strict confinement in the palace, but all harsher measures Isabella had resolved to avoid. This intelligence relieved Stanley's mind of one painful dread. While it unconsciously increased his wish to live, Marie free, a Catholic, what would come between them then? Must she not love him? Else why seek to save him? And then the mystery darkened round her. A wild suspicion as to the real reason of her having wedded Ferdinand had flitted across his mind. But the words of Esteban, so minutely repeated, seemed to banish it entirely. They alluded but to her husband's forbearing tenderness, felt the more intensely from its being extended by a zealous Catholic to one of a race usually so contemned and hated. In vain he tried to reconcile the seeming inconsistency of her conduct. His thoughts only became the more confused and painful, till even the remembrance of her self-devotion lost its power to soothe or to allay them. When Don Felix again visited his prisoner, his countenance was so expressive of consternation that Stanley had scarcely power to ask what had occurred. Marie had disappeared from the castle so strangely and mysteriously that not a trace or clue could be discovered of her path. Consternation reigned within the palace. The king was full of wrath at the insult offered to his power. The queen even more grieved than angry. The guards stationed without the chamber had declared an oath that no one had passed them. The Senora Leon and Paz, who slept in the room adjoining, could tell nothing wherewith to explain the mystery. In the first paroxysm of alarm, they had declared the night had passed as usual, but on cooler reflection they remembered starting from their sleep with the impression of a smothered cry, which, having mingled with their dreams and not being repeated, they had believed mere fancy, and this faint sound was the only sign, the only trace that her departure was not a voluntary act. "Father Francis, the arm of the church!" gasped Stanley as Don Felix paused in his recital, astonished at the effect of his words on the prisoner, whose very respiration seemed impeded. "Father Francis has solemnly sworn," he replied, "that neither he nor any of his brethren had connived at an act of such especial disrespect to the sovereign power and of injustice towards the queen. Torquemada is still absent, or suspicion might rest on him. He is stern enough even for such a deed, but how could even he have withdrawn her from the castle without discovery?" "Can she not have departed voluntarily?" inquired Stanley with sudden hope. "The cry you mention may indeed have been but fancy. Is it not likely that fear as to her fate may have prompted her to seek safety in flight?" "Her Grace thinks not. Else some clue as to her path must ere this have been discovered. Besides, Escape was literally impossible without the aid of magic, which, however, her accursed race know well how to use. The guards must have seen her, had she passed her own threshold in any human form. The casement was untouched, remaining exactly as the Signora Leone secured it with her own hand the preceding evening, and even had she thence descended to the ground, she could have gone no further from the high and guarded walls. It may be magic. If so, and the devil hides himself in so fair a form, the saints preserve us, for we know not in whom next he will be hid. So spoke, gravely, seriously, undoubtingly, a wise and thoughtful Spanish nobleman of the 15th century, and so then thought the whole European world. Stanley scarcely heard the last words, for in his mind, however sorcery might be synonymous with Judaism, it certainly was not with Marie, and he could only realize the fact of the utter impossibility of a voluntary flight. Had the Queen seen her since the trial? He inquired. She had not, a fact which deepens her distress, for she fancies had Marie been nearer her person and aware of the full extent of her merciful intentions, this might have been averted. She believes that the smothered cry alluded to was really Donna Marie's. But, if so, what the dark power is which so trampled on the royal prerogative is plunged in as impenetrable mystery as everything else in which Donna Marie has been concerned. Even the same dark power which seeks my destruction and laid Morales low, replied Stanley, more as if thinking aloud than addressing his companion. And when the clue to one mystery is found, the rest will follow. Some fiend from hell is at work around us. Morales is gone, Marie has followed, and I shall be next, and then, perhaps, the demon's reign will end, and the saints of heaven triumph. Would to heaven a Jewess had never come amongst us, was the rejoinder. There is always evil in their train. And the blood rushed to Arthur's cheek, his hand involuntarily clenched, and his eye glanced defiance towards Don Felix, as if, even at such a moment, insult even in the thought towards Marie should not pass unquestioned. But he restrained himself, and the emotion was unnoticed. From that day, so engrossed were the thoughts of the prisoner with vain speculations as to the fate of Marie, that the fact of his own position remaining the same, and his hours of life waning fast, seemed actually unheeded. From Don Felix, in various visits, he heard that Marie was no longer publicly spoken of. The excitement occasioned alike by her avowal and disappearance was fast fading from the imagination of the populace. The public jousts and festivals intended to celebrate the visit of the sovereigns, but which Morales's death and the events ensuing had so painfully suspended, were recommencing, and men flocked to them, as glad to escape from the mourning and mystery which had held sway so long. And now only 3 days intervened ere the expiration of the given month, and each day did the sub-prior of St. Francis pass with the prisoner, exhorting, comforting, and strengthening him for the dread passage through which it was now too evident his soul must pass to eternity. It was with difficulty and pain that Stanley could even then so cease to think of Marie, as to prepare himself with fitting sobriety and humility for the fate impending. But the warm sympathy of Father Francis, whose fine feelings had never been blunted by a life of rigid seclusion, won him to listen and join in his prayers, and gradually weaning his thoughts from their earthly resting, raised them to that heaven which, if he truly repented of sin, the good Father assured him was fast opening for him. Under the inviolable seal of confession, Arthur acknowledged his deep and long-cherished love for Marie, his dislike to her husband, which naturally followed the discovery of her marriage, and the evil passions thence arising, but he never wavered in the reiteration of his innocence, adding that he reproached no man with his death. The sentence was just according to the appearances against him. Had he himself been amongst his judges, his own sentence would have been the same. Yet still he was innocent, and Father Francis so believed him that, after pronouncing absolution and blessing, he hastened from the prisoner to the king to implore a yet longer reprieve. But Ferdinand, though more moved by the prior's recital than he chose to display, remained firm. He had pledged his kingly word to the chief of the Santa Hermandad that the award of justice should not be waived without proof of innocence, and he could not draw back. One chance only he granted, urged to do so by an irresistible impulse, which how often comes we know not wherefore, till the event marks it as the whisper of some guardian angel, who has looked into the futurity concealment from us. The hour of the execution had been originally fixed for the 6th hour of the morning. It was postponed till noon. The morning dawned, and with its first beams came Father Francis to the prisoner. He found him calm and resigned. His last thought of earth was to commend Marie, if ever found, to the Holy Father's care, conjuring him to deal gently and mercifully with a spirit so broken, and lead her to the sole fountain of peace, by kindness, not by wrath, and tell her how faithfully he had loved her to the last. Much affected, Father Francis promised, even to protect, if possible, an unbeliever, and Stanley once more knelt in prayer, every earthly thought at rest. The last quarter bell had chimed, and ere it ceased, the step of Don Felix was heard in the passage, followed by the heavy tramp of the guard. The prior looked eagerly in the noble's countenance as he entered, hoping even there to read reprieve, but the stern yet sad solemnity on Don Felix's face betrayed the hope was vain. The hour had indeed come, and Arthur Stanley was led forth to death. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 23. Retrospection is not pleasant in a narrative, but if Marie has indeed excited any interest in our readers, they will forgive the necessity and look back a few weeks ere they again arrive at the eventful day with which our last chapter closed. All that Don Felix had reported concerning the widow of Morales was correct. The first stunning effects of her dread avowal were recovered. Sense was entirely restored. But the short-lived energy had gone. The trial to passively endure is far more terrible than that which is called upon to act and do. She soon discovered that, though nursed and treated with kindness, she was a prisoner in her own apartments. Wish to leave them she had none, and scarcely the physical strength. But to sit idly down under the pressure of a double dread, the prisoner's fate and her own sentence, to have no call for energy, not a being for whom to rouse herself and live, not one for whose sake she might forget herself, and win future happiness by present exertion. The past, one yearning memory for the husband who had so soothed and cherished her, when any other would have cast her from his heart as a worthless thing. The present fraught with thoughts she dared not think, and words she might not breathe. The very prayer for Stanley's safety checked. For what could he be to her? The future shrouded in a pall so dense she could not read a line of its dark page, for the torch of hope was extinguished, and it is only by her light we can look forward. Isabella's affection apparently lost forever. Was it marvel, energy, and hope had so departed, or that a deadening despondency seemed to crush her heart and sap the very springs of life? But in the midst of that dense gloom, one ray there was, feeble indeed at first, as if human suffering had deadened even that, but brightening and strengthening with every passing day. It was the sincerity of her faith, the dearer, more precious to its followers, from the scorn and condemnation in which it was held by man. The fact that the most Catholic kingdom of Spain was literally peopled with secret Jews brands this unhappy people with a degree of hypocrisy, in addition to the various other evil propensities with which they have been so plentifully charged. Nay, even amongst themselves in modern times, this charge has gained ascendancy. And the romance writer who would make use of this extraordinary truth to vividly picture the condition of the Spanish Jews is accused of vilifying the nation by reporting practices opposed to the upright dictates of the religion of the Lord. It is well to pronounce such judgment now, that the liberal position which we occupy in most lands would render it the height of dissimulation and hypocrisy to conceal our faith. But to judge correctly of the secret adherence to Judaism and public profession of Catholicism which characterized our ancestors in Spain, we must transport ourselves not only to the country, but to the time, and recall the awfully degraded, crushing, and stagnating position which acknowledged Judaism occupied over the whole known world. As early as 600, as soon, in fact, as the disputes and prosecutions of Arian against Catholic and Catholic against Arian had been checked by the whole of Spain being subdued and governed by the Catholic kings, intolerance began to work against the Jews, who had been settled in vast numbers in Spain since the reign of the Emperor Adrian. Some authorities assert still earlier. They were, therefore, nearly the original colonists of the country, and regarded it with almost as much attachment as they had felt toward Judea. When persecution began to work, 90,000 Jews were compelled to receive the sacrament of baptism, the bodies of the more obstinate tortured, and their fortunes confiscated. And yet, a remarkable instance of inconsistency. They were not permitted to leave Spain, and this species of persecution continued from 600 downwards. Once or twice edicts of expulsion were issued, but speedily recalled, the tyrants being unwilling to dismiss victims whom they delighted to torture, or deprive themselves of industrious slaves over whom they might exercise a lucrative oppression. And a statute was enacted, that the Jews who had been baptized should be constrained, for the honor of the Church, to persevere in the external practice of a religion which they inwardly disbelieved and detested. How, then, can compelled obedience to this statute be termed hypocrisy? Persecution, privation, tyranny may torture and destroy the body, but they cannot force the mind to the adoption of and beliefs in tenets from which the very treatment they commanded must urge it to revolt. Of the 90,000 Jews forcibly baptized by order of Sisebut and constrained to the external profession of Catholicism, not 10 in all probability became actually Christians. And yet, how would it have availed them to relapse into the public profession of the faith they so obeyed and loved in secret? To leave the country was utterly impossible. It is easy to talk now of such proceedings being their right course of acting, when every land is open to the departure and entrance of every creed, but it was widely different then, and even they could have quitted Spain. There was not a spot of ground in the whole European and Asiatic world where persecution, extortion, and banishment would not equally have been their doom. Constant relapses into external as well as internal Judaism there were, but they were but the signal for increased misery to the whole nation, and by degrees they ceased. It was from the forcible baptism of the 90,000 Hebrews by Sisebut that we may trace the origin of the secret Jews. From father to son, from mother to daughter, the solemn secret descended and gradually spread, still in its inviolable nature, through every rank and every profession, from the highest priest to the lowest friar, the general to the common soldier, the noble to the peasant, over the whole land. There were indeed some few in Spain, before the final edict of expulsion in 1492, who were Hebrews in external profession as well as internal observance, but their condition was so degraded, so scorned, so exposed to constant suffering, that it was not in human nature voluntarily to sink down to them, when by the mere continuance of external Catholicism, which from its universality, its long existence, and being in fact a rigidly enforced statute of the state, could not be regarded either as hypocrisy or sin, they could take their station amongst the very highest and noblest of the land, and rise to eminence and power in any profession, civil, military, or religious, which they might prefer. The subject is so full of philosophical inquiry that in the limits of a romance we cannot possibly do it justice. But to accuse the secret Jews of Spain of hypocrisy, of departing from the pure ordinances of their religion, because compelled to simulate Catholicism, is taking indeed but a one-handed, short-sighted view of an extensive and intensely interested topic. We may often hope for the present by considering the changes of the past, but to attempt to pronounce judgment on the sentiments of the past by reasoning of the present, when the mind is always advancing, is one of the weakest and idlest fallacies that ever entered the human breast. Digression as this is, it is necessary clearly to comprehend the situation in which Marie's avowal of her religion had placed her, and her reason for so carefully wording her information as to the existence of the secret closet, that no suspicion might attach itself to the religion of her husband. Her confession sent a shock which vibrated not only through Isabella's immediate court, but through every part of Spain. Suspicion once aroused, none knew where it might end or on whom fall. In her first impulse to save Arthur, she had only thought of what such confession might bring to herself individually, and that was comparatively easy to endure. But as the excitement ceased, as the dread truth dawned upon her that, if he must die at the expiration of the given month, her avowal had been utterly useless, the dread of its consequences to the numerous secret members of her faith appalled her, and caused the firm resolve under no circumstance to betray the religion of her husband. Him, indeed, it could not harm, but that one so high in rank, in influence, in favor with sovereigns and people, was only outwardly a Catholic, might have most fatal consequences on all his brethren. That he should have wedded a Jewess might excite surprise, but nothing more, and in the midst of her varied sufferings she could rejoice that all suspicion as to his race and faith had been averted. She felt thankful also at being kept so close a prisoner, for she dreaded the wrath of those whom her avowal might have unwittingly injured. Such an instance had never been known before, and she might justly tremble at the chastisement it might bring upon her even from her own people. As long as she was under Isabella's care, she was safe from this. All might feel the vibration, but none dared evince that they did, by the adoption of any measures against her, further than would be taken by the Catholics themselves. Knowing this, her sole prayer, her sole effort was to obtain mental strength, sufficient under every temptation, either from severity or kindness, to adhere unshrinkingly to the faith of her fathers, to cling yet closer to the love of the Father in heaven, and endeavor with all the lowly trust and fervid feelings of her nature to fill the yearning void within her woman's heart with his image, and so subdue every human love. It seemed to her vivid fancy as if all the misfortunes she had encountered sprung from her first sin, that of loving a Nazarene. Hers was not the age to make allowances for circumstances in contradistinction to actual deeds. Then, as unhappily, but too often now, all were suffering from a misplaced affection, sprung not from her fault, but from the mistaken kindness which exposed her to it without due warning of her danger. Educated with the strong belief that to love or wed beyond the pale of her own people was the greatest sin she could commit, short of actual apostasy, that impression, though not strong enough so to conquer human nature as to arm against love, returned with double force, as sorrow after sorrow gathered round her, and there were none beside her to whisper and strengthen with the blessed truth that God afflicts yet more in mercy than in wrath, and that his decrees, however fraught with human anguish, are but blessings in disguise, blessings sown indeed with tears on earth, to reap their deathless fruit in heaven. But though firmly believing all her suffering was deserved, aware that when she first loved Arthur, the rebel thought, "Why am I of a race so apart and hated?" had very frequently entered her heart, tempting her at times, with fearful violence, to give up all for her love of man. Yet Marie knew that the God of her fathers was a God of love, calling even upon the greatest sinner to return to him repentant and amending, and that even as a little child such should be forgiven. He had indeed proclaimed himself a jealous God, and would have no idol worship, were it by wood or stone, or, far more dangerous, of human love. And she prayed unceasingly for strength to return to him with an undivided heart, even if to do so demanded not only separation from Stanley, but a trial in her desolate position almost as severe, the loss of Isabella's confidence and love. Few words passed between Marie and her guardian. Their manner was kind and gentle, but intercourse between rigid Catholics and a proclaimed Jewess could not be otherwise than restrained. From the time that reason returned, the Queen had not visited her, doing actual violence to her own inclinations from the mistaken, but in that age, and to her character, natural dread that the affection and interest she felt towards Marie personally would lessen the sentiments of loathing and abhorrence with which it was her duty to regard her faith. Isabella had within herself all the qualifications of a martyr. Once impressed that it was a religious duty, she would do violence to her most cherished wishes, sacrifice her dearest desires, her best affections, resign her most eagerly pursued plans. Not without suffering indeed, but according to the mistaken tenets of her religion. The greater personal suffering, the more meritorious was the deed believed to be. This spirit would, had she lived in an age when the Catholic faith was the persecuted, not the persecutor, have led her a willing martyr to the stake. As it was, this same spirit led to the establishment of the Inquisition and expulsion of the Jews, deeds so awful in their consequences that the actual motive of the woman heart which prompted them is utterly forgotten and herself condemned. We must indeed deplore the mistaken tenets that could obtain such influence, deplore that man could so pervert the service of a God of love as to believe and inculcate that such things could be acceptable to him. But we should pause and ask if we ourselves had been influenced by such teaching, could we break from it ere we condemn? Isabella's own devoted spirit could so enter into the real reason of Marie's self-abnegation for Arthur's sake, that it impelled her to love her more, while at the very same time the knowledge of her being a Jewess, whom she had always been taught and believed must be accursed in the sight of God, and lost eternally unless brought to believe in Jesus, urged her entirely to conquer that affection, lest its indulgence should interfere with her resolution. If kindness failed, by severity to accomplish her conversion. She was too weak in health, and Isabella intuitively felt too terribly anxious as to young Stanley's fate to attempt anything till after the expiration of the month, and she passed that interval in endeavoring to calm down her own feelings towards her. So 15 days elapsed. On the evening of the 15th, Marie, feeling unusually exhausted, had sunk down without disrobing on her couch, and at length fell into a slumber so deep and calm that her guardians, fearing to disturb it, and aware that her dress was so loose and light it could not annoy her, retired softly to their own chambers without arousing her. How many hours this lethargic sleep lasted, Marie knew not, but it was at length broken by a dream of terror, and so unusually vivid that its impression lasted even through the terrible reality which it heralded. She beheld Arthur Stanley on the scaffold, about to receive the sentence of the law. The block, the axe, the executioner with his arms raised, and apparently already deluged in blood. The gaping crowds, all the fearful appurtenances of an execution were distinctly traced, and she thought she sprung towards Stanley, who clasped her in his arms, and the executioner, instead of endeavoring to part them, smiled grimly as rejoicing in having two victims instead of one. And as he smiled, the countenance seemed to change from being entirely unknown to the sneering features of the hated Don Luis Garcia. She seemed to cling yet closer to Stanley, and knelt with him to receive the blow. When at that moment the scaffold shook violently, as by the shock of an earthquake, a dark chasm yawned beneath their feet, in the center of which stood the spectral figure of her husband, his countenance ghastly and stern, and his arm upraised as beckoning her to join him. And then he spoke, but his voice sounded unlike his own. "Marie Enrique Morales, awake, arise, and follow." And with such extraordinary clearness did the words fall, that she started up in terror, believing that it must have been spoken by her side, and they were. They might have mingled with, perhaps even created her dream. She still lay on her couch, but it seemed to have sunk down through the very floor of the apartment she had occupied, and at its foot stood a figure who with upraised arm held before her a wooden cross. His cowl was closely drawn, and a black robe of the coarsest serge was secured round his waist by a hempen cord. Whether he had indeed spoken the words she had heard in her dream, Marie could not tell, for they were not repeated. She saw him approach her, and she felt his strong grasp lift her from the couch, which sprung up by the touch of some secret spring, to the place whence it had descended, and she heard no more. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 24. When Marie recovered consciousness, she found herself in a scene so strange, so terrific, that it appeared as if she must have been born many miles from Segovia. So utterly impossible did it seem that such awful orgies could be enacted within any short distance of the sovereign's palace or their subjects' homes. She stood in the center of a large vaulted subterranean hall, which, from the numerous arched entrances to diverse passages and smaller chambers that opened on every side, appeared to extend far and wide beneath the very bowels of the earth. It was lighted with torches, but so dimly that the gloom exaggerated the horrors which the partial light disclosed. Instruments of torture of any and every kind, the rack, the wheel, the screw, the cord, and fire. Groups of unearthly-looking figures, all clad in the coarse black serge and hempen belt. Some with their faces concealed by hideous masks, and others enveloped in cowls through which only the eyes could be distinguished. The figure of the cross upon the breast, and under that emblem of divine peace, inflicting such horrible tortures on their fellow men that the pen shrinks from their delineation. Nor was it the mere instruments of torture Marie beheld. She saw then, in actual use, She heard the shrieks and groans of the hapless victims, at times mingled with the brutal leers and jests of their fiendish tormentors. She seemed to take in at one view every species of torture that could be inflicted, every pain that could be endured, and yet comparatively but a few of the actual sufferers were visible. The shrillest sounds of agony came from the gloomy arches, in which no object could be distinguished. Whatever suffering meets the sight, it does not so exquisitely affect the brain as that which reaches it through the ear. At the former, the heart may bleed and turn sick, but at the latter, the brain seems for the moment wrought into frenzy. And even though personally in safety, it is scarcely possible to restrain the same sounds from bursting forth. How then must those shrill sounds of human agony have fallen on the hapless Marie, recognizing as she did, with the rapidity of thought, in the awful scene around her, the main hall of that mysterious and terrible tribunal, whose existence from her earliest infancy had been impressed upon her mind as a double incentive to guard the secret of her faith. That very inquisition from which her own grandfather, Julian Enrique, had fled, and in which the less fortunate grandfather of her slaughtered husband had been tortured and burnt. For a second, she stood mute and motionless as turned to stone. Then, pressing both hands tightly on her temples, she sunk down at the feet of her conductor and sought in words to beseech his mercy. But her white lips gave vent to no sound save a shriek so wild that it seemed for the moment to drown all other sorrows and startle even the human fiends around her. Her conductor himself started back, but quickly recovering, "Fool," he muttered as he rudely raised her, "I have no power to aid thee. Come before the superior, we must all obey. Ask him, implore him for mercy, not me." He bore her roughly to a recess, divided off at the upper end of the hall by a thick black drapery in which sat the Grand Inquisitor and his two colleagues. One or two familiars were behind them, and a secretary sat near a table covered with black cloth, and on which were several writing implements. All wore masks of black crape, so thick that not a feature could be discerned with sufficient clearness for recognition elsewhere. Yet one glance on the stern, motionless figure designated as the Grand Inquisitor sufficed to bid every drop of blood recede from the prisoner's heart with human terror, at the very same moment that it endowed the woman with such supernatural fortitude that her very form seemed to dilate, and her large eye and lovely mouth expressed, if it could be, in such a scene and such an hour, unutterable scorn. Antipathy, even as love, will pierce disguise, and that one glance lit up with almost bewildering light in the prisoner's mind link after link of what had before been impenetrable mystery. Her husband's discovery of her former love for Arthur, his murder, the suspicion thrown on Stanley, her own summons as witness against him, her present danger, all were traced to one individual, one still working and most guilty passion, which she, in her gentle purity and holy strength, had scorned. She could not be deceived. The mystery that surrounded him was solved, antipathy explained, and Marie's earthly fate lay in Don Luis Garcia's hands. The Grand Inquisitor read in that glance that he was known, and for a brief minute a strange and incomprehensible sensation thrilled through him. It could scarcely have been fear, when one gesture of his hand could destine that frail being to torture, imprisonment, and death. And yet never before in his whole life of wickedness had he experienced such a feeling as he did at that moment beneath a woman's holy gaze. Anger at himself for the sensation, momentary as it was, increased the virulence of other passions. But then was not the hour for their betrayal. In low, deep tones he commenced the mockery of a trial. That her avowal of her faith would elude torture by at once condemning her to the flames was disregarded. She was formally accused of blasphemy and heresy, and threatened with the severest vengeance of the Church, which she had reviled, but that this case of personal guilt would be mercifully laid aside for the present for still more important considerations. Was her late husband, they demanded, of the same blaspheming creed as herself? And a list of names, comprising some of the highest families of Spain, was read out and laid before her, with the stern command to affix a mark against all who, like herself, had relapsed into the foul heresy of their ancestors. To do this, or the torture should wring it from her. But the weakness of humanity had passed, and so calm, so collected, so firm was the prisoner's resolute refusal to answer either question that the familiar to whom she had clung for mercy looked at her with wonder. Again and again she was questioned. Instruments of torture were brought before her, one of the first and slightest used more to terrify than actually to torture, for that was not yet the Grand Inquisitor's design. And still she was firm, calm, unalterable in her resolution to refuse reply. And then Don Luis spoke of mercy, which was to consist of imprisonment in solitude and darkness, to allow time for reflection on her final answer. A concession, he said, in a tone far more terrifying to Marie than even the horrors around her, only granted in consideration of her age and sex. None opposed the sentence, and she was conducted to a close and narrow cell, in which no light could penetrate save through a narrow chink in the roof. How many days and nights thus passed the hapless prisoner could not have told, for there was nothing to mark the hours. Her food was delivered to her by means of a turnscrew in the wall, so that not even the sight of a fellow creature could disturb her solitude, or give her the faintest hope of exciting human pity. Her sole hope, her sole refuge, was in prayer, and oh, how blessed was the calm, the confidence it gave. So scanty was her allowance of food that more than once the thought crossed her whether or not death by famine would be her allotted doom, and human nature shuddered, but the spirit did not quail. Hour after hour passed. She knew not whether it was night or day when the gloom of her dungeon was suddenly illumined. She knew not at first how or whence, so noiseless was the entrance of the intruder, but gradually she traced the light to a small lamp held in the hand of a shrouded individual whom she recognized at once. There was one fearful thrill of mortal dread, one voiceless cry for strength from heaven. And Marie Morales stood before Don Luis, erect and calm, and firm as in her hour of pride. Garcia now attempted no concealment. His mask had been cast aside, and his features gleamed without any effort at hypocritical restraint in all the unholy passions of his soul. We will not pollute our pages with transcribing the fearful words of passions contending in their nature, yet united in their object, with which the pure ear of his prisoner was first assailed. Still lingering desire, yet hate, wrath, fury that she should dare still oppose and scorn and loathe him. Rage with himself that, strive as he might, even he was baffled by the angel purity around her. Longing to wreak upon her every torture that his hellish office gave him unchecked power to inflict, yet fearing that if he did so, death would release her ere his object was attained. All strove and raged within him, making his bosom a very hell from which there was no retreating, yet whose very flames incited deeper fury towards the being whom he believed their cause. And solitude, darkness, privation, have they so little availed that thou wilt tempt far fiercer suffering? He at length demanded, struggling to veil his fury in a quiet, concentrated tone. Thou hast but neared the threshold of the tortures which one look, one gesture of my hand can gather round thee, tortures which the strongest sinew, the firmest mind have been unable to sustain. How will that weakened frame endure? It can but die, replied the prisoner, as noble and better ones have done before me. Die, repeated Garcia, and he laughed mockingly. Thinkest thou we know our trade so little that such release can baffle us? I tell thee, pain of itself has never yet had power to kill, and we have learned the measure of endurance in the human form so well that we have never yet been checked by death ere our ends were gained. And so will it be with thee. Boldly as now thou speakest, thou hast but tasted pain. Better the sharpest torture than thy hated presence, calmly rejoined Marie. My soul thou canst not touch. Soul? Has a Jewess a soul? Nay, by my faith thou talkest bravely, and thou hadst best be mine, and so share my salvation. There's none for such as thee. Man, burst indignantly from the prisoner, share thy salvation? Great God of Israel, that men like these have power to persecute thy children for their faith, and do it in thy name, and speak of mercy? Thou hast but given me another incentive for endurance, she continued more calmly, addressing her tormentor. If salvation be denied to us and granted thee, I would refuse it with my dying breath. Such faith is not of God. I came not hither to enter on such idle quibbles, was the rejoinder. It matters not to me what thou art after death, but before it mine thou shalt be. What hinders me at this very moment from working my will upon thee? Who will hear thy cry, or hearing will approach thee? These walls have heard too many sounds of human agony to bear thy voice to those who could have mercy. Tempt me not by thy scorn too far. What holds me from thee now? What holds thee from me? God," replied the prisoner in a tone of such thrilling, such supernatural energy, that Garcia actually started as if some other voice than hers had spoken, and she saw him glance fearfully round. "Thou darest not touch me, I villain, blackest and basest as thou art. Thou darest not do it. The God thine acts, yet more than thy words, blaspheme, withholds thee, and thou knowest it." "I defy him," were the awful words that answered her, and Don Luis sprang forward. "Back!" exclaimed the heroic girl. "Advance one step nearer, and thy vengeance, even as thy passion, will alike be foiled, and may God forgive the deed I do." She shook down the beautiful tresses of her long, luxuriant hair, and parting them with both hands around her delicate throat, stood calmly waiting in Don Luis's movements the signal for her own destruction. "Fool," he muttered, as involuntarily he fell back, awed, in spite of his every effort to the contrary, at a firmness as unexpected as it was unwavering. "Fool, thou knowest not the power it is thy idle pleasure to defy. Thou wilt learn it all too soon, and then in vain regret thy scorn of my proffer now. Thou hast added tenfold to my wild yearning for revenge on thy former scorn, tenfold, aye, twice tenfold to thy own tortures. Yet once more I bid thee pause and choose. Fools there are who dare all personal physical torment, and yet shrink and quail before the thought of death for a beloved one. Idiots, who for others sacrifice themselves. Perchance thou wilt be one of them. Listen and tremble, or sacrifice and save. When, in thy haughty pride and zenith of thy power, thou didst scorn me, and bidding me, with galling contempt, go from thy presence as if I were a loathsome reptile, unworthy even of thy tread, I bade thee beware, and to myself swore vengeance. And knowest thou how that vengeance was accomplished? Who led thy doting husband where he might hear thine own lips proclaim thy falsity? Who poisoned the chalice of life, which had been so sweet ere it was dashed from his lips by death? Who commanded the murderer's blow and the weapon with which it was accomplished? Who laid the charge of his murder on the foreign minion, and brought thee in evidence against him? Who but I, even I? And if I have done all this, thinkest thou to elude my further vengeance? I tell thee, if thou refusest the grace I proffer, Arthur Stanley dies. Accept it, and he lives. "And not at such a price would Arthur Stanley wish to live," replied Marie calmly. "He would spurn existence purchased thus. Aye, perchance, if he knew it. But be it as thou wilt, he shall know thou couldst have saved him and refused." "And thinkest thou he will believe thee? As little as I believed him my husband's murderer. How little knowest thou the trust of love. He will not die," she continued emphatically. "His innocence shall save him. Thy crime be known." "I," replied Garcia with a sneering laugh, "give thyself wings as a bird, and still stone walls will encircle thee. Dwindle into thin air, and gain the outer world, and tell thy tale, and charge Don Luis Garcia with the deed, and who will believe thee? Thinkest thou I would have boasted of my triumphant vengeance to aught who could betray me? Why, my very tool, the willing minister of my vengeance, who slew Morales merely because I bade him, might not live, lest he should be tempted to betray me. I slew him with my own hand. What sayest thou now? Shall Stanley live if I say let him die?" There was no reply, but he looked in vain for any diminution in the undaunted resolution which still sustained her. "I go," he continued after a pause. "Yet once more I charge thee, choose. Accept the terms I proffer. Be mine, and thou art saved from all further torture thyself, and Stanley lives. Refuse, and the English minion dies. And when thou and I next meet, it will be where tortures and executioners wait but my nod to inflict such suffering that thou wilt die 1,000 deaths in every pang. And, Jewess, unbeliever as thou art, who will dare believe it more than public justice, or accuse me of other than the zeal which the resvice of Christ demands? Choose, and quickly. Wilt thou accept my proffers and be mine? Thou must at last. What avails this idle folly of tempting torture first? Thou mayest kill my body, but thou canst not pollute my soul, was the instant reply, and its tones were unchanged. And as for Stanley, his life or death is not in thine hands. But if it were, I could not, nay, thus I would not, save him. I reject thy proffers as I scorned thyself. Now leave me. I have chosen." Don Luis did not reply, but Marie beheld his cheek grow livid, and the foam actually gather on his lip. But the calm and holy gaze she had fixed upon him as he spoke quailed not, nor changed. The invisible door of her cell closed with a deep, sullen sound, as if her tormentor had thus in some measure given vent to the unutterable fury shaking his soul to its center, and Marie was alone. She stood for many, many minutes in the fearful dread of his return, and then she raised her hand to her brow, and her lip blanched and quivered, and with a long, gasping breath, she sunk down upon the cold floor, all the heroine lost in an agonized burst of tears. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 25. Too soon did Marie realize the power of Don Luis to exercise his threatened vengeance. 2 days after that terrible interview, she was again dragged to the Hall of Judgment. The same questions were proposed as before, whether or not she would denounce the secret followers of her own creed and confess her late husband's real belief, and the same firm answers given. We shrink in loathing from the delineation of horrible tortures applied to that frail and gentle being. Shrink, for we know that such things actually have been, and women, young, lovely, inoffensive as Marie Morales, have endured the same exquisite agony for the same iniquitous purpose. In public, charged to denounce innocent fellow beings or suffer. In private, in those dark and fearful cells, exposed to all the horror and terror of such persecutions as we have faintly endeavored to describe. It is no picture of the imagination, delighting to dwell on horrors. Would that it were. Its parallel will be found again and again repeated in the annals not of the Inquisition alone, but of every European state where the Romanists held sway. But Marie's prayer for superhuman strength had been heard. No cry, scarcely a groan, escaped her. She saw Don Luis at her side, She heard his hissing whisper that there was yet time to retract and be released, but she deigned him no reply whatever. It was not his purpose to try her endurance to the utmost in the first, second, or third trial, though so enraged at her calmness as scarcely to be able to restrain it even before his colleagues, and with difficulty controlling his fiendish desire to increase the torture to its utmost at once. He remanded her to her dungeon till his further pleasure should be known. She had fainted under the intolerable pain, and lay for many successive hours, too exhausted even to raise to her parched lips the pitcher of water lying near her. And even the gradual cessation of suffering, the sensation of returning power, brought with them the agonized thought that they did but herald increased and increasing torture. One night, she knew not how long after she had been remanded to her cell, but, counting by her suffering, it felt many weary nights and days, into a sleep or trance which transported her to her early home in the Vale of Cedars. Her mother seemed again to stand before her, and she thought, as she had heard her caressing voice and met the glance of her dove-like eyes, she laid her head on her bosom as she was wont to do in her happy childhood, and peace seemed to sink into her heart so blessedly, so deeply, that the very fever of her brain departed. A voice aroused her with a start. It was so like her mother's that the dream seemed lingering still. "Marie, my beloved one," murmured a voice, and a breath fanned her cheek, as if someone was leaning over her. She unclosed her eyes. The words, the voice still so kept up the illusion, though the tones were deeper than a woman's, that even the hated dress of a familiar of the Inquisition could not create alarm. "Hast thou forgotten me, my child? But it matters not now. Say only thou wilt trust me, and safety lies before us. The fiends hold not their hellish court tonight, and the arch-fiend himself is far distant. On a sudden summons from the king, which, though the Grand Inquisitor might scorn, Don Luis will obey. Wilt come with me, my child?" "Aye, anywhere." That voice could not deceive, but 'tis all vain, she continued, the first accents of awakened hope lost in despondency. "I cannot rise." "It needs not. Do thou hold the lantern, Marie. Utter not a word. Check even thy breath, and the God of thy fathers shall save thee yet." He raised her gently in his arms, and the hope of liberty, of rescue from Don Luis, gave her strength to grasp the light to guide them. She could not trace their way, but she felt they left the dungeon and traversed many long, damp, and narrow passages, seemingly excavated in the solid earth. All was silent and dark as the tomb. Now and then her guide paused, as if to listen, but there was no sound. He knew well the secret paths he trod. The rapid motion, even the sudden change, almost deprived Marie of consciousness. She was only sensible, by a sudden change from the close, damp passages to the free breezes of the night, that she was in the open air, and apparently a much freer path, that still her guide pressed swiftly onwards, apparently scarcely feeling her light weight, that after a lengthened interval she was laid tenderly on a soft, luxurious couch, at least so it seemed, compared with the cold floor of her cell, that the blessed words of thanksgiving that she was safe broke from that strangely familiar voice, and she asked no more, seemed even to wish no more, so completely was all physical power prostrated. She lay calm and still, conscious only that she was saved. Her guide himself for some time disturbed her not, but after changing his dress and preparing a draught of cooling herbs, he knelt down, raised her head on his knee with almost woman's tenderness, and, holding the draught to her lips, said gently, "Drink, beloved child of my sainted sister. There is life and health in the draught." Hastily swallowing it, Marie gazed wildly in his face. The habiliments of the familiar had been changed for those of a Benedictine monk, his cowl thrown back, and the now well-remembered countenance of her uncle Julian was beaming over her. In an instant, the arm she could still use was thrown around him, and her head buried in his bosom, every pulse throbbing with the inexpressible joy of finding, when most desolate, one relative to love and save her still. Julian left not his work of healing and of security incomplete. Gradually he decreased by the constant application of linen bathed in some cooling fluid. The scorching fire, which still seemed to burn within the maimed and shriveled limb, parted the thick masses of disheveled hair from her burning temples, and bathed them with some cooling and reviving essence, gently removed the sable robes, and replaced them with the dress of a young novice which he had provided, concealed her hair beneath the white linen hood, and then, administering a potion which he knew would produce deep and refreshing sleep, and so effectually calm the fevered nerves, she sunk down on the soft moss and heath which formed her couch, and slept calmly and sweetly as an infant for many hours. Julian Morales had entered Segovia in his monkish garb, as was frequently his custom on the evening of the trial. The excitement of the whole city naturally called forth his queries as to its cause, and the information imparted, the murder of Don Ferdinand, and incomprehensible avowal of Judaism on the part of his niece, demanded a powerful exercise of self-control to prevent, by the betrayal of unusual grief and horror, his near relationship to both parties. Hovering about the palace, he heard of Isabella's merciful intentions towards Marie, and, feeling that his presence might only agitate, and could in nothing avail her, he resolved on leaving the city without seeing her, when her mysterious disappearance excited all Segovia anew. Julian Morales, alone, perhaps amidst hundreds in his own mind, solved the mystery at once. Well, did he know the existence of the secret inquisition? As we narrated in one of our early chapters, the fate of his father had so fixed itself upon his mind that he had bound himself by a secret though solemn oath, as his avenger, to accomplish this fully. He had actually spent 10 years of his life as familiar in the Inquisition. The fate of Don Luis' predecessor had been plunged in the deepest mystery. Some whispered his death was by a subtle poison, others that his murder had sought him in the dead of night, and instead of treacherously dealing the blow, had awakened him, and bade him confess his crimes, one especially, and acknowledge that if the mandate of the eternal, quote, "Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed," unquote, were still to govern man, his death was but an act of justice which might not be eluded. Whether these whispered rumors had to do with Julian Morales or not, we leave to the judgment of our readers. Suffice it that not only was his vow accomplished, but during his 10 years' residence in these subterranean halls, he naturally became familiarized with all their secret passages and invisible means of egress and ingress, not only to the apparently private homes of inoffensive citizens, but into the wild tracts of country scattered round. By one of these he had, in fact, effected his own escape, and in the mild and benevolent Benedictine monk, known alike to the cities and solitudes of Spain, none would have recognized the former familiar of the Inquisition, and still less have imagined him the being which in reality he was, a faithful and believing Jew. To him, then, it was easy to connect the disappearance of Marie with the existence of the Holy Office, even though he was entirely ignorant of Garcia's ulterior designs. In an agony of apprehension, he resolved on saving her if possible, even while he trembled at the delay which must necessarily ensue ere he could arrange and execute his plans, more especially as it was dangerous to associate a second person in their accomplishment. With all his haste and skill, he was not in time to save her from the barbarity of her misnamed judges. His very soul was wrung as he stood amongst the familiars, a silent witness of her sufferings. But to interfere was impossible. One thing, however, was favorable. He knew she would not be again disturbed till a sufficient time had elapsed for the recovery of such strength as would enable her to endure further torture, and he had, therefore, some time before him for their flight. Her voluntary avowal of her faith, aware, too, as she was of the existence of the Inquisition, had indeed perplexed the good uncle greatly, but she was in no state, even when partially recovered from physical weakness, to enter into explanations then. He saw she was unhappy, and the loss of her husband might well account for it. To the rumors which had reached him in Segovia as to the suppositions of the real cause of Stanley's enmity to Morales and Marie's self-sacrifice, he would not even listen, so completely without foundation did they seem. The second evening after their escape, they left the cave to pursue their journey. Father Ambrose, for so, now he has resumed his monkish garb, we must term Julian, had provided a mule for the novice's use, and thus they leisurely traversed the desolate and mountainous tract forming the boundaries of the provinces now termed Old and New Castile. Neither uncle nor niece spoke of their destined goal. Marie intuitively felt she was proceeding to the Vale of Cedars, the only place of safety now for her, but so engrossed was her mind with the vain thought how to save Arthur, that for herself she could not frame a wish. The second evening of their journey, they entered a small, straggling village, so completely buried in mountains that its existence was unknown save to its own rustic inhabitants. The appearance of a monk evidently caused an unusual excitement, which was speedily explained. The chief of the villagers approached Father Ambrose, and, addressing him with the greatest respect, entreated him to follow him to his house, where, he said, lay a man at the point of death, who had, from the time he became aware of his dangerous position, as incessantly called for a priest to shrive him from some deadly sin. He had been found, the villager continued, in a deep pit, sunk in a solitary glen halfway to Segovia, with every appearance of attempted murder, which being supposed complete, the assassins had thrown him into the pit to conceal their deed. But, chancing to hear his groans as he passed, he had rescued him, and hoped to have cured his wounds. For 3 weeks they seemed to progress favorably, but then fever, occurring, he thought, from great restlessness of mind, had rapidly increased, and, after 10 days of fearful struggle between life and death, mortification had ensued, and hope could exist no longer. At first, Perez added, he seemed to shrink from the idea of priestly aid, only harping on one theme, to get strength enough to reach Segovia and speak to the king. They had thought him mad, but humored him, but now he was almost furious in his wild cries for a priest, not only to shrive him, but bear his message to the king. They had tried to gratify him, but their distance from any town or monastery had prevented it, and they now, therefore, hailed Father Ambrose almost as sent from heaven to save a sinner by absolution ere he died. This tale was told as the monk and novice hastened with Perez to his house. The poor inhabitants thronged his path to crave a blessing and proffer every attention their simple means afforded. Fearing for Marie, Julian's only care was for the supposed novice, and, therefore, Perez, at his request, eagerly led him to a large and comfortable chamber, far removed from the bustle of the house, and left him to repose. But repose was not at that moment possible, even though her slightly returning strength was exhausted from the fatigue of a long day's travel. Fruit and cakes were before her, but though her mouth was parched and dry, she turned from them in loathing, and interminable seemed the space till Father Ambrose returned. Ere he spoke, he carefully closed and secured the door, and exclaimed in a low, cautious tone, "My child, this is indeed the finger of a righteous God, blessed be his name. The unhappy man to whose dying bed they brought me is the murderer of my husband," interposed Marie, in a tone of almost unnatural calmness. "I knew it from the first moment Perez spoke. We have but to think of one thing now. Stanley is innocent and must be saved." "And shall be, if possible, my child. But there are fearful difficulties in the way. The unhappy man conjures me not to leave him, and is in such a horrible state of mental and bodily agony that I fear if I do, he will commit some act of violence on himself, and so render his evidence of no avail. We are not much above 60 miles from Segovia, but the roads are cross and rugged, so that it will need steadiness and speed and instant audience of the king." "But time, have we time?" reiterated Marie. "Say, but there is time, and every other difficulty shall be smoothed." "There is full time. The execution is not till the 2nd day after tomorrow. Nay, my child," he added, observing her look of doubting bewilderment, "suffering makes the hours seem longer than they are. Fear not for time, but counsel me whom to send. Who amongst these poor ignorant rustics will ever reach the king, or, failing him, the chief Hermano, and make his tale so sufficiently clear as to release the prisoner, and send messengers here with the necessary speed to take down this man's confession? He cannot linger 2 days more. Would that I could go myself, but I can leave neither him nor thee." "And it needs not," was the firm reply. "Father, I myself will do thy errand. There must be no delay, no chance of hesitation in its accomplishment. Ah, do not look upon me as if my words were wild and vain. Were there other means, I would not speak them, but he must be saved. And again, at the sacrifice of thy safety, perchance thy life? Marie, Marie, what hold has this young stranger upon thee, that thou shouldst twice so peril thyself? Thy life is dearer to me than his. I cannot grant thy boon." "Nay, but thou must. Listen to me, my second father. If Stanley dies, his blood is on my head." And struggling with strong emotion, she poured forth her whole tale. "And thou lovest him still, him a Nazarene? Thou, child, wife of an unsustained race? And is it for this thy zeal to save him?" ejaculated Julian, retreating several paces from her. "Can it be? I would save him because he is innocent, because he has borne more than enough for me. For aught else thou wrongest me, Father. He will never be to me more than he is now." It was impossible to resist the tone of mournful reproach in which these simple words were said. Julian pressed her to his bosom, bade God bless her, and promised, if indeed there were no other means, her plan should be adopted. Objection after objection, indeed, he brought forward, but all were overruled. She pledged herself to retain her disguise and to return with Perez without hesitation and accompany her uncle to the Vale as intended. But that she should start at once, he positively refused. How could she hope to accomplish her journey without at least 2 hours' repose? It was then late in the evening. At 6 the next morning all should be ready for her journey, and there would be still more than 24 hours before her. Marie tried to be content, but the horrible dread of being too late did not leave her for a moment. Even in sleep, and inexpressibly thankful was she when the morning dawned. Julian's provident care had been active while she slept. Perez, flattered at the trust reposed in him, had offered himself to accompany the young novice to Segovia, and at the appointed hour he was ready, mounted himself, and leading a strong, docile palfrey for Brother Ernest's use. He knew an hostelry, he said, about 20 miles from the city, where their steeds could be changed, and promised by 2 hours after noon, the very latest, the novice should be with the king. It could be done in less time, he said, but his reverence had told him the poor boy was unusually delicate, and had, moreover, lost the use of his left arm, and he thought, as there was so much time before them, it was needless to exhaust his strength before his errand was done. Julian expressed his entire satisfaction, gave them his blessing, and they were rapidly out of sight. Once or twice they halted to give their horses rest and refresh themselves, but so absorbed were the senses of Marie that she was unconscious of fatigue. Every mile they traversed seemed bearing a heavy load from her chest and enabling her to breathe more freely, while the fresh breeze and exciting exercise seemed actually to revive her. It wanted rather more than an hour for noon when they reached the hostelry mentioned by Perez. 2 fleet and beautiful horses were speedily provided for them, bread and fruit partaken, and Perez, ready mounted, was tasting the stirrup cup, when his friend demanded, "Is it to Segovia ye are bound?" "Yes, man, on an important errand, charged by his reverence, Father Ambrose himself." "His reverence should have sent you 2 hours earlier, and you would have been in time for one of the finest sights seen since Isabella, God bless her, began to reign. They were common enough a few years back. What sight, and why am I not in time? Now, art thou not the veriest rustic to be so entirely ignorant of the world's doing? Why, today is the solemn execution of the young foreigner whom they believe to have murdered Don Ferdinand Morales. The saints preserve him. He is so brave a fellow, they say, that had it not been for this confounded hostelry, I would have made an effort to be present. I love to see how a brave man meets death. It was to have been 2 hours after daybreak this morning, but Juan here tells me it was postponed till noon. The king—" He was proceeding when he was startled by a sharp cry, and Perez, hastily turning, caught the novice as he was in the act of falling from his horse. In an instant, however, he recovered, and exclaiming in a thrilling tone of excitement, "Father Ambrose said life or death hung upon our speed and promptness. He knew not the short interval allowed us. This young foreigner is innocent. The real murderer is discovered. On, for mercy, or we shall be too late." Gave his horse the rein, and the animal started off at full speed. Perez was at his side in an instant, leaving his friend open-mouthed with astonishment, and retailing the marvelous news in 20 different quarters in as many seconds. Not a word was spoken, not a moment did the fiery chargers halt in their headlong way. On they went, on over wide moors and craggy steeps, on through the rushing torrent and the precipitous glen, on through the forest and the plain, with the same unwavering pace. Repeatedly did Marie's brain reel, and her heart grow sick, and her limbs lose all power either to guide or feel, but she neither spoke nor flagged. Convulsively she grasped the reins and closed her eyes as the voice and hand of her companion urged their steeds swifter and yet swifter on. An exclamation from Perez roused her. The turrets of Segovia were visible in the distance, glittering in the brilliant sun, but her bloodshot eye turned with sickening earnestness more towards the latter object than the former. It had not yet attained its full meridian. A quarter of an hour, perhaps 20 minutes, was still before them, but the strength of their horses was flagging. Foam covered their glossy hides. Their nostrils were distended. They breathed hard and frequently snorted, the short, quick sound of coming powerlessness. Their steady pace wavered. Their heads drooped, but still, urged on by Perez's encouraging voice, they exerted themselves to the utmost, at times darting several paces suddenly forward, then stumbling heavily on. The cold dew stood on Marie's brow, and every pulse seemed stilled. They passed the outer gates. They stood on the brow of a hill, commanding a view of the whole city. The castle seemed but a stone's throw from them, but the sound of muffled drums and other martial instruments were borne towards them on the air. Multitudes were thronging in one direction, The Calle Soledad seemed one mass of human heads, save where the scaffold raised its frightful sign above them. Soldiers were advancing, forming a thin, glittering line through the crowds. In their center stood the prisoner. On again dashed the chargers. Scarcely 100 yards separated them from the palace gate. Wildly, Marie glanced back once more. There were figures on the scaffold, and at that moment, born in the stillness more loudly, more heavily than usual, or at least so it seemed to her tortured senses, the huge bell of the castle chimed the hour noon. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 26. In his private closet, far removed from the excitements stirring without, King Ferdinand was sitting on the morning appointed for Stanley's execution. Several maps and plans were before him, over which he appeared intently engaged. But every now and then his brow rested on his hand, and his eyes wandered from their object. Isabella was at work in a recess of the window near him, conversing on his warlike plans, and entering warmly into all his measures, as he roused himself to speak of them, or silent when she saw him sunk in thought. The history of the period dwells with admiration on the domestic happiness of Ferdinand and Isabella, and most refreshingly do such annals stand forth amid the rude and stormy scenes, both in public and private life, most usual to that age. Isabella's real influence on the far less lofty and more crafty Ferdinand was so silent, so unobtrusive, that its extent was never known, either to himself or to her people, till after her death, when, in Ferdinand's rapid deterioration from the nobler qualities of earlier years, it was traced too clearly, and occasioned her loss to be mourned yet more than at the moment of her death. The hour of noon chimed, and Ferdinand, with unusual emotion, pushed the papers from him. "There goes the knell of as brave and true a heart as ever beat," he said. "If he be innocent, as I believe him, may heaven forgive his murderer. Hark! What is that?" he continued hurriedly, as the last chime ceased to vibrate, and striding to the door of his cabinet, he flung it open and listened intently. "Someone seeks the king. Follow me, Isabel. By St. Francis, we may save him yet," he exclaimed, and rapidly treading the numerous passages, in less than a minute he stood within the hall. "Who wills speech of Ferdinand?" he demanded. "Let him step forth at once and do his errand." "I seek thee, King of Spain," was the instant answer, and a young lad, in the white garb of a Benedictine novice, staggered forward. "Arthur Stanley is innocent. The real murderer is discovered. He lies at the point of death, 60 miles hence. Send. Take his confession, but do not wait for that. Fly, or it is too late. I see it. The axe is raised, is flashing in the sun. Oh, stop it ere it falls." And with the wild effort to loose the grasp of an old soldier who more supported than detained him, his exhausted strength gave way, and they laid him, white, stiff, and speechless, on a settled near. With his first word, however, Ferdinand had turned to a trusty soldier and bade him fly to stop the work of death. And the man needed not a second bidding. He darted from the hall, flew through the castle yard, repeated the words to the first individual he met, by whom it was repeated to another, and by him again, on, till it reached the crowds around the scaffold, where it spread like wildfire from mouth to mouth, reaching the ear of Don Felix, even before his eye caught the rapidly advancing soldier, whom he recognized at once as one of the sovereign's private guards. Impelling him with an almost instinctive movement to catch the unpraised arm of the executioner at the very instant he was about to strike. "Wherefore this delay, Don Felix? It is but a cruel mercy," sternly inquired the chief Hermano, whose office had led him also to the scaffold. "Behold and listen! Praised be the holy saints, he is saved," was the rapid reply, as the voice of the soldier close by the foot of the scaffold was distinguished, bidding them, "Hold, hold! The king commands it. He is innocent. The real murderer is discovered." And then followed a shout so loud, so exulting, that it seemed to have burst from those assembled hundreds at the same instant. The prisoner heard it, indeed, but to his bewildered senses, taking the place as it did of the expected blow, it was so utterly meaningless that he neither moved nor spoke. And even Don Felix's friendly voice charging him, "Up, Stanley, up, man, thou art saved, thine innocence made known," failed to convince him of the truth. He rose from his knees, but his limbs shook, and his face, which had changed neither hue nor expression when he had knelt for the fatal blow, was colorless as marble. He laid his trembling hand on Father Francis's arm and tried to speak, but he could not utter a sound. "'Tis true, my beloved son, thy sinful thoughts have been sufficiently chastised, and the mercy of heaven publicly revealed. Our prayers have not been said in vain. Thine innocence is known, the guilty one discovered." To doubt those solemn accents was impossible, and though the effort was mighty to prevent it, nature would have sway, and Stanley laid his head on the prior's arm and burst into tears. And the wild shout that again awoke seemed to clarion forth a thrilling denial to the charge of weakness, which on such openly demonstrated emotions, some hearts, dead to the voice of nature, might have pronounced. King Ferdinand had not been idle while this exciting scene was enacting, questioning briefly but distinctly the villager who had accompanied the novice, the latter still remaining in a state of exhaustion, precluding all inquiries from him. Perez, however, could only repeat the lad's words when informed that the execution of Senor Stanley was to take place that day. Father Ambrose had merely told him that he, Perez, had rendered a most important service to more than one individual by his compassionate care of the dying man, whose desire to communicate with the king was no idle raving. He had also charged him to take particular care of the young novice, who was ailing and weakly, that the emergency of the present case alone had compelled him to send the lad to Segovia, as his dress and ability might gain him a quicker admission to the king or queen than the rude appearance and uncouth dialect of his companion. The father had also requested him to urge the officers whom the king might send to take the dying man's confession to travel at their utmost speed, for he thought death was approaching fast. With his usual rapidity of thought and decision, Ferdinand's orders were given, and so quickly obeyed that even before the arrival of the sub-prior and Don Felix, with the released prisoner, a band of men headed by Don Alonso and 2 of the chief officers of the Santa Hermandad, had already started for the village. The king still retained Perez, not only to reward him liberally, but that his tale might be repeated to the proper authorities, and compared with that of the novice, as soon as he had sufficiently recovered to give it. The entrance of Stanley effectually prevented his giving more than a pitying glance towards the poor boy, who had been raised on one of the benches, surrounded by the soldiers, who were doing all their rude kindness suggested to revive him. Isabella had followed her husband into the hall and been a quiet but penetrative observer of all that followed. She had started as the voice of the novice met her ear, and made a few hasty steps forward, but then checked herself, and quietly watched the proceedings of the soldiers. Perceiving how wholly ineffectual their efforts appeared, she advanced towards them. With the most reverential affection, the men made way for her. They had been so accustomed to see her on the battlefield, tending the wounded and the dying, soothing their anguish and removing their cares. Aye, and more than once doing the same kindly office in their rude and lowly homes, that her appearance and gentle tending of the boy excited no surprise whatever. She motioned them all back, apparently to allow a free current of air, in reality to prevent them from adopting her own suspicions. She did not remove the somewhat unusually tightly secured hood, but for her, one glance on that white and chiseled face was sufficient. Her skill was at length successful, and with the first symptom of returning animation, she left him to the soldiers and joined the throng around the king. But her eye, which from long use appeared literally endowed with power to take in every desired object, however separated at one glance, still watched him as he painfully endeavored to rise, and threw one searching glance towards the principal group. His eye rested a full minute on the prisoner, with an expression which Isabella alone, perhaps of all in that hall, could read. A momentary crimson flushed his cheek, and then his face was bowed in his spread hands, and his slight frame shook with the fervor of the thanksgiving which his whole soul outpoured. Perceiving that the lad had recovered his senses, Perez referred all the eager questioners to him, feeling so bewildered at the marvelous transformation of himself, in his own opinion, from an ignorant rustic who had never seen the interior of a town, to the permitted companion of his sovereign and his nobles, and even of Isabella, and he received from her lips a few words of kindly commendation, that it was almost an effort to speak, and he longed to rush back to his village and astound them all, and still more, triumph over his friend the hostelry keeper, who, lord it as he might, had never been so honored. "Come hither, boy," said Ferdinand kindly, and the novice slowly and with evident reluctance obeyed. "We could almost wish thy tastes had pointed elsewhere than the church, that our acknowledgments of thy exertions in our service might be more substantial than mere thanks. However, thy patron saint shall not want a grateful offering. Nay, our presence is surely not so terrible that thou shouldst tremble thus, poor child. Hast thou aught more to communicate? Aught for our private ear, or that of her highness our consort? If not, we will not exhaust thy little strength by useless questions." In a tone so low and faltering that Ferdinand was obliged to bend down his head to hear, the novice replied that if messengers had been dispatched to the village, his errand was sufficiently accomplished. Father Ambrose had merely charged him to say that the real murderer had himself confessed his crime, and that the sin had been incited by such a horrible train of secret guilt that all particulars were deferred till they could be imparted to the authorities of justice, and by them to the sovereigns themselves. For himself, he only asked permission to return to the village with Perez, and rejoin his guardian, Father Ambrose, as soon as his grace would please to dismiss him. "Thou must not, shalt not return without my poor thanks, my young preserver," exclaimed Stanley with emotion. "Had it not been for exertions which have well nigh exhausted thee, exertions as gratuitous as noble, for what am I to thee? My honor might have been saved indeed, but my life would have paid a felon's forfeit. Would that I could serve thee. Thou shouldst not find me ungrateful. Give me thy hand at least, as pledge that shouldst thou ever need me, if not for thyself, for others, thou wilt seek me without scruple." The boy laid his hand on Stanley's without hesitation, but without speaking. He merely raised his heavy eyes a moment to his face, and vainly did Stanley endeavor to account for the thrill which shot through his heart so suddenly as almost to take away his breath as he felt the soft touch of that little hand and met that momentary glance. Who has not felt the extraordinary power of a tone, a look, a touch, which, quote, "touching the electric chain wherewith we were darkly bound," unquote, fills the heart and mind with irresistible impulses, engrossing thoughts, and startling memories, all defined and united, and yet lasting for so brief a moment that we are scarcely able to realize their existence ere they are gone, and so completely that we perplex ourselves again and again with the vain effort to recall their subject or their meaning. And so it was with Stanley. The thrill passed, and he could not even trace its origin or flitting thought. He only saw a Benedictine novice before him. He only felt regret that there was no apparent means with which he could evince his gratitude. On Father Francis offering to take charge of the boy till his strength was sufficiently renovated to permit his safe return to the village, Isabella spoke for the first time. "Reverend Father, we will ourselves take charge of this poor child. There are some questions we would fain inquire, ere we can permit his return to his guardian. If satisfactorily answered, a munificent gift to his patron saint shall demonstrate how deeply we feel the exertions he has made, and if we can serve him better than merely allowing his return to his monastery, trust me, we shall not fail. Follow me, youth," she continued, as the sub-prior and the king, though surprised at her words, acquiesced. The novice shrunk back and clung to the side of Perez, as if most unwilling to comply, but neither the command nor the look with which it was enforced could be disobeyed, and slowly and falteringly he followed Isabella from the hall. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 27. Not a word passed between them until they had reached Isabella's private cabinet, and even then the queen, though she seated herself and signed to the boy to stand before her, as desirous of addressing him, asked not a question, but fixed her penetrating eyes on his pallid features, with a look in which severity was very evidently struggling with commiseration and regard. To attempt to retain disguise was useless. Marie flung aside the shrouding hood and, sinking down at the Queen's feet, buried her face in her robe and murmured in strong emotion, "Gracious sovereign, mercy!" "Again, wouldst thou deceive, again impose upon me, Marie? What am I to think of conduct mysterious as thine? Wherefore fly from my protection, reject with ingratitude the kindness I would have proffered, mistrust the interest which thou hast already proved, and then return as now? I promised forgiveness and continuation of regard if the truth were revealed and mystery banished, and darker than ever has thy conduct drawn the veil around thee. What urged thy flight, and wherefore this disguise? Speak out, and truthfully. We will be tampered with no longer." But Marie vainly tried to obey. Her brain was burning. The rapid ride, the sudden transition from the sickening horror of being too late to the assurance of Stanley's safety, the thought that she had indeed parted from him forever, and now Isabella's evident anger when her woman heart turned to her as a child's to its mother's, yearning for that gentle sympathy which at such a moment could alone have soothed. Words seemed choked within her, and the effort to speak produced only sobs. Isabella's eyes filled with tears. "Speak," she said more gently. "Marie, say only why thou didst fly me, when I had given no evidence that the boon thou didst implore me to grant had become, by thy strange confession, null and void. What urged thy flight?" "Not my own will. Oh no, no, gracious sovereign. I would have remained a contented prisoner with thee, but they bore me away to such scenes and sounds of horror that their very memory burns my brain. Oh, madam, do with me what thou wilt, but condemn me not to return to that fearful place again. Death, death itself, aye, even such a death as Arthur has escaped, were mercy in its stead." "Of what speakest thou, Marie? Who could have dared bear thee from our protection without thine own free will? Thy mind has been overwrought and is bewildered still. We have been harsh, perchance, to urge thee to speak now. Repose, May." "Repose? Oh no, no. Let me remain with thee," she sobbed, as forgetful of either state or form, her head sunk on Isabella's knee. "He has borne me from your Highness's power once. He can, he may, I know he will again. Oh, save me from him. It was not because of my faith he bore me there, and tempted and tortured, and laughed at my agony. He taunted me with his power to wreak the vengeance of a baffled passion upon me. For as a Jewess, who would protect me? O mighty sovereign, send me not from thy presence. Don Luis will take me from thy very roof again." "Don Luis?" repeated Isabella, more and more convinced that Marie's sufferings had injured her brain. "What power can he have? So secret and so terrible. Marie, thou ravest." "Do I rave?" replied the unhappy girl, raising her right hand to her throbbing brow. "It may be so. Perhaps it has all been a dream, a wild and fearful dream, and I am awakened from it now, and yet how can it be? How came my arm thus if it had not been reality, horrible, agonizing reality?" And as she spoke, she removed the covering from her left arm. Painfully, Isabella started. The beautiful limb hung powerless from wrist to shoulder, a dry and scorched and shriveled bone. And couldst thou think thy sovereign would ordain or even permit such suffering? She exclaimed, after a moment's pause, passing her arm fondly round Marie, whom she had raised from the ground to a cushion by her side. My poor unhappy child, what is this dark mystery? Who could have dared to injure thee, and call it justice, zeal, religion, perchance? Mother of mercy, pardon the profanation of the word. Try and collect thy thoughts, and tell me all. Who has dared thus insult our power? Don Luis, repeated Marie, clinging like an infant to the queen, and shuddering with terror at the very recollection of a power which she had faced so calmly. Oh, save me from him! Torture itself I could bear, but not his words. Don Luis, reiterated the astonished queen. What has he to do with torture? Who is he? What is he, my poor child, that his very name should thus appall thee? He may indeed have dared to speak insulting words, but what power has he thus fearfully to wreak his vengeance? Who is he? What is he? Repeated Marie, looking with surprise in the queen's pitying face. Does not your highness know? And yet how shouldst thou? His very office is as secret as his own black nature. Has your highness never heard men whisper of a secret inquisition, hiding itself even in thy domains? Oh, my sovereign, it was there they dragged me. Her voice sunk to a low shuddering whisper. And he was Grand Master there. He, even Don Luis. And he will bear me there again. Oh, save me from those fearful sounds, those horrid sights. They glare before me now. And I will save thee, my child, aye, and root out these midnight horrors from my kingdom, exclaimed Isabella, indignation flashing in her eye and flushing on her cheek. Once we have been insulted, once deceived, but never to us can such occur a second time. Fearfully shall this deed of infamy recoil upon its perpetrators. Tremble not thus, my poor girl. No one shall injure thee. No one can touch thee, for we are warned, and this fearful tale shall be sifted to the bottom. Child of a reprobate faith and outcast race as thou art, thinkest thou that even to thee Isabella would permit injury and injustice? If we love thee too well, may we be forgiven, but cared for thou shalt be, aye, so cared for, that there shall be joy on earth and in heaven for thee yet. At another moment, those words would have been understood in their real meaning, but Marie could then only feel the consoling conviction of security and love. It was not merely personal kindness which had so bound her to her sovereign. It was the unacknowledged but felt conviction that Isabella had penetrated her secret feelings with regard to Arthur Stanley, and yet not a syllable of this had ever passed the queen's lips. Oh, true sympathy seldom needs expression for its full consolation to be given and received. The heart recognizes intuitively a kindred heart, and turns to it in its sorrow or its joy, conscious of finding in it repose from itself. But only a woman can give to woman this perfect sympathy, for the deepest recesses, the hidden sources of anguish in the female heart, no man can read. Engrossed as Isabella was by the mysterious information imparted by Marie, and definitely yet forcibly confirmed by her, then unusual knowledge of the past history of Spain, She was more easily satisfied with Marie's hurried and hesitating account of her escape than she might otherwise have been. To proclaim her relationship with Father Ambrose was ruin to him at once. He had been one, she said with truth, who had received great obligations from her family, and had vowed to return them whenever it should be in his power so to do. He had, therefore, made the exertion to save her, and was about taking her to her childhood's home on the frontiers of Castile, the only place, it appeared to him, sufficiently secret to conceal her from Don Luis's 1,000 spies. But that on the providential discovery of the real murderer, and the seeming impossibility of ever seeing the king himself in time, she paused. "Could he send thee on such a rapid errand, my child, and suffering thus?" gently inquired Isabella. "No, gracious madam," was the unhesitating rejoinder, though a burning flush mounted to her very temples. "It was my own voluntary choice. It was my unhappy fate to have been the actual cause of his arraignment. It was but my duty to save him if I could." "And thou wouldst have returned with Perez had we not penetrated thy disguise?" "Yes, gracious sovereign." And the flush faded into paleness, ashy as before. But the tone was calm and firm. The queen looked at her intently, but made no further observation, and speedily summoning her before trusted attendants, placed the widow of Morales once more in their charge, imparted to them as much of Marie's tale as she deemed requisite, and the consequent necessity for her return to the queen's care. Nay, her very existence was to be kept secret from all save those to whom she herself should choose to impart it. Gratified by her confidence, they were eager to obey, and so skilfully did they enter into her wishes that their very companions suspected not the identity of the prisoner in whom they were told their sovereign was so much interested. Curiosity might have been busy with very many, but their vague conjectures fell far short of the truth. Catherine Paz was the only one of Isabella's younger maidens to whom the real fact was imparted. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 28. The indignation excited in the queen's mind against Don Luis was destined very speedily to be increased. Ferdinand had had time to become half angry and quite impatient ere his messenger dispatched to the village returned. Stanley had been released, was regarded by all as innocent, but this was literally only from a peasant's word, and the half-broken intelligence of an exhausted boy. He wanted proof, and a vague dread would take possession of him that his fate was but temporarily suspended. At an early hour the next day, however, Don Alonso returned, and Ferdinand's impatient anger was averted when he found the delay had been occasioned by their determination to convey the dying man to Segovia, and the caution necessary for its accomplishment. The hermanos had already noted down his confession, but it was so fraught with extended and dangerous consequences that they felt they dared not act on their responsibility. All suppressing measures must proceed from the sovereigns themselves. Perez was again summoned, and at once swore to the identity of the dying man as the individual he had rescued from a deep pit in a lonely mountain pass about 20 miles from his village, and the man, whose eagerness to speak was evident, though his voice was so faint as scarcely to be intelligible, commenced his dark and terrible tale. The indignation of the sovereign and of those whom he had chosen to be present was excited to the utmost, mingled with horror as the mysterious fates of many a loved companion were thus so fearfully solved. But none felt the recital with the same intensity of emotion as the sub-prior, who, with head bowed upon his breast and hands tightly clenched, knelt beside the penitent. It was not indignation, it was not horror, but agony of spirit that a religion which he loved better than himself, whose purity and honor he would have so jealously guarded that he would have sacrificed life itself for its service, should have been made the cover for such unutterable villainy. Few imagined the deeds of painful mortification and bodily penance which in his solitude the sub-prior afterwards inflicted on himself, as if his individual sufferings should atone for the guilt of his brethren, and turn from them the wrath of an avenging God. Horrible as were the details imparted, incomprehensible as it seemed that so extended and well-organized a power should exist so secretly throughout Spain as to hide itself even from the sovereigns and ministers of justice themselves. Yet none doubted what they heard. Sovereign and nobles well knew that the Inquisition had been established both in Castile and Aragon centuries before, and that the annals of those kingdoms, though mentioning the resistance of the people against this awful power, had been silent as to its entire extirpation. In the first part of his narrative, the man had spoken shrinkingly and fearfully, as if still in dread of vengeance on his betrayal. But his voice became bolder when he confessed his own share in the late atrocious crime. Accustomed by the strictest and most rigid training to obey as familiars the will of their superiors without question, to be mere mindless and feelingless tools to whom death itself was awarded if by word or hint or even sign they dared evince themselves to be as other men. He had, at the command of the Grand Inquisitor, deeply drugged Signor Stanley's evening draught, and while under its potent influence had purloined his sword, waylaid Don Ferdinand in the Calle Soledad, effectually done the deed, and aware that it would be many hours ere the English signor could rouse himself from the stupefying effects of the draught, had intended returning to his chamber, still more effectually to throw on him the suspicion of the murder. It happened, however, that it was the first time that he had ever been chosen by his superiors as their tool for actual murder, and the magnitude of the crime, from the greatness of and universal love borne towards the victim, had so appalled him that, combined with the raging storm and pitchy darkness, he had felt utterly bewildered. Not well acquainted with Segovia, he had found himself, after more than an hour's wandering, instead of, as he expected, again near the signor's lodging, at the self-same spot whence he had started, and close by the body of his victim. The sight horrified and bewildered him yet more, and he crept behind a low wall, resolved on remaining there till the tempest had at least partially subsided, and then fulfill the remainder of his instructions, knowing that to fail in any one point would be the signal of his own destruction. Fortune, however, so far favored him as to send the young English seigneur to the very spot, and there was, therefore, no occasion for his further interference. He tarried till he had seen Stanley's arrest, and had heard the loud execration of all proclaiming him the murderer, and then returned to his employers. The education of the familiars had so far failed with him that, though aware of its danger, thoughts would enter his mind as to how Don Ferdinand Morales could have offended the dread power which he served, and why the foreign seigneur should be thus implicated in the deed. He hoped to have concealed these doubts, but from the issue he imagined that some unguarded word spoken to a companion must have betrayed him. He was chosen by the Grand Inquisitor as his companion on some secret expedition 2 days after the trial, unsuspicious of the danger awaiting him, till the desolate scene on which they unexpectedly entered flashed terror on his mind. His superior had there paused, told him that, from the evidence of Beta, the servant girl, it was quite evident he had disobeyed part of the instructions given, or his return to Arthur's lodgings would have been heard by her as well as his departure, and thus at once have implicated the Englishman as the real murderer. That though chance had thrown equal suspicion on him, it did not remove his disobedience, and so he was doomed to death, and the blow instantaneously given felled him insensible to the ground. When he recovered his senses, he found himself lying in a deep pit, where he had evidently been thrown as dead. The wounds and contusions received in the fall, as far as he could recollect, by producing a most excruciating sense of pain, roused him from temporary insensibility, and he was convinced he heard his murderer's voice, though he could not see him, exclaim distinctly, as if he were leaning over the mouth of the pit, "There goes my last doubt. Other men might call it their last fear, but I know not the word. 3 victims for the possession of one, and who will now dare to brand me? I had slain that faltering craven without his disobedience. He dared to think upon his deed." Almost insensible from agony as he was, these words had impressed themselves indelibly, causing the burning desire to live and be revenged, and the opportune succors of the villager Perez, with a party of woodmen, the completely hidden sight of the village to which he had been conveyed, and the, at first, favorable healing of his wounds, appeared to give him every hope of its accomplishment. He had resolved on communicating his tale to none save to Ferdinand himself, or to the chief Hermano, under strict promise to reveal it to the sovereign. But his intense anxiety had evidently prevented the attainment of his desire, by producing fever, and thence arose his wild and almost maniac cravings to make confession, and bind some holy monk by a solemn vow to convey it to the king. It was not till the conclusion of this momentous narration that the king permitted any questions to be asked, and those he then demanded were so concise and clear that but few words were needed in which to couch the reply. Quote, "And the designer of this hellish plot, the real murderer, through thy hand of one brave friend, and almost of another, is the same who has murdered thee?" Unquote. He inquired after learning the exact sites of these mysterious halls. information which caused some of the bravest hearts to shudder from their close vicinity. The man answered at once in the affirmative. And he dares assume in this illegal tribunal the rank of Grand Inquisitor? Aye, gracious liege. And his name, that by which he is known to man, speak. And as thy true confession may be the means of bringing a very fiend to justice, so may thy share in his deeds be pardoned. An indescribable expression passed over the fast, stiffening features of the dying. He half raised himself, and laying his clammy hand on Ferdinand's robe, whispered in clear and thrilling tones, "Bend low, my liege. Even at this moment I dare not speak it aloud. But, oh, beware of those who affect superior sanctity to their fellows. There is one who in the sunshine stands forth wisest and purest and strictest, and at midnight rules arch-fiend. Men call him Don Luis Garcia. He is Don Ferdinand's murderer. He sought Senor Stanley's death and mine, but instead of a victim he has found an accuser. His web has coiled round himself. Flee him, avoid him as ye would a walking pestilence or visible demon. Minister as he may be of our Holy Father the Pope, he is a villain. His death alone can bring safety to Spain. Ha! What is this? Mother of mercy, save me. The cross, absolution, the flames of hell. Father, bid them avaunt. I, a true confession." The words were lost in a fearful gurgling sound, and the convulsion which ensued was so terrible that some of the very bravest involuntarily turned away. But Stanley, who had listened to the tale with emotions too varied and intense for speech, now sprung forward wildly, exclaiming, "3 victims for one! Where is that one? Speak! Speak in mercy! Oh God, he dies and says no word!" The eyes of the dying man glared on him, but there was no meaning in their gaze. They rolled in their sockets, glazed, and in another minute all was stiff in death. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 29. A private council immediately followed the confession received, but though it continued many hours, no active measures could at once be decided upon. Secret and illegal according to Spanish laws as this tribunal was, it was yet an instrument of the Pope, acknowledging his supremacy alone, and in consequence always receiving his protection. Civil justice, it appeared, could not reach those who were protected by the head of the Church. But Ferdinand's mind was far too capacious to admit this plea. Rooted out of his dominions in its present form at least, he resolved it should be, and Isabella confirmed the resolve. Not only was its secret existence fraught with the most awful crimes and injustice, regarded generally, but it was derogatory and insulting to that sovereign power which Ferdinand and Isabella had both determined on rendering supreme. Father Francis, whose usual energy of thought and counsel appeared completely annihilated from the fearful tale he had heard, strenuously urged the sovereigns to wait the arrival of Torquemada, the Queen's confessor, who was now every hour expected, and whose sterner and more experienced mind would give them better counsel. To this both sovereigns agreed, but one measure they adopted at once. As Grand Inquisitor, the principal actor in this atrocious drama might be the servant of and solely answerable to the Pope. As Don Luis Garcia, he was subject to Ferdinand and Isabella, and as such amenable to the laws of Spain. A schedule was therefore drawn up, stating that whereas the man commonly known as Don Luis Garcia had been convicted of many atrocious and capital crimes, and amongst the gravest, of having instigated and commanded the murder of Don Ferdinand Morales, and done to death his own tool, the real committer of the deed, that Arthur Stanley might be charged with and executed for the same. The sovereigns of Spain called upon their loving subjects, of every rank and every degree, in all and every part of the realm, to unite in endeavoring to discover and deliver up the said Don Luis Garcia to the rigor of the law. An enormous reward was offered for delivering him alive into the hands of justice, and half the sum should he have resisted to the death. The proclamation was made by sound of trumpet in various parts of Segovia, and copies sent with all possible speed to every city, town, and even village over Spain. A correct description of his person accompanied the schedule, and every possible measure was adopted that could tend to his apprehension. So strong was the popular feeling against him that every class, almost every individual, felt it a personal duty to assist in this case the course of justice. He had deceived all men, and all men in consequence leagued themselves against him. So secretly, and yet so judiciously, were the plans for his seizure carried on, and so universal the popular ferment, that it appeared marvelous how he could have escaped, and yet weeks merged into months, and though the measures of the Santa Hermandad in no way relaxed, Don Luis was still at large and effectually concealed. We may here state at once, though it carries us much in advance of our present scene, that Father Francis resolved at all costs to purge the Church of Spain from this most unholy member, and authorized by the sovereigns, made a voluntary pilgrimage to the court of St. Peter's, obtained an audience with the Pope, laid the case before him, and besought the penalty of excommunication to be fulminated against the hypocrite who had dared to use, as cover for most atrocious villainy, the pure and sacred ordinances of the Church. Alexander VI, himself a worker of such awful crimes that he was little capable of entering into the pure and elevated character of the sub-prior, heard him calmly, smiled sneeringly, and then informed him he was too late. The worthy and zealous servant of Rome, known to men as Don Luis Garcia, had been before him, made confession of certain passions as exciting, erring deeds, to which all men are liable, had done penance, received absolution, and was in a fair way of rising to the highest eminence in the Church. Father Francis remonstrated, urged, dared to speak bolder truths than had ever before reached the papal ear, but all without effect, and this truly good and spiritual man returned to Spain stricken to the dust. He reported the failure of his mission, heard with bowed head and aching soul the natural indignation of Ferdinand, and the quieter, but to him still more expressive sorrow at this fearful abuse of her holy religion, of Isabella, and then, with an earnestness impossible to be resisted, conjured the royal permission to retire entirely from all interferences in public life. He could not, he said, support the weight of shame which, falling on his church, had affected him individually. Vain were the royal solicitations, vain the love of the people, vain the entreaties of the abbot and brethren of his convent. He resigned the office of sub-prior, relinquished every religious and secular honor, and buried himself in the most impenetrable solitude, fraught with austerity and mortification, personal penance, and yet devoted to such extraordinary acquirements that, though for long years his very existence was well nigh forgotten, when next he burst upon the astonished eyes of the world, it was no longer as Father Francis, the sub-prior of a Franciscan monastery, a good and benevolent monk, but as a learned priest, the sagacious statesman, the skilful general, aye, and gallant warrior, the great and good Cardinal Ximenes. To wait the arrival of Torquemada, the sovereigns and their council unanimously resolved. It was but a very brief delay, and would permit a more effectual extermination of the secret office than could be decided upon by the laity alone. Ere the day closed, and in presence of the sovereigns, of all the nobles, officers of the state, the Santa Hermandad, and principal citizens, Arthur Stanley was formally pronounced innocent of the crime with which he had been charged. The golden spurs, which had been ignominiously hacked from his heels, were replaced by the aged Duke of Mercia, knighthood again bestowed by the king, and Isabella's own hand, with winning courtesy, presented him a sword, whose real Toledo blade and richly jeweled hilt should replace the valued weapon, the loss of which it had caused him such unmerited suffering and shame. May it be used for us as faithfully and nobly as its predecessor, were Isabella's concluding words, and its associations, Senor Stanley, be naught but those of joy. The young man's cheek burned, but there was a deep shadow on his countenance, which neither the honors he received nor his own urgent efforts had power to remove. He looked wistfully after the sovereigns as they quitted the church, then, with an irresistible impulse, broke from the throng with whom he had been endeavoring to join in animated converse, and, suddenly kneeling before Isabella, exclaimed in low, agitated tones, She may still be in the villain's power. O my liege, wait not for Torquemada's arrival and leave her to die. He will wreak his full vengeance upon her. Trust me for her safety, my young friend. Measures have been already taken to secure it, was Isabella's instant reply, in a tone so full of sympathy that Arthur caught her robe and pressed it to his lips. She smiled kindly and passed on, still accompanied by Ferdinand, not a little astonished at her words, and still more so when Marie's whole tale was imparted to him. On retiring to rest that night, his thoughts still engrossed with vain speculations as to the destined fate of Marie, Arthur, half unconsciously, unsheathed Isabella's magnificent gift, to judge of the temper of the blade, and as he did so, a scroll which had been twisted round the steel fell to the ground. He raised it with hasty curiosity, but his heart throbbed as he recognized the handwriting of the Queen, and deciphered the following words: "To Senor Stanley, in secrecy and confidence these. The eye of love is said to pierce through all disguises. In this instance it has proved less discriminative than woman's sympathy and woman's penetration. She, in whom we believe Senor Stanley interested, and to whose exertions he owes the publication of his innocence in time to save life as well as honor, is safe and under the protection of her Queen. Let this suffice for present peace, and speak of it to none. Isabella." Arthur's first impulse was to press the precious letter to his lips, and gaze upon it till every letter seemed transferred from the paper to his heart. His next was to sit down on the nearest seat and bury his face in his hands, actually bewildered by the flash of light which with those brief words came. Disguise, exertion, could it be possible? Nay, it must be. The soft touch of that little hand, the speaking look of those lovely eyes, again thrilled through his very soul, and he knew their meaning now. Mysterious, bewildering as it was, the novice, the poor, exhausted seeming boy was Marie. Again, he owed his life to her, and the wild yearning to gaze on her again, to clasp her to his bosom, to pour forth his gratitude, to soothe and shield, became so painfully intense as almost to banish the joy which her rescue from danger ought to have occasioned. Had it not been for her refusal to bear witness again, not even the month's grace would have been allowed him. He would have been executed at once. She had saved him then, she had saved him now, and his heart so swelled he knew not how to contain its fullness, how to calm it down, to wait till the Queen's pleasure should be known. But hope sprung up to give him comfort. Isabella would accomplish her intention of conversion. Marie could never resist her, and then, oh, she would be all his own, and life shine for both the brighter, for its former tempest clouds. Meanwhile, he had such sweet thoughts, such lovely images to rest on. He owed his life, his honor to her, and he thought that it was his devoted gratitude which so deepened love. How sweet is such illusion! How refreshingly soothing to be grateful when the object of that gratitude has been and is still the dear object of our love. How often we deceive ourselves and imagine we are experiencing the strongest emotions of gratitude when, had an indifferent person conferred the same benefit, we might feel it indeed, but it would give more pain than pleasure, and be an obligation so heavy that we should never rest till in some measure at least it was returned. How contrary the impression of benefits from those we love! Never before had the appearance of the Queen's confessor, the stern and, some said, cruel Torquemada, been hailed with such excitement. He was speedily informed of the late transactions, and his counsel most earnestly demanded by both sovereigns. He required some days to deliberate. He said so momentous and important was the affair, and when he did reply, his counsel was entirely opposed to what many hoped and Ferdinand expected. Indignant as he declared himself to be at the abuses in religion, he yet put a strong and most decided negative on the royal proposition of utterly exterminating this unlawful tribunal. With all his natural eloquence and in most forcible language, he declared that if kept within proper bounds, restrained by due authority, and its proceedings open to the inspection of the sovereign, and under him the archbishops and other dignitaries of the church, the Inquisition would be a most valuable auxiliary to the well-doing and purifying of the most Catholic kingdom. He produced argument after argument of most subtle reasoning to prove that every effort to abolish the office in Spain had been entirely useless. It would exist, and if not publicly acknowledged, would always be liable to abuse and desecration, that the only means of exterminating its secret and too arrogant power was to permit its public establishment, and so control it, that its measures should be open to the present and to every successive sovereign. He allowed the necessity, the imperious necessity, of rooting out the secret office. But he was convinced this could not be done, nor, in fact, would the Church allow it, unless it should be recognized in the face of all Europe as based on alike the civil and religious laws of Spain. On Ferdinand, the wily churchman worked, by proving that his royal prerogative would be ensured rather than injured by this proceeding, that by publicly establishing the Inquisition, he proved his resolution to control even this power, and render it a mere instrument in his sovereign hand, that his contemplated conquest of the Moors could not be better begun than by the recognition of a holy office, whose glory it would be to bring all heathens to the purifying and saving doctrines of the Church of Rome. Ferdinand, though wary and politic himself, was no match for Torquemada's Jesuitical eloquence. He was won over to adopt the churchman's views with scarcely an effort to resist them. With Isabella, the task was much more difficult. He appealed guardedly and gently to her tender regard for the spiritual welfare of her people, sympathized with her in her indignant horror of the crimes committed under religion's name, but persisted that evil of a secret inquisition would never be remedied save by the measure he proposed. He pledged himself never to rest till the present halls and ministers of darkness were exterminated from every part of Spain, but it could only be on condition of her assent to his counsel. He used all his eloquence. He appealed to her as a zealous Catholic, whose first duty was to further and purify her faith. But for 4 days he worked in vain, and when she did give her consent, it was with such a burst of tears that it seemed as if her foreboding eye had indeed read the shrouded annals of the future, and beheld there not the sufferings of individuals alone, but of the decline and dishonor of that fair and lovely land which she had so labored to exalt. Ere another year from that day had passed, the Inquisition was publicly established throughout the kingdom, and Torquemada, as first Grand Inquisitor, reaped the reward of his persevering counsel, and sealed with blood the destiny of Spain. To her confessor, Isabella revealed the story of Marie, and her own intentions. Torquemada heard the tale with a stern severity, little encouraging to the queen's idea of mercy. He insisted that her conversion must be effected, if by kindness and forbearance, well and good, but if she were obstinate, harshness must be resorted to, and only on that condition would he grant Isabella the desired blessing on her task. He did not fail to bring forward the fact of a zealous Catholic such as Don Ferdinand Morales, wedding and cherishing one of the accursed race, and conniving at her secret adherence to her religion as a further and very strong incentive for the public establishment of the Inquisition, whose zealous care would effectually guard the sons of Spain from such unholy alliances in future. He urged the supposition of Marie having become the mother of children by Ferdinand. Was it not most probable, nay, certain, that she would infuse her own unbelief in them? And then how mixed and defiled a race would take the place of the present pure Castilians. Isabella could reply nothing satisfactory to this eloquent reasoning. The prejudices of education are strong in every really earnest heart, and though her true woman's nature revolted at every thought of severity, and towards one so suffering as Marie, she acknowledged its necessity in case of kindness failing. Under the seal of confession, she imparted her full plan to Torquemada, entering more into minute particulars than she had ever done to her husband or in words to herself. It was so fraught with mercy and gentleness that Torquemada gave his consent, believing it utterly impossible, if Marie really loved, as Isabella fancied, that she could resist. On the departure of her confessor, the queen communed, as was her frequent custom, long and severely with her own heart. What was the cause of her extreme dislike to using harshness? With any other member of that detested race, she felt Torquemada's counsel would have been all-powerful. She would have left it all to him. It was then mere personal regard, fear of the suffering which, did she cause Marie increase of pain, she would inflict on herself, and this must not be. She was failing in the duty she owed her religion if she could not summon resolution to sacrifice even affection at its shrine, and so she nerved herself to adopt Torquemada's stern alternative, if indeed it were required. How strange is self-delusion! How difficult, even to the noblest, most unselfish natures, to read another spirit by their own. Isabella felt it might be a duty to sacrifice affection for religion, and nerved herself to its performance at any cost. And yet that Marie should do so, she could not believe, and if she did, harshness and suffering were to be her sole reward. Oh, that in religion, as in everything else, man would judge his brother man by his own heart, and as dear, as precious as his peculiar creed may be to him, believe so it is with the faith of his brother. How much of misery, how much of contention, of cruelty and oppression would pass away from this lovely earth, and give place for heaven's own unity and peace, and harmony and love. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 30. For some months all was gaiety and rejoicing in Segovia, not a little heightened by the exciting preparations for the much-desired war. The time had now come when Ferdinand could, with safety to the internal state of his kingdom, commence the very struggle for which he had so impatiently waited. since the very first hour of the union of Aragon and Castile. Troops were marshalling secretly all over Spain. The armorers and smiths were in constant requisition. The nobles were constantly flitting from their hereditary domains to the court, eager and active to combine all the pomp and valor of a splendid chivalry with the more regular force. For standing armies in almost every European land were now beginning to take the place of the feudal soldiery, so long their sole resource. It was necessary for Ferdinand, ere he commenced operations, to visit his own dominions, a measure he did not regret, as it effectually concealed his ulterior plans from the Moors, who were also at that time too much disturbed by internal dissensions to give more than a cursory glance on the movements and appearances of their Christian foes. In the festivals of the palace, the young Englishman was naturally the hero of the day. The best feelings of the Spanish character had been called into play towards him. He had been unjustly accused and seriously injured, been subject to dishonor and shame, and men might say it had all sprung from prejudice against him as a foreigner. The very failing of the Spaniards in this case also operated in his favor. Their national jealousy called upon them to make publicly manifest the falsity of such a supposition, and he was courted and feted by all, brought forward on every occasion, and raised and promoted both to civil and military distinction by those very men who, before the late events, would have been the first to keep him back, yielding him but the bare and formal courtesy which, however prejudiced, no true-born Spaniard could refuse. Amongst Isabella's female train, Arthur Stanley was ever gladly welcomed, and his presence might have proved dangerous to more than one of Isabella's younger attendants, had not his manner been such as to preclude even the boldest and most presuming from any thought of love. One alone he certainly singled out to talk with, and treat with more attention than any other, and that one was the maiden we have more than once had occasion to mention, Catherine Paz. Rallied as she was by her companions, the young girl herself imagined there could be no danger to her peace in associating thus with the handsome young Englishman, for she knew, though her companions did not, the real reason of his preference for her society. Isabella had once slightly hinted from which of her attendants Stanley might hear of Marie, and giving them permission to answer his queries. It was a dangerous ordeal for Catherine, but she laughed at the idea of permitting her heart to pass into the possession of one who cared nothing for her, save as she could speak of Marie. Great was the surprise, and many the conjectures of the Queen's female court, when, rather more than 6 months after her strange disappearance, the widow of Morales reappeared amongst them, not publicly indeed, for at the various fêtes and amusements of the palace and elsewhere Marie was never seen. Her existence, however, and safety under Isabella's especial protection were no longer kept secret, and her recent loss was in itself quite sufficient reason for her strict retirement. Her identity with Brother Ernest, the supposed novice, never transpired. He was supposed to have returned with Perez to his guardian, Father Ambrose, who, though seen and questioned by Don Alonso at the village, did not accompany his dying penitent to Segovia, nor, in fact, was ever seen in that city again. The tender care and good nursing which had been lavished on Marie had restored her sufficiently to health as to permit returning elasticity of mind. All morbid agony had passed. All too passionate emotions were gradually relaxing their fire bands round her heart, and strength, the martyr strength, for which she unceasingly prayed to give up all if called upon for her God, seemed dawning for her. That she was still under some restraint, a sort of prisoner in the palace, Marie herself was not aware. She had neither wish nor energy to leave the castle, and therefore knew not that her egress, save under watchful guardianship, would have been denied. She had no spirits to mingle with the light-hearted, happy girls in her sovereign's train, and therefore was unconscious that, with the sole exception of Catherine, whose passionate entreaties had obtained her this privilege, all intimacy with them would have been effectually prevented. It was enough, more than enough, for the foreboding dread was ever present that such a blissful calm, such mental and bodily repose, were far, far too sweet for any long continuance. To be employed in little services for and about the person of the Queen, and to know that Arthur Stanley was restored to even more than former favor, and fast rising to eminence and honor. Before the sovereigns quitted Segovia, Stanley left the court to march southward with Pedro Paz, to occupy a strong fortification on the barrier line, dividing the Spanish from the Moorish territories, and commanding a very important post, which Ferdinand was anxious to secure, and where he intended to commence his warlike operations as speedily as he could settle affairs at Saragossa. Twice before Stanley's departure did Isabella contrive an apparently accidental meeting between him and Marie, permitting them, though in her presence, ample opportunity for mutual explanation, but not with much evident success. Stanley, indeed, was painfully and visibly agitated, finding it difficult, almost impossible, to speak the feelings which had so long filled heart and mind, and been in fancy so often thrown into eloquent words, that he could not understand why, in her presence, words were frozen up, and he could only feel Marie's cheek and lip had indeed blanched as she beheld him. But the deep and quiet calm she had so earnestly sought even then did not forsake her. Once only her voice faltered when she conjured him to allude no longer to the past, that the exertions she had made for him demanded no such gratitude as he expressed. He would have answered with his usual passionate impetuosity, but there was something in her manner which restrained him. It was no longer the timid, yielding girl who, even while she told him of the barrier between them, had yet betrayed the deep love she felt. It was the woman whose martyr spirit was her strength. And yet, in spite of himself, he hoped. Isabella, in parting with him, had spoken such words as sent a thrill of delight over his whole being, and he quitted Segovia buoyant and glad-hearted, to wait weeks, months, he thought even years, so certain did he feel of success at last. Isabella accompanied Ferdinand to Aragon, and determined on remaining at Saragossa during the commencement of his Moorish campaign. But she did not part from him without demanding and receiving his solemn promise to send for her as soon as the residence of females in the camp was practicable. She well knew the inspiring power of her presence in similar scenes, and the joy and increased ardor which the vicinity of near and dear relations composing her court would excite in the warrior camp of Ferdinand. The promise was given, and the annals of the Moorish War tell us how faithfully it was kept, and how admirably Isabella performed the part she had assigned herself. Months glided slowly and peacefully on, as each passed the trembling heart of Marie foreboded change and sorrow. But it was not till she had been 8 months a widow that aught transpired which could account for such strange fears. Then, indeed, the trial came. She thought she was prepared, but the aching heart and failing strength with which she listened to the Queen's commands betrayed how little our best endeavors can pave the way for sorrow. Isabella spoke gently and kindly indeed, but so decisively there was no mistaking the meaning of her words. She had waited, she said, till time had restored not only health and strength, but some degree of tranquillity to the heart and elasticity to the mind. That as a Jewess, Marie must have long known the Queen could not continue favor. That she was in fact acting without a precedent in thus permitting the attendance of an unbeliever on her person or appearance in her court, but that she had so acted, believing that when perfectly restored to sense and energy, Marie would herself feel the necessity and gladly embrace the only return she required: a calm deliberation of the Catholic faith, and, as a necessary consequence, its acceptance. She therefore desired that Marie would devote herself to the instructions of a venerable monk, Father Denis by name, whom she had selected for the task. That from that day Marie would not be called upon for either service or attendance on the Queen, but to devote her whole mind and energies to the task proposed, and that when Father Denis brought her information that Marie accepted the cross, that very hour she should resume her place in Isabella's court, and be the dearest, most cherished there, be publicly acknowledged as the inheritrix of her husband's vast possessions, and a future of love and joy would shine before her, so bright as to banish even the memories of the stormy past. Marie would have replied, but Isabella, with gentle firmness, refused to hear her. "I demand nothing now," she said, "but obedience. A willing heart and open mind are all you need bring with you to your task. The Father's holy lessons, blessed with God's grace, will do the rest. I cannot believe that all the kindness and affection I have shown have been so utterly without effect, and that thou wilt evince the ungrateful obstinacy so unhappily the characteristic of thy blinded people. If banishment from our presence be a source of sorrow, which I do not believe it is, the term of that banishment rests entirely with thyself. The sooner we can hail thee child of the Virgin, even as thou art now of our affections, the greater share of happiness wilt thou bestow upon us and upon thyself. We have heard that naught but harshness and severity can have effect on thy hardened race. It may be, but with thee, as least, we will not use it unless—" and her voice and her look grew sufficiently stern for Marie to feel her words were no idle threat. "Unless obduracy and ingratitude so conquer affection that we can see no more in the Marie Morales we have loved than a hardened member of her own stiff-necked race. Then, but we will not pain ourselves or thee by imagining what thine own will may avert. Go, and the Holy Virgin bless thee. Not a word, I know what will be thine answer now, but a month hence thou wilt thank me for this seeming severity. And Isabella turned somewhat hastily away, for her lip quivered and her eye swelled. Marie did not see these indications of emotion and silently withdrew. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 31. Marie Morales had had many trials. Her life had been one of those painful mysteries as to why such a being should have been thus exposed to scorn, which while on earth we vainly try to solve. Yet it is no imaginary picture. Hundreds, aye, thousands of Israel's devoted race have thus endured, in every age, in every clime, have been exposed to martyrdom, not of the frame alone, but of the heart, doomed but to suffer and to die. And how may we reconcile these things with the government of a loving Father, save by the firm belief which, blessed, thrice blessed, are those who feel that for such sufferers on earth, a future of blessedness is laid up in another and lovelier world, where there is no more sorrow, no more tears. Her former trials had been sharp agony and strong excitement. Her present had neither the one nor the other, yet it was fraught with as heavy suffering as any that had gone before it, even though she knew not, guessed not all, that depended upon her conversion. It would have been comparatively easy to have endured, for her faith's sake, harshness and contempt. In such a case, self-respect rises to sustain us, and we value our own tenets the more, from their startling contrast with those which could command the cruelty we endure. But Father Denis used harshness neither of manner nor of words, firmly impressed in his own mind that it was utterly vain for a soul to hope for salvation unless it believed in Jesus, the Virgin, the saints, and holy martyrs. He brought heart and soul to his task. And the more he saw of Marie, the more painfully did he deplore her blind infatuation, and the more ardently desire to save her from the eternal perdition which, as a Jewess, must await her. He poured forth such soul-breathing petitions for saving grace to be vouchsafed it to her in her hearing that Marie felt as if she would have given worlds only to realize the belief for which he prayed. But the more her heart was wrung, the more vividly it seemed that her own faith, the religion of her fathers, through 1,000 ages, impressed itself upon her mind and heart, rendering it more and more impossible for her to forswear it, even at the very moment that weak humanity longed to do it, and so purchase peace. Naturally so meek and yielding, so peculiarly alive to the voice of sympathy and kindness, it was inexpressibly and harrowingly distressing to be thus compelled to resist both. To think also of Isabella's gentle, cherishing, and manifested affection, and to know that the only return she demanded she dared not, might not give. To some dispositions, these considerations would have been of no weight whatever. To Marie, they were so exquisitely painful that she could scarcely understand how it was that, feeling them thus acutely, she could yet so clearly, so calmly reply to Father Denis, bring argument for argument, and never waver in her steadfast adherence to and belief in her own creed. The very lessons of her youth, which she had thought forgotten in the varied trials which had been her portion since, returned with full, she fancied, superhuman force and clearness to her mind, rendering even the very wish to embrace the Catholic religion futile. There was a voice within her that would be heard, aye, above every human feeling, every strong temptation. She could not drown its clear, ringing tones, even when her mental suffering seemed to cloud and harrow up the brain, to the exclusion of every distinct idea. That voice would breathe its thrilling whisper, telling her it was vain to hope it. She could not be in heart a Catholic, and so she dared not be in words. A romance is no place for polemical discussion, and we will therefore leave those painful arguments unrecorded. Suffice it that Marie's intimate acquaintance with the Holy Scriptures in their original tongue, the language of her own people, gave her so decided an advantage over the old monk that after nearly 3 months' trial he sought his sovereign, and with the most touching humility acknowledged his utter incapacity for the conversion of Donna Marie, and implored her to dismiss him and select one more fitted for the task. Astonished and bitterly disappointed, Isabella cross-questioned him as to the cause of this sudden feeling of incapacity, and his answers but increased her desire to compel Marie to abandon Judaism and become, in semblance at least, a Catholic. Believing fully that this accomplished, the Holy Spirit would do the rest, and she would at least have saved her soul. She retained the father in the palace, desiring him to inform his charge that 1 fortnight's grace would be allowed her to ponder on all the solemn truths he had advanced, and on her own decision whether she would not rather yield to kindness than tempt the severity of her obstinacy demanded, but save this enjoyment. He was to commune with her no further. With a trembling spirit, the queen again sought the counsel of her confessor, and reported the information of the Holy Father. Torquemada listened with a curling lip and contracted brow. He was not surprised, he said, for it was exactly what he had expected. It was a part of their blaspheming creed to blind by sorcery the eyes and minds of all those who had ever attempted to win them over by quiet and reasonable argument. Father Denis had been bewitched, as all were who ever attempted to convert by other than the harshest means. Her Grace must see the necessity of severity, and surely could not refuse the using it any longer. But Isabella did refuse, till her last resource had been tried, and all she asked was if she might hold forth a powerful temporal temptation to obtain the end she so earnestly desired. Torquemada hesitated, but at length, on being told the severe alternative which Isabella would enforce if her first proposal were rejected, reluctantly acceded, still persisting that nothing but the rack and the flame, or total expulsion, would ever purge Spain from the horrible infection of so poisonous a race. Isabella heard him with a shudder, but thankful even for this ungracious sanction, waited with trembling impatience the termination of the given 14 days, hoping, aye, praying in her meek, fervid piety, that the mistaken one might be softened to accept the proffered grace, or her own heart strengthened to sacrifice all of personal feeling for the purifying by fire and consequent salvation of that immortal soul now so fearfully led astray. It was with little hope the father again sought Marie. Bewitched he might be, but he was so impressed with the fervid earnestness of her gentle spirit, with the lofty enthusiasm that dictated her decision, so touched with the uncomplaining but visible suffering which it cost her to argue with and reject the voice of kindness, that it required a strong mental effort in the old man to refrain from conjuring his sovereign to permit that misguided one to remain unmolested, and wait till time and prayer from those so interested in her should produce the desired effect. But this feeling was so contrary to the spirit of the age that it scarcely needed Torquemada's representations to convince him that he was experiencing the effect of the invisible sorcery with which the race of Israel always blinded the eyes of their opponents. The kind old man was awed and silenced by his stern superior. Liberty of conscience was then a thing unheard of, and therefore it was so much of the divine part of our mingled nature was so completely concealed that it lost alike effect or influence. It was not even the subjection of the weak to the strong, but the mere superiority of clerical rank. The truest and the noblest, the most enlarged mind and firmest spirit, would bend unresistingly to the simple word of a priest, and the purest and kindest impulses of our holier nature be annihilated before the dictates of those who were supposed to hold so infallibly in their soul-keeping the oracles of God. The spiritual in man was kept in rigid bondage. The divinity worshipped by the Catholics of that age represented to the Mass like the Egyptian idol, with a key upon his lips, his attributes as his law, hid from them or imparted by the chosen priests, who explained them only as suited their individual purpose. Is it marvel, then, that we should read of such awful acts committed in religion's name by man upon his brother, or that we should see the purest and loveliest characters led away by priestly influence to commit deeds from which now the whole mind so recoils, that we turn away disappointed and perplexed at the inconsistency, and refuse the meed of love and admiration to those other qualities which would otherwise shine forth so unsullied? The inconsistency, the seeming cruelty and intolerance staining many a noble one in the Middle Ages, were the effects of the fearful spirit of the time, but their virtues were their own. Truth, if sought, must triumph over prejudice. By inspection and earnest study of facts, of causes as well as of events, the mind disperses the mist of educational error, and enables us to do justice even to the injurer, and enlarges and ennobles our feelings toward one another, till we can attain that perfection of true spiritual charity, which would look on all men as children of one common parent, liable indeed to be led astray by evil inclination, and yet more by evil circumstances. But still our brethren in the divine part of our nature, which, however crushed, hidden, lost to earth, is still existent, still undying. For such is the immortal likeness of our universal Father, in which made he man, and by which he marked mankind as brethren. Marie's answer was as Father Denis feared. She had pondered on all he had said, and the dread alternative awaiting her. But the impossibility of embracing Catholicism was stronger than ever. The unfeigned distress of the old monk pained and alarmed her, for it seemed to her as if he were conscious that some dreadful doom was hanging over her, which he shrunk from revealing. She had not long to remain in that torturing suspense. A few hours later in the same day she was summoned to Isabella's presence. The sensation of terror was so intense as to render obedience for the minute utterly impossible. Every limb shook, and again came the wild longing for power to believe as they desired, for a momentary cessation of the voice of conscience, to embrace the proffered cross and be at rest. But it would not cease, and, scarcely able to support herself, she stood before the dread princess, in whose hand was her earthly fate. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 32. Isabella's expressive countenance was grave and calm, but it was impossible to doubt the firmness of her purpose, though what that purpose might be Marie had no power to read. She stood, leaning against the back of one of the ponderous chairs, her head bent down, and her heart so loudly and thickly throbbing that it choked her very breath. "We have summoned thee hither, Marie," the queen said at length, gravely but not severely, "to hear from thine own lips the decision which Father Denis has reported to us, but which indeed we can scarcely credit. Wert thou other than thou art, one whose heavy trials and lovable qualities have bound thee to us with more than common love, we should have delivered thee over at once to the judgment of our holy fathers, and interfered with their sentence no farther. We are exposing ourselves to priestly censure even for the forbearance already shown, but we will dare even that to win thee from thine accursed creed, and give thee peace and comfort. Marie, canst thou share the ingratitude, the obstinacy of thy benighted race, that even with thee we must deal harshly? Compel me not to a measure from which my whole heart revolts. Do not let me feel that the charge against thy people is true, without even one exception, and that kindness shown to them is unvalued as unfelt." A convulsive sob was the sole reply. Marie's face was buried in her hands, but the tears were streaming through her slender fingers, and her slight figure shook with the paroxysm. "Nay, Marie, we ask not tears. We demand the proof of grateful affection on thy part, not its weak display. And what is that proof? The acceptance of a faith without which there can be no security in this life nor felicity hereafter. The rejection of a fearfully mistaken, terribly accursed creed, condemning its followers to the scorn and hate of man, and abiding wrath of God." To the scorn and hate of man? Alas, gracious sovereign, it is even so. "But not to the abiding wrath of God," answered Marie, suppressing with a desperate effort her painful emotion. "The very scorn and loathing we encounter confirms the blessed truth of our having been the chosen children of our God, and the glorious promise of our future restoration. We are enduring now on earth the effects of the fearful sins of our ancestors, but for those who live and die true to His law, there is a future after death laid up with Him, that how may we forfeit for transitory joy?" "If it were indeed so, we would be the last to demand such forfeit," answered the Queen. "But were it not for the blinding veil of wilful rejection cast over the eyes and hearts of thy people, thou wouldst know and feel that however thy race were once the chosen of God, the distinction has been lost forever by their blaspheming rejection of Jesus and His Virgin Mother. And the misery, its consequences on earth, is but a faint type of that misery which is for everlasting. It is from this we would save thee. Father Denis has brought before thee the solemn truths which our sainted creed advances, in reply to the mystifying fallacies of thine, and he tells me wholly without effect. My arguments, then, can be of such little weight, that I have pledged myself to my confessor to attempt none. We summoned thee merely to tell our decision in this matter, of too vital importance to be left to other lips. Once more let me ask, and understand thee rightly. Have all the Holy Father's lessons failed to convince, even as all our affection has failed to move thee? Would to heaven I could believe as thou demandest, answered Marie. Would that those lessons had brought conviction, the bitter agony of your Grace's displeasure, of feeling that, while my heart so throbs and swells with grateful devotion, I would gladly die to serve thee, yet the proof thou demandest I cannot give, and I must go down to an early grave, leaving with thee the sole impression that thou hadst cherished a miserable ingrate, whom, even as thou hast loved, so thou must now hate and scorn. O madam, try me by other proof. My creed may be the mistaken one it seems to thee, but oh, it is no garment we may wear and cast off at pleasure. Have mercy, gracious sovereign, condemn me not as a reprobate, hardened, more insensible than the veriest cure, who is grateful for the kindness of his master, because I love my faith better even than thy love, the dearest earthly joy now left me. Methinks scarcely the dearest, replied Isabella, affected in spite of her every effort for control, but of that hereafter. Marie, I have pledged myself to my confessor not to let this matter rest. He has told me that my very affection for thee is a snare, and must be sacrificed if it interfere with my duty, not alone as a member of Christ's Church, but as sovereign of a Catholic realm, whose bounden duty it is to purge away all heresy and misbelief. I feel that he is right, and cost what it may, Christ's dictates must be obeyed. The years of fraud, of passing for what thou wert not, I forgive, for thy noble husband's sake. But my confessor has told me, and I feel its truth, that if we allow thy return to thy people as thou art now, we permit a continuance of such unnatural unions, encourage fraud, and expose our subjects to the poisonous taint of Jewish blood and unbelief. A Christian thou must become. The plan we have decided on must bring conviction at last, but it will be attended with such long years of mental and physical suffering that we shrink from the alternative, and only thine own obstinacy will force us to adopt it." She paused for above a minute, but though Marie's very lips had blanched and her large eyes were fixed in terror on the Queen's face, there was no answer. "Thou hast more than once alluded to death," Isabella continued, her voice growing sterner. "But though such may be the punishment demanded, we cannot so completely banish regard as to expose thy soul as well as body to undying flames. Thou hast heard perchance of holy sisterhoods, who, sacrificing all of earthly joys and earthly ties, devote themselves as the willing brides of Christ, and pass their whole lives in acts of personal penance, mortification, self-denial, and austerity, which to all, save those impelled by this same lofty enthusiasm, would be unendurable. The convent of St. Ursula is the most strictly rigid and unpitying of this sternly rigid school, and there, if still thou wilt not retract, thou wilt be for life immured, to learn that reverence, that submission, that belief which thou refusest now. Ponder well on all the suffering which this sentence must comprise. It is even to us, a Christian, so dreadful that we would not impose it could we save thy deluded spirit by any other means. The abbess, from the strict and terrible discipline of long years, has conquered every womanly weakness, and to a Jewess placed under her charge, to be brought a penitent to the bosom of the Virgin, is not likely to decrease the severity of treatment and discipline, the portion even of her own. Once delivered to her charge, we interfere no further. Whatever she may command, short of actual torture or death, thou must endure. Marie, wilt thou tempt a doom like this? In mercy to thyself, retract ere to be too late. If I can bear the loss of thy favor, my sovereign, I can bear this, replied Marie slowly and painfully. There is more suffering in the thought that your Grace's love is lost forever, that I shall never see your Highness more, and thou must ever think of me as only a wretched, feelingless ingrate, than in all the bodily and mental anguish such a life may bring. "Marie!" exclaimed Isabella with an irrepressible burst of natural feeling, and Marie had darted forwards and was kneeling at her feet, and covering her hand with tears and kisses, ere she had power to forcibly subdue the emotion and speak again. "This must not be," she said at length, but she did not withdraw the hand which Marie still convulsively clasped, and half unconsciously, it seemed, she put back the long black tresses which had fallen over her colorless cheek, looked sadly in that bowed face, and kissed her brow. "It is the last," she murmured to herself. "It may be the effects of sorcery, it may be sin, but if I do penance for the weakness, it must have way. Thou hast heard the one alternative," she continued aloud. "Now hear the other. We have thought long and watched well some means of effectually obliterating the painful memories of the past, and making thy life as happy as it has been sad. We have asked and received permission from our confessor to bring forward a temporal inducement for a spiritual end. that even the affections themselves may be made conducive to turning a benighted spirit from the path of death into that of life, and therefore we may proceed more hopefully. Marie, is there not a love thou valuest even more than mine? Nay, attempt not to deny a truth, which we have known from the hour we told thee of Arthur Stanley was thy husband's murderer. What meant those wild words imploring me to save him? For what was the avowal of thy faith, but that thy witness should not endanger him? Why didst thou return to danger when safety was before thee? Peril thine own life, but to save his. Answer me truly, thou lovest Stanley, Marie? I have loved him, gracious sovereign. And thou dost no longer? Marie, methinks there would be less wrong in loving now than when we first suspected, rejoined the queen gravely. Alas, my liege, who may school the heart? He was its first affection. But, oh, my sovereign, I never wronged my noble husband. He knew it all ere he was taken from me, and forgave and loved me still. And, oh, had he been but spared, even memory itself would have lost its power to sting. His trust, his love, had made me all his own. I believe thee, my poor child, but how came it that, loving Stanley, thy hand was given to Morales? For the first time, the dangerous ground on which she stood flashed on the mind of Marie, and her voice faltered as she answered, My father willed it, madam. Thy father? And was he of thy faith, yet gave his child to one of us? He was dying, madame, and there was none to protect his Marie. He loved and admired him to whom he gave me. But Ferdinand had never scorned nor persecuted us. He had done us such good service that my father sought to repay him, but he would accept nothing but my hand, and swore to protect my faith. None other would have made such promise. I was weak, I know, and wrong, but I dared not then confess I loved another. And once his wife, it was sin even to think of Arthur. Oh, madam, night and day I prayed that we might never meet till all of love was conquered. Poor child, replied Isabella kindly, but since thou wert once more free, since Stanley was cleared of even the suspicion of guilt, has no former feeling for him returned? He loves thee, Marie, with such faithful love as in man I have seldom seen equalled. Why check affection now? Alas, my liege, what may a Jewess be to him, or his love to me, save as the most terrible temptation to estrange me from my God? Say, rather, to gently lure thee to him, Marie, replied Isabella earnestly. There is a thick veil between thy heart and thy God now. Let the love thou bearest this young Englishman be the blessed means of removing it, and bringing thee to the sole source of salvation, the Saviour Stanley worships. One word, one little word from thee, and thou shalt be Stanley's wife, his own, dearer than ever from the trials of the past. Oh, speak it, Marie. Let me feel I have saved thee from everlasting torment, and made this life, in its deep, calm joy, a foretaste of the heaven that, as a Christian, will await thee above. Spare Stanley, I, and thy sovereign, the bitter grief of losing thee forever. Would I could, burst wildly from the heart-stricken Marie, and she wrung her hands in that one moment of intense agony, and looked up in the Queen's face with an expression of suffering Isabella could not meet. Would that obedience, conviction, could come at will, his wife, Stanley's, to rest this desolate heart on his, to weep upon his bosom, feel his arm around me, his love protect me, to be his, all his, and only on condition of speaking one little word? Oh, why can I not speak it? Why will that dread voice sound within, telling me I dare not, cannot, for I do not believe? How dare I take the Christian's vow, embrace the cross, and in my heart remain a Jewess still? Embrace the cross, and conviction will follow, replied the Queen. This question we have asked of Father Thomas, and been assured that the vows of baptism, once taken, grace will be found from on high, and to the heart as well as lip conversion speedily ensue. Forswear the blaspheming errors of thy present creed, consent to be baptized, and that very hour seize thee Stanley's wife. No, 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 oh, say not such words again, my liege, my gracious liege. Tempt not this weak spirit more, implored Marie in fearful agitation. Oh, if thou hast ever loved me, in mercy spare me this. In mercy is it that we do thus speak, unhappy girl, replied Isabella with returning firmness, for she saw the decisive moment had come. We have laid both alternatives before thee. It rests with thee alone to make thine own election. Love on earth and joy in heaven depend upon one word. Refuse to speak it, and thou knowest thy doom. It was well, perhaps, for Marie's firmness that the Queen's appealing tone had given place to returning severity. It recalled the departing strength, the sinking energy, the power once more to endure. For several minutes there was no sound. Marie had buried her face in her hands and remained half kneeling, half crouching on the cushion at the Queen's feet, motionless as stone, and Isabella, internally as agitated as herself, was, under the veil of unbending sternness, struggling for control. The contending emotions sweeping over that frail woman heart in that fearful period of indecision we pretend not to describe. Again and again the terrible temptation came to say but the desired word, and happiness was hers, such intense happiness that her brain reeled beneath its thought of ecstasy. And again it was driven back by that thrilling voice, louder than ever in its call, to remain faithful to her God. It was a fearful contest, and when she did look up, Isabella started, so terribly was its index inscribed on those white and chiseled features. She rose slowly and stood before the sovereign, her hands tightly clasped together, and the veins on her forehead raised like cords across it. 3 times she tried to speak, but only unintelligible murmurs came, and her lips shook as with convulsion. "It is over," she said at length, and her usually sweet voice sounded harsh and unnatural. "The weakness is conquered. Gracious sovereign, condemn, scorn, hate me as thou wilt, thou must. I must endure it till my heart breaks, and death brings release. but the word thou demandest I cannot speak. Thy favour, Arthur's love, I resign them all. 'Tis the bidding of my God, and he will strengthen me to bear it. Imprison, torture, slay, with the lingering misery of a broken heart, but I cannot deny my faith. Disappointed, grieved as she was at this unexpected reply, Isabella was too much an enthusiast in religion herself not to understand the feeling which dictated it, and much as she still abhorred the faith, the martyr spirit which could thus immolate the most fervid, the most passionate emotions of woman's nature at the shrine of her God, stirred a sympathetic chord in her own heart, and so moved her that the stern words she had intended to speak were choked within her. We must summon those then to whose charge we are pledged to commit thee, she said with difficulty, and hastily rung a silver bell beside her. We had hoped such would not have been needed, but as it is. She paused abruptly, for the hangings were hastily pushed aside, and instead of the stern figure of Torquemada, who was to have obeyed the signal, the Infanta Isabella eagerly entered and ran up to the Queen with childish and caressing glee at being permitted to rejoin her. The confessor, imagining his presence would not be needed, or that he would return to his post in time, had restlessly obeyed the summons of a brother prelate, and in some important clerical details forgot the mandate of his sovereign. Marie saw the softened expression of the Queen's face, the ineffectual effort to resist her child's caress and retain her sternness, and with a sudden impulse she threw herself at her feet. "Oh, do not turn from me, my sovereign," she implored, wildly clasping Isabella's knees. "I ask nothing, nothing but to return to my childhood's home and die there. I ask not to return to my people. They would not receive me, for I have dared to love this stranger. But in my own isolated home, where but 2 aged retainers of my father dwell, I can do harm to none, mingle with none. Let me bear a breaking heart for a brief while, and rest beside my parents. I will swear to thee never to quit that place of banishment. Swear never more to mingle with either thy people or with mine, to be as much lost to man as if the grave had already closed over me, or convent walls immured me. O madam, grant me but this. Will it not be enough of suffering to give up Arthur, to tear myself from thy cherishing love, to bear my misery alone? Leave me but my faith, the sole hope now left me. Give me not up to the harsh and cruel father, the stern mother of Saint Ursula. If I can sacrifice love, kindness, all that would make earth a heaven, will harshness gain their end? Plead for me, she continued, addressing the infant princess, who, as if affected by the grief she beheld, had left her mother to cling round Marie. Caressingly, plead for me, Infanta. O madam, the fate of war might place this beloved and cherished one in the hands of those who regard thy faith, even as thou dost mine. Were such an alternative proffered, how wouldst thou she should decide? My sovereign, my gracious sovereign, oh have mercy." "Mamma, dear mamma," repeated the princess at the same moment, and aware that her intercession was required, though unable to comprehend the wherefore, she clasped her little hands entreatingly. "Grant poor Marie what she wishes. You have told me a queen's first duty is to be kind and good, and do all in her power to make others happy. Make her happy, dear mamma. She has been so sad." The appeal to Isabella's nature was irresistible. She caught her child to her heart and burst into passionate tears. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 33. Some time had elapsed since King Ferdinand and his splendid army had quitted Saragossa. He himself had not as yet headed any important expedition, but fixing his headquarters at Seville, dispatched thence various detachments under experienced officers to make sallies on the Moors, who had already enraged the Christian camp by the capture of Zahara. Arthur Stanley was with the Marquis of Cadiz when this insult was ably avenged by the taking of Alhama, a most important post, situate within 30 miles of the capital. The Spaniards took possession of the city, massacred many of the inhabitants, placed strong restrictions on those who surrendered, and strongly garrisoned every tower and fort. Nor were they long inactive. The Moors, resolved to retake what they considered the very threshold of their capital, hastily assembled their forces and regularly entered upon the siege. While at Seville, the camp of Ferdinand had been joined by a several foreign chevaliers, amongst whom was an Italian knight, who had excited the attention and curiosity of many of the younger Spaniards from the mystery environing him. He was never seen without his armor. His helmet was always closed, keeping surlily aloof. He never mingled in the brilliant jousts and tournaments of the camp, except when Arthur Stanley chanced to be one of the combatants. He was then sure to be found in the lists, and always selected the young Englishman as his opponent. At first this strange pertinacity was regarded more as a curious coincidence than actual design, but it occurred so often that at length it excited remark. Arthur himself laughed it off, suggesting that the Italian had perhaps some grudge against England, and wished to prove the mettle of her sons. The Italian deigned no explanation, merely saying that he supposed the Spanish jousts were governed by the same laws as others, and he was therefore at liberty to choose his own opponent. But Arthur was convinced that some cause existed for this mysterious hostility. Not wishing to create public confusion, he contented himself by keeping a watch upon his movements. He found, however, that he did not watch more carefully than he was watched, and incensed at length, he resolved on calling his enemy publicly to account for his dishonorable conduct. This, however, he found much easier in theory than practice. The wily Italian, as if aware of his intentions, skillfully eluded them, and as weeks passed without any recurrence of their secret attacks, Stanley, guided by his own frank and honorable feelings, believed his suspicions groundless and dismissed them altogether. On the tumultuary entrance of the Spaniards, however, these suspicions were re-excited. Separated by the press of contending warriors from the main body of his men, Stanley plunged headlong into the thickest battalion of Moors, intending to cut his way through them to the Marquis of Cadiz, who was at that moment entering the town. His unerring arm and lightness of movement bore him successfully onward. A very brief space divided him from his friends. The spirited charger on which he rode, cheered by his hand and voice, with one successful bound, cleared the remaining impediments in his way. But at that moment, with a piercing cry of suffering, sprung high in the air and fell dead, nearly crushing his astonished master with his weight. Happily for Stanley, the despairing anguish of the Moors at that moment at its height, from the triumphant entry of the Spaniards into their beloved Alhama, aggravated by the shrieks of the victims in the unsparing slaughter, effectually turned the attention of those around him from his fall. He sprung up, utterly unable to account for the death of his steed. The dastard blow had been dealt from behind, and no more had been near but those in front. He looked hastily round him. A tall figure was retreating through the thickening melee, whose dull red armor and deep black plume discovered on the instant his identity. Arthur's blood tingled with just indignation, and it was with difficulty that he restrained himself from following and demanding on the instant, and at the sword's point, the meaning of the deed. The sudden start and muttered execration of the Italian, as Stanley joined the victorious group around the marquis, convinced him that his reappearance and unhurt was quite contrary to his mysterious enemy's intention. The exciting events of the siege which followed, the alternate hope and fear of the Spaniards, reduced to great distress by the Moors, having succeeded in turning the course of a river which supplied the city with water, and, finally, the timely arrival of succors under the Duke of Medina Sidonia, which compelled the Moors to raise the siege and disperse. The rejoicing attendant on so great and almost unexpected a triumph all combined to prevent any attention to individual concerns. The Italian had not crossed Arthur's path again, except in the general attack or defense, and Stanley found the best means of conquering his own irritation towards such secret machinations was to treat them with indifference and contempt. The walls of Alhama were of course kept strongly manned, and a guard under an experienced officer constantly occupied the summit of a lofty tower, situated on a precipitous height, which commanded a view of the open country for miles, and overlooked the most distant approach of the Moors. As was usual to Moorish architecture, the tower had been erected on a rock, which on one side shelved down so straight and smooth as to appear a continuance of the tower wall, but forming from the battlements a precipice some thousands feet in depth. The strongest nerve turned sick and giddy to look beneath, and the side of the tower overlooking it was almost always kept unguarded. It was near midnight when Stanley, who was that night on command, after completing his rounds and perceiving every sentinel on duty, found himself unconsciously on the part of the tower we have named. So preoccupied was his mind that he looked beneath him without shrinking, and then, retracing his steps some 20 or 30 yards from the immediate and unprotected edge, wrapped his mantle closely round him, and, lying down, rested his head on his arm and permitted the full dominion of thought. He was in that dreamy mood when the silence and holiness of nature is so much more soothing than even the dearest sympathy of man, when every passing cloud and distant star and the moaning wind speak with 100 tongues, and the immaterial spirit holds unconscious commune with beings invisible and immaterial as itself. Above his head, heavy clouds floated over the dark azure of the heavens, sometimes totally obscuring the mild light of the full moon, at others merely shrouding her beams in a transparent veil, from which she would burst resplendently, sailing majestically along, seeming the more light and lovely from the previous shade. One brilliant planet followed closely on her track, and as the dark masses of clouds would rend asunder, portions of the heavens studded with glittering stars were visible, seeming like the gemmed dome of some mighty temple, whose walls and pillars, shrouded in black drapery, were lost in the distance on either side. Gradually, Stanley's thoughts became indistinct. The stars seemed to lose their radiance, as covered by a light mist. A dark cloud appearing in his half-dormant fancy to take the gigantic proportions of a man hovered on the battlement. It became smaller and smaller, but still it seemed a cloud through which the moonlight gleamed. But a thrill passed through him, as if telling of some impalpable and undefinable object of dread. With a sudden effort, he shook off the lethargy of half-sleep and sprung to his feet at the very moment a gleaming sword was pointed at his throat. "Ha! Villain! At thy murderous work again!" he exclaimed, and another moment beheld him closed in deadly conflict with his mysterious foe. A deep and terrible oath, and then a mocking laugh escaped his adversary, and something in those sounds nerved Stanley's arms with resistless power. He was sure he could not be mistaken, and he fought, not with the unguarded desire of one eager to obtain satisfaction for personal injury, but he was calm, cool, collected, as threefold an avenger. For once the demon-like caution of the supposed Italian deserted him. Discovery was inevitable, and his sole aim was to compass the death of the hated foreigner with his own. He tried gradually to retreat to the very edge of the precipice, and Stanley's calm and cautious avoidance of the design lashed him into yet fiercer desperation. Thick and fast fell those tremendous blows. The Italian had the advantage in height and size, Stanley in steady coolness and prudent guard. The Italian sought only to slay his adversary, caring not to defend himself. Arthur evidently endeavored more to unhelm the traitor and bring him but slightly wounded to the ground. For several minutes there was no cessation in that fearful clash of steel. The strokes were so rapid, so continued, 100 combatants might have seemed engaged. A moment they drew back as if to breathe. The Italian, with a despairing effort, raised his weapon and sprung forward. Arthur lightly leaped aside, and the murderous stroke clove but the yielding earth. Another second, and ere the Italian had regained his equilibrium, Arthur's sword had descended with so true and sure a stroke that the clasps of the helmet gave way. The dark blood bubbled up from the cloven brow. He reeled and fell, and a long, loud shout from the officers and soldiers, who at the sound of arms had flocked round, proclaimed some stronger feeling than simply admiration of Stanley's well-known prowess. "Seize him! Seize him, or by heaven he will escape us yet," were among the few words intelligible. The daring villain to come amongst us thus! Did he think forever to elude heaven's vengeance? Bind, fetter, hold him, or his assistant fiends will release him still. Fiercely the fallen man had striven to extricate himself, but Stanley's knee moved not from his breast, nor his sword from his throat, until a strong guard had raised and surrounded him. But the horrible passions imprinted on those livid features were such that his very captors turned away shuddering. "Hast thou not had enough of blood and crime, thou human monster, that thou wouldst stain thy already blackened soul with another midnight murder?" demanded Stanley as he sternly confronted his baffled foe. "Don Luis Garcia, as men have termed thee, what claim have I on thy pursuing and unchanging hate? With what dost thou charge me? What wrong?" "Wrong?" hoarsely and fiercely repeated Don Luis. "The wrong of baffled hate, of success when I planned thy downfall, of escape when I had sworn thy death. Did the driveling idiots who hunted, persecuted, excommunicated me from these realms as some loathed reptile dream that I would draw back from my sworn vengeance for such as they? Poor miserable fools, whom the first scent of danger would turn aside from the pursuit of hate. I staked my life for thine, and the stake is lost, but what care I? My hate shall follow thee, wither thy bones with its curse, poison every joy, blight every hope, rankle in thy lifeblood, bid thee seek health, and bite the dust for anguish because it flies thee. And for me, ha, ha! Men think to judge me, torture, triumph, slay. Well, let them." And with a movement so sudden and so desperate that to avert it was impossible, he burst from the grasp of his guards, and with one spring stood firm and triumphant on the farthest edge of the battlement. "Now follow me, who dares!" he exclaimed, and with a fearful mocking laugh flung himself headlong down ere the soldiers had recovered his first sudden movement. Stanley alone retained presence of mind sufficient to dart forward, regardless of his own imminent danger, in the vain hope of arresting the leap. But quick as were his movements, he only reached the brink in time to see the wretched man one moment quivering in the air, and lost the next in a dark abyss of shade. A cry of mingled disappointment, horror, and execration burst from all around, and several of the soldiers hastened from the battlements to the base of the rock, determined on fighting the arch-fiend himself, if as many of them firmly believed he had rendered Don Luis invulnerable to air, and would wait there to receive him. But even this heroic resolution was disappointed. The height was so tremendous and the velocity of the fall so frightful that the action of the air had not only deprived him of life, but actually loosed the limbs from the trunk, and a fearfully mangled corpse was all that remained to glut the vengeance of the infuriated soldiers. The confusion attending this important event spread like wildfire, not only over Alhama, but reaching to the Duke's camp without the city. To send off the momentous information to the king was instantly decided upon, and young Stanley as the person principally concerned, selected for the mission. Ferdinand was astonished and indignant and greatly disappointed that justice had been so eluded, but that such a monster, whose machinations seemed in their subtlety and secrecy to prevent all defeat, no longer cumbered Spain, was in itself a relief so great both to monarch and people as after the first burst of indignation to cause universal rejoicing. It so happened that Ferdinand had been desirous of Stanley's presence for some weeks. Letters from Isabella, some little time previous, had expressed an earnest desire for the young man's return to Saragossa, if only for a visit of a few days. This was then impossible. 3 months had elapsed since Isabella's first communication. Within the last 2 she had not again reverted to Stanley, but the king, thinking she had merely refrained from doing so because of its present impossibility, gladly seized the opportunity of his appearance at Seville to dispatch him as envoy extraordinary on both public and private business to the court of Aragon. Isabella was surrounded by her ministers and nobles when Stanley was conducted to her presence. She received him with cordiality and graciousness, asked many and eager questions concerning her husband and the progress of his arms, entered minutely into the affair of Don Luis, congratulated him on his having been the hand destined to unmask the traitor and bring him low, gave her full attention on the instant to the communications from the king, with which he was charged, occupied some hours in earnest and thoughtful deliberation with her council, which on perusal of the king's papers she had summoned directly. And yet through all this, Arthur fancied there was an even unusual degree of sympathy and kindliness in the tone and look with which she addressed him individually. But he felt intuitively it was sympathy with sorrow, not with joy. He was convinced that his unexpected presence had startled and almost grieved her. And why should this be? If she had still the hope with which she had so infused his spirit when they had parted. His heart, so full of elasticity a few hours previous, sunk, chilled, and pained within him, and it was with an effort impossible to have been denied, had it not been for the Queen's unspoken but real sympathy. He roused himself sufficiently to execute his mission. But Isabella was too much the true and feeling woman to permit the day to close without the private interview she saw Stanley needed. Reality, sad as it was, she felt would better than harrowing suspense, and in a few kindly words the tale was told. I should have known it," he exclaimed, when the first shock of bitter disappointment permitted words. "My own true, precious Marie, how dared I dream that for me thou wouldst sacrifice thy faith? All else, joy, hope, strength, aye, life itself, but not thy God. O madam," he continued, turning passionately to the Queen, "thou hast not condemned her to misery for this? Thou hast not revoked thy former heavenly mercy, and delivered her over to the stern fathers of our holy church? No, no, Isabella could not have done this." "Nor have we," replied the Queen so mildly that Arthur flung himself at her feet, conjuring her to pardon his disrespectful words. "Give her to thee, without retracting her fearful misbelief. Indeed, we dared not, but further misery has not been inflicted. We have indeed done penance for our weakness, severe penance. For Father Thomas asserts that we have most grievously sinned, and more have pledged ourselves most solemnly, that what he may counsel for the entire uprooting of this horrible heresy and accursed race shall be followed, cost what it may, politically or privately. But to refuse the last boon of the unhappy girl, who had so strangely, perchance so bewilderingly, wound herself about my heart. Stanley, I must have changed my nature first. Her last boon, gracious sovereign. Nay, her last to her sovereign, my friend. It may be that even yet her errors may be abjured, and grace be granted in her solitude to become in this world as the next what we have prayed for. But we dare not hope it, nor must thou. She besought permission to return to the home of her childhood, pledging herself never to leave it or mingle with her people or ours more. And she is there? God in heaven bless, reward your highness for the mercy, burst impetuously from Arthur. I trust she is, nay, I believe it. For Jewess as she is, she would not pledge me false. In the garb of the novice, as she saved thee, Father Denis conducted her to the frontiers of Castile. More we know not, for we asked not the sight of her home. There was a few minutes' pause, and then, with beseeching eloquence, Arthur conjured the sovereign to let him see her once, but once again. He asked no more. He felt as if he could not sustain the agony of eternal separation without one last interview. He pledged his honor that no temptation of a secret union should interfere with the sentence of the Queen, that both would submit only to permit them once more to meet again. Isabella hesitated, but not for long. Perhaps the secret hope arose that Stanley's presence would effect that for which all else had failed, or that she really could not resist his passionate pleadings. One word of retraction, and even now she is thine, and I will bless thee that thou givest her to me again, she said in parting, but her own spirit told her the hope was vain. Half an hour after this agitating interview, Arthur Stanley was again on horseback, a deep, hectic flush on either cheek, his eye bloodshot and strained, traversing with the speed of lightning to the open country in the direction of Castile. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 34. The glowing light of a glorious sunset lingered on the Vale of Cedars, displaying that calm and beautiful retreat in all the fair and rich luxuriance of former years. Reuben and Ruth, the aged retainers of the house of Enrique, had made it their pride and occupation to preserve the cherished retreat, lovely as it had been left. Nor were they its only inmates. Their daughter, her husband, and children, after various struggles in the Christian world, had been settled in the Vale by the benevolence of Ferdinand Morales. Their sole duty, to preserve it in such order as to render it a fitting place of refuge for any who should need it. Within the last 12 months, another inmate had been added to them. Weary of his wanderings and of the constant course of deception which his apparent profession of a monk demanded, Julian Morales had returned to the home of his childhood, there to fix his permanent abode, only to make such excursions from it as the interests of his niece might demand. Her destiny was his sole anxious thought. Her detention by Isabella convinced him that her disguise had been penetrated, and filled him with solicitude for her spiritual, yet more than her temporal welfare. Royal protection of a Jewess was so unprecedented that it could only argue the hope, nay, perhaps conviction, of her final conversion, and the old man actually tried to divorce the sweet image of his niece from his affections. So convinced was he that her unhappy love for Arthur, combined with Isabella's authority, and no doubt the threat of some terrible alternative should she refuse, would compel her acceptance of the proffered cross, and so sever them forever. How little can man, even the most gentle and affectionate, read woman. It was the day completing the 11th month after Don Ferdinand's murder, when Julian Morales repaired earlier than usual to the little temple. There read the service for the dead appointed for the day, and thence proceeded to his nephew's grave. An unusual object which had fallen on or was kneeling beside the grave caught his eye, and impelled him to quicken his pace. His heart throbbed as he recognized the garb of a novice, and to such a degree as almost to deprive him of all power, as in the white, chiseled features resting on the cold, damp sod. He recognized his niece, and believed for the first agonizing moment that it was but clay resting against clay, and that the sweet, pure spirit had but guided her to that grave and flown. But death for a brief interval withdrew his grasp, though his shaft had reached her, and no human hand could draw it back. Father Dennis had conducted her so carefully and tenderly to the frontiers of Castile that she had scarcely felt fatigue, and encountered no exposure to the elements. But when he left her, her desire to reach her home became stronger, with the seeming physical incapacity to do so. Her spirit gave way, and mental and bodily exhaustion followed. The season was unusually damp and tempestuous, and though scarcely felt at the time, sowed the seeds of cold and decline, from which her naturally good constitution might, in the very midst of her trials, otherwise have saved her. Her repugnance to encounter the eyes or speech of her fellows, lest her disguise should be penetrated, caused her to shrink from entering any habitation, except for the single night which intervened between the period of the father's leaving her and her reaching the secret entrance to the Vale. Her wallet provided her with more food than her parched throat could swallow, and for the consuming thirst, the fresh streams that so often bubbled across her path gave her all she needed. The fellowship of man, then, was unrequired, and as the second night fell, so comparatively short a distance lay between her and her home that, buoyed up by the desire to reach it, she was not sensible of her utter exhaustion till she stood within the little graveyard of the Vale, and the moon shining softly and clearly on the headstones disclosed to her the grave of her husband. She was totally ignorant that he had been born there, and the rush of feeling that came over her as she read his name, the memories of their happy, innocent childhood, of all his love for her, that had he been but spared, all the last year's misery might have been averted, for she would have loved him, aye, even as he loved her. and he would have guarded, saved, so overpowered her that she had sunk down upon the senseless earth that covered him, conscious only of the wild, sickly longing like him to flee away and be at rest. She had reached her home, exertion no longer needed. The unnatural strength ebbed fast, and the frail tenement withered hour by hour away. And how might Julian mourn? Her work on earth was done. Young, tried, frail as she was, she had been permitted to show forth the glory, the sustaining glory of her faith, by a sacrifice whose magnitude was indeed apparent, but whose depth and intensity of suffering none knew but him for whom it had been made. She had been preserved from the crime, if possible more fearful in the mind of the Hebrew than any other, apostasy. And though the first conviction that she was indeed passing away, even from his affection, was fraught with absolute anguish, yet her uncle could not, dared not, pray for life on earth. And in the peace, the calm, the depth of quietude which gradually sunk on her heart, infusing her every word and look and gentle smile, it was as if her spirit had already the foretaste of that blissful heaven for which its wings were plumed. As the frame dwindled, the expression of her sweet face became more and more unearthly in its exquisite beauty, the mind more and more beautified, and the heart more freed from earthly feeling. The reward of her constancy appeared in part bestowed on earth, for death itself was revealed to her, not as the king of terrors, but as an angel of light, at whose touch the lingering raiment of mortality would dissolve, and the freed soul spring up rejoicing to its home. It was the Feast of the Tabernacles, and the Sabbath eve. The tent, formed of branches of thick trees and fragrant shrubs, was erected as we have seen it in a former page, a short distance from the temple. Marie's taste had once again been consulted in its decorations. Her hand, feeble as it was, had twined the lovely wreaths of luscious flowers, and arranged the glowing fruit. With some difficulty she had joined in the devotional service performed by her uncle in the little temple, borne there in the arms of old Reuben, for her weakness now prevented walking. And on the evening of the Sabbath in the festival, she reclined on one of the luxurious couches within the tent, through the opening of which she could look forth on the varied beauties of the vale, and the rich glorious hues dyeing the western skies. The Sabbath lamps were lighted, but their rays were faint and flickering in the still glowing atmosphere. A crimson ray from the departing luminary gleamed through the branches, and a faint glow, either from its reflection or from that deceiving beauty which too often gilds the features of the dying, rested on Marie's features, lighting up her large and lustrous eyes with unnatural brilliance. She had been speaking earnestly of that life beyond the grave, belief in which throughout her trials had been her sole sustainer. Julian had listened, rapt and almost awestruck. So completely did it seem as if the spirit, and not the mortal, spoke. "And thy own trials, my beloved one," he said, "has the question never come why thou shouldst thus have been afflicted?" Often, very often, my father, and only within the last few weeks has the full answer come, and I can say from my inmost heart, in the words of Job, "It is good that I have been afflicted, and that I believe all is well." While on earth, we must be in some degree of earth, and bear the penalty of our earthly nature. The infirmities and imperfections of that nature in others, as often in ourselves, occasion human misery, which our God, in His infinite love, permits to try our spirit's strength and faith, and so prepare us for that higher state of being in which the spirit will move and act, when the earthly shell is shivered and earthly infirmities are forever stilled. In the time of suffering we cannot think thus, but looking back as I do now, when the near vicinity of another world bids me regard my own past life almost as if it were another's, I feel it in my inmost heart, and bless God for every suffering which has prepared me thus early for His home. There is but one feeling, one wish of earth remaining, she continued after a long pause of utter exhaustion. It is weak, perhaps, and wrong, but if Arthur could but know that fatal secret which made me seem a worse deceiver than I was. I know it cannot be, but it so haunts me. If I wedded one Christian, may not he think there needed not this sacrifice? Sacrifice not of myself, but of his happiness? Oh, could I but— Hush, whose step is that? She suddenly interrupted herself, and with the effort of strong excitement started up, and laid her hand on her uncle's arm. "Nay, my child, there is no sound," he replied soothingly after listening attentively for several moments. "But there is. Hark! Dost thou not hear it now? God of mercy, thou hast heard my prayer. It is his," she exclaimed, sinking powerlessly back, at the moment that even Julian's duller ear had caught a rapid step, and in another minute the branches were hastily pushed aside, and Stanley indeed stood upon the threshold. "Marie, and thus," he passionately exclaimed, and flinging himself on his knees beside her, he buried his face on her hand and wept in agony. Nearly an hour passed ere Marie could rally from the agitation of Arthur's unexpected presence sufficiently to speak. She lay with her hand clasped in his and his arm around her, realizing indeed to the full the soothing consolation of his presence, but utterly powerless to speak that for which she had so longed to see him once again. The extent of her weakness had been unknown till that moment, either to her uncle or herself, and Julian watched over her in terror lest the indefinable change which in that hour of stillness was perceptibly stealing over her features should be indeed the dim shadow of death. To Arthur speech was equally impossible, save in the scarcely articulate expressions of love and veneration which he lavished on her. What he had hoped in thus seeking her he could not himself have defined. His whole soul was absorbed in the wild wish to see her again, and the thought of death for her had never entered his heart. The shock, then, had been terrible, and to realize the infinite mercy which thus bade sorrow cease was in such a moment impossible. He could but gaze and clasp her closer and closer yet, as if even death should be averted by his love. "Uncle Julian," she murmured as she faintly extended her hand towards him, "thou wilt not refuse to clasp hands with one who has so loved thy Marie. And thou, Arthur, oh, scorn him not. Without him the invisible dungeons of the Inquisition would have been my grave, and thine that of a dishonored knight and suspected murderer." The eyes of her companions met, and their hands were grasped in that firm pressure betraying unity of feeling and reciprocal esteem which needs no words. "Raise me a little, dearest Arthur. Uncle Julian, put back that spreading bough. I would say something more, and the fresher air may give me strength. Ah, the evening breeze is so fresh and sweet. It always makes me feel as if the spirits of those we loved were hovering near us. We hold much closer and dearer communion with the beloved dead in the calm twilight than in the garish day. Arthur, dearest, thou wilt think of me sometimes in an hour like this." "When shall I not think of thee?" he passionately rejoined. "Oh, Marie, Marie, I thought separation on earth the worst agony that could befall me, but what is it compared to the eternal one of death?" "No, no, not eternal, Arthur. In heaven, I feel there is no distinction of creed or faith. We shall all love God and one another there, and earth's fearful distinctions can never come between us. I know such is not the creed of thy people, nor of some of mine. But when thou standest on the verge of eternity, as I do now, thou wilt feel this too." "How can I gaze on thee and not believe it?" he replied. "The loudest thunders of the church could not shake my trust in the purity of heaven which is thine." "Because thou lovest, Arthur, thy love for Marie is stronger than thy hatred of her race. And oh, if thou lovest thus, I know thou hast forgiven." "Forgiven?" he passionately reiterated. "Yes, dearest Arthur. Is the past indeed so obliterated that the wrong I did thee is forgotten, even as forgiven? But, oh, Arthur, it was not so unjustifiable as it seemed then. I dared not breathe the truth in Isabella's court. I dare not whisper it now, save to thee, who would die rather than reveal it. Arthur, dearest Arthur, it was no Christian whom I wedded. We had been betrothed from early childhood, though I knew it not. And when the time came, I could not draw down on me a father's curse, or dash with agony a heart so cherished, so loved by me, by revelation of a truth which could avail me nothing, and would bring him but misery. Ferdinand was my cousin, a child of Israel as myself. Now, heaven bless thee for those words, my own true precious Marie, exclaimed Stanley in strong emotion, and clasping her still closer, he pressed his quivering lips to her forehead, starting in agony as he marked the cold damp dews which had gathered upon it, too truly the index of departing life. He besought her to speak no more. The exertion was exhausting her. She smiled faintly, drank of the reviving draught which Julian proffered, and lay for a few minutes calm and still. "I am better now," she said after an interval. "It was only the excitement of speaking that truth which I have so long desired to reveal, to clear my memory from the caprice and inconstancy with which even my love must have charged me. And now, Arthur, promise me that thou wilt not mourn me too long, that thou wilt strive to conquer the morbid misery, which I know, if encouraged, will cloud thy whole life, and unfit thee for the glorious career which must otherwise be thine. Do not forget me wholly, love, but deem it not a duty to my memory not to love again. Arthur, dearest, thou canst bestow happiness on another, and one of thine own faith, even such happiness as to have been thy wife would have given me. Do not reject the calm rest and peacefulness which such love will bring to thee, though now thou feelest as if the very thought were loathing. She will speak to thee of me, for Jewess as she knew me. She has loved and tended me in suffering, and so wept my banishment, that my frozen tears had well nigh flowed in seeing hers. Seek her in Isabella's court, and try to love her, Arthur. If at first merely for my sake, it will soon be for her own." Impressively and pleadingly these words fell on Arthur's aching heart. Even at that moment when he felt to comply with them was and must ever be impossible. When time had done its work and softened individual agony, they returned again, and yet again, and at each returning seemed less painful to obey. "And Isabella, my kind, loving, generous mistress," she continued after a very long pause, and her voice was so faint as scarcely to make distinguishable the words, save for the still lingering sweetness and clearness of her articulation. "Oh, what can I say to her? Arthur, dearest Arthur, thou must repay the debt of gratitude I owe her. Her creed condemns, but her heart loves me. I still, and better than had I for earthly joy turned traitor to my God. Oh, tell her how with my last breath I loved and blessed her, Arthur. Tell her we shall meet again where Jew and Gentile worship the same God. Oh, that I could but have proved how suddenly it has grown dark. Uncle Julian, is it not time for the evening prayer?" And her lips moved in the wordless utterance of the prayer for which she had asked, forgetting it had some time before been said, and then her head sunk lower and lower on Arthur's bosom, and there was no sound. Twilight lingered as loath to disappear, then deepened into night, and the silver lamps within the tents brighter and more brightly illumined the gloom. But Arthur moved not, suppressing even his breath, lest he should disturb that deep and still repose. It was more than an hour ere Julian Morales could realize the truth, and then he gently endeavored to unclasp Arthur's almost convulsive hold, and with kindly force to lead him from the couch. The light of the lamp fell full upon that sweet, sweet face, and oh, never had it seemed so lovely. The awful stillness of sculptured repose was indeed there, the breath of life, and its disturbing emotions had passed away, and naught but the shrine remained. But like marble sculptured by God's hand, that sweet face gleamed, seeming in its perfect tracery, its heavenly repose, to whisper, even to the waves of agony, "Be still, my spirit is with God." Julian Morales and Arthur Stanley, the aged and the young, the Jewess, recluse, and Christian warrior, knelt side by side on the cold earth, which concealed the remains of one to both so inexpressibly dear. The moonlit shrubs and spangled heaven alone beheld their mutual sorrow, and the pale moon waned, and the stars gleamed, paler and paler, in the first gray of dawn. Ere that vigil was concluded, and then both arose and advanced to the barrier wall. The spring answered to the touch, and the concealed door flew back. The young Christian turned and was folded to the arms of the Jew. The blessing of the Hebrew was breathed in the ear of the Englishman, and Stanley disappeared. O love, thou fairest, brightest, most imperishable type of heaven, what to thee are earth's distinctions? Alone in thy pure essence thou standest, and every mere earthly feeling crouches at thy feet. And art thou but this world's blessing? Oh, they have never loved who thus believe. Love is the voice of God. Love is the rule of heaven. As one grain to the uncounted sands, as one drop to the unfathomed depths, is the love of earth to that of heaven. But when the mortal shrine is shivered, the minute particle will reunite itself with its kindred essence to exist unshadowed and forever. The Vale of Cedars, Chapter 35. The fickle sun of merry England shone forth in unusual splendor, and as if resolved to bless the august ceremony on which it gazed, permitted not a cloud to shadow the lustrous beams which darted their floods of light through the gorgeous casements of Westminster Abbey, in whose sacred precincts was then celebrating the bridal of the young heir of England with a fair and gentle daughter of Spain. It was a scene to interest the coldest heart, not for the state and splendor of the accoutrements, nor the high rank of the parties principally concerned, nor for the many renowned characters of church, state, and chivalry there assembled. It was the extreme youth and touching expression impressed on the features of both bride and bridegroom. Neither Arthur, Prince of Wales, nor Catherine, Infanta of Aragon, had yet numbered 18 years, the first fresh season of joyous life, but on neither countenance could be traced the hilarity and thoughtlessness natural to their age. The fair, transparent brow of the young prince, under which the blue veins could be clearly seen, till lost beneath the rich chestnut curls that parted on his brow, fell loosely on either shoulder. The large and deep blue eye, which was ever half concealed beneath the long dark lash, as if some untold languor caused the eyelid to droop so heavily, the delicate pink of his downless cheek, the brilliant hue on his lips, even his peculiar smile, all seemed to whisper the coming ill, that one so dear to Englishmen would not linger with them to fulfill the sweet promise of his youth. Beauty is perhaps too strong a word to apply to the youthful bride. It was the pensive sadness of her mild and pleasing features that so attracted, natural enough to her position in a strange land, and the thoughts of early severance from a mother she idolized, but recalled some 20 years afterwards as the dim shadow of the sorrowing future, glooming through the gay promise of the present. And there, too, was Prince Henry, then only in his 12th year, bearing in his flashing eye and constantly varying expression of brow and mouth, true index of those passions which were one day to shake Europe to the center, and presenting in his whole appearance a striking contrast to his brother, and drawing around him, even while yet so young, the hottest and wildest spirits of his father's court, who, while they loved the person, scorned the gentle amusements of the Prince of Wales. Henry VII and his hapless consort, Elizabeth of York, were, of course, present, the one rejoicing in the conclusion of a marriage for which he had been in treaty the last 7 years, and which was at last purchased at the cost of innocent blood. The other beholding only her precious son, whose gentle and peculiarly domestic virtues were her sweetest solace for conjugal neglect and ill-concealed dislike. Amongst the many noble Spaniards forming the immediate attendants of the Infanta, had been one so different in aspect to his companions as to attract universal notice. And not a few of the senior noblemen of England had been observed to crowd round him whenever he appeared, and evince towards him the most marked and pleasurable cordiality. His thickly silvered hair and somewhat furrowed brow bore the impress of some 55 years, but a nearer examination might have betrayed that sorrow, more than years, had aged him, and full 6 or even 10 years might very well be subtracted from the age which a first glance supposed him. Why the fancy was taken that he was not a Spaniard could not have been very easily explained, for his wife was the daughter of the famous Pedro Paz, whose beauty, wit, and high spirits were essentially Spanish, and was the Infanta's nearest and most favored attendant, and he himself was constantly near her person, and looked up to by the usually jealous Spaniards as even higher in rank and importance than many of themselves. How then could he be a foreigner? And marvel merged into the most tormenting curiosity when, on the bridal day of the Prince of Wales, though he still adhered to the immediate train of the princess, he appeared in the rich and full costume of an English peer. The impatience of several young gallants could hardly be restrained even during the ceremony, at the conclusion of which they tumultuously surrounded Lord Scales, declaring they would not let him go till he had told them who and what was this mysterious friend. Lord Scales had headed a gallant band of English knights in the Moorish War, and was therefore supposed to know everything concerning Spain, and certainly of this Anglo-Spaniard, as ever since his arrival in England they had constantly been seen together. He smiled good-humoredly at their importunity and replied, "I am afraid my friend's history has nothing very marvelous or mysterious in it. His family were all staunch Lancastrians, and perished either on the field or scaffold. He escaped almost miraculously, and after a brief interval of restless wandering, went to Spain, and was treated with such consideration and kindness by Ferdinand and Isabella. He has lived there ever since, honored and treated in all things as a child of the soil. On my arrival, I was struck by his extraordinary courage and rash disregard of danger, and gladly hailed in him a countryman. I learned afterwards that his reckless bravery had been incited by a wish for death, and that events had occurred in his previous life which would supply matter for many a minstrel tale." "Let us hear it! Let us hear it!" interrupted many eager voices. But Lord Scales laughingly shook his head. "Excuse me, my young friends. At present I have neither time nor inclination for a long story. Enough that he loved, and loved unhappily, not from its being unreturned, but from a concatenation of circumstances and sorrows which may not be detailed. But he is married, and he is as devoted to Donna Catherine as she is to him. I heard they were proverbial for their mutual affection and domestic happiness. How could he so have loved before?" demanded, somewhat skeptically, a very young man. "My good friend, when you get a little older, you will cease to marvel at such things, or imagine, because a man has been very wretched, he is to be so forever. My friend once felt as you do." Lord Scales changed his tone to one of impressive seriousness. But he was wise enough to abide by the counsels of the beloved one he had lost, struggled to shake off the sluggish misery which was crushing him, cease to wish for death, and welcome life as a solemn path of usefulness and good, still to be trodden, though its flowers might have faded. Gradually, as he awoke to outward things, and sought the companionship of her whom his lost one had loved, he became sensible that, spiritless as he had thought himself, he could yet, did he see fit, win and rivet regard. And so he married, loving less than he was loved, perchance at the time, but scarcely so now. His marriage and his present happiness are far less mysterious than his extraordinary interference in the event which followed the conquest of the Moors. I mean, the expulsion of the Jews. By the way, what caused that remarkable edict? Demanded one of the circle, more interested in politics than in individuals. It is a good thing indeed to rid a land of such vermin, but in Spain they had so much to do with the successful commerce of the country that it appears as impolitic as unnecessary. Impolitic it was so far as concerned the temporal interests of the kingdom, but the sovereigns of Spain decided on it from the religious light in which it was placed before them by Torquemada. It is whispered that Isabella would never have consented to a decree sentencing so many thousands of her innocent subjects to misery and expulsion, had not her confessor worked on her conscience in an unusual manner, alluding to some unprecedented favor shown to one of the hated race, occasioned, he declared, by those arts of magic which might occur again and yet again, and do most fatal evil to the land. Isabella had, it appears, when reproached by Torquemada for her act of mercy, which he termed weakness, pledged herself not to interfere with his measures for the extermination of the unbelief. And on this promise, of course, he worked till the edict was proclaimed. But this stranger, what had he to do with it? Demanded many of the group, impatient at the interruption. What he had to do with it, I really cannot tell you, but his zeal to avert the edict lost him, in a great measure, the confidence of Ferdinand. When he found to prevent their expulsion was impossible, he did all in his power to lessen their misfortune, if such it may be called, by relieving every unbeliever that crossed his path. An exclamation of horrified astonishment escaped his auditors. What could such conduct mean? Did he lean towards unbelief himself? That could hardly be, replied Lord Scales, unless he had been a Catholic, earnest and zealous as herself. Isabella would never have so esteemed him as to give him as wife her especial favourite Catherine Paz, and place him so near the person of her child. When I left Spain, I entreated my friend to accompany me and resume his hereditary title and estate, but I pleaded in vain. Some more than common tie seemed to devote him to the interests of the Queen of Castile, whom he declared he would never leave unless in England he could serve her better than in Spain. At that time there was no chance of such an event, he now tells me, that it was Isabella's earnest request that he should attend the princess, be always near her, and so decrease the difficulties which in a foreign land must for a time surround her. The Queen is broken in health and dispirited from many domestic afflictions, and it was with tears she besought him to devote his remaining years to the service of her child, and be to the future Queen of England true, faithful, and upright as he had ever been to the Queen of Spain. Need I say the honorable charge was instantly accepted, and while he resumes his rank and duties as a peer of his native land, the grateful service of an adopted son of Spain will ever be remembered and performed. But his name, cried many eager voices. Arthur Stanley, Earl of Derby.